today.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's 3 minutes past 4. Hundreds of farmers have threatened to stop milk production. I wasn't aware they did. I thought it was the cows that did it, but anyway, obviously the farmers have decided to jump in on the deal. Ben & Jerry's forced to resume sales of ice cream in Israel's West Bank. Tom Cruise's love affair with England continues. Numbers at Wimbledon dip as yet more empty seats. People who bought the ticket, then they bugger off because they don't want to watch something, and then they don't go back to the box office, which is what they're supposed to do. They're too ignorant, and so the seat remains empty. Otherwise, the box office, you've got a queue of people who want to go and sit on centre court, can't do it because they haven't released the seats. It's got to go on the tickets. I mean, these people are complete bozos. I think you should stop them on the way out. Sorry, did you have a ticket? For where were you? Centre Court. Why did you not go back to the box office? You're an idiot. A complete and utter idiot. And 1 in 40, COVID. All of that more. This morning, I think I've got a bit of a cold. Don't know how that's going to affect Tuesday, but anyway, should be fine. They found an RAF bomber in the Mediterranean, at the bottom of the sea. And the choir, do you remember, cancelled by Barry Manilow at short notice because he wanted to put a song in an effort to placate them, they've offered them £500. Well, I don't know how many there are, but they didn't want £500 because all their mates had booked tickets to come and see them appearing with Barry Manilow. So all their mates, went to see Barry Manilow, which is cool in itself, but they didn't get to see the choir that they'd really bought tickets for, and all they offered was £500. Which isn't very much, is it, when you consider that Barry can afford to buy fish and chips in a pub, presumably for his entire entourage. Mad as a broomstick, Bernie Ecclestone, 91 and fading fast, saying he'd take a bullet for Vladimir Putin, and Putin's not responsible for the hundreds and thousands of deaths in the Ukraine. Either Bernie Ecclestone's blind as a bat, or he's more stupid than we thought he was in the first place. Mind you, look at the children. What can I tell you? So toast? What's toast? You make bread. Bread? What, make toast? Yeah, that's how thick they are, really. But fancy saying you take a bullet for Vladimir Putin. Mind you, Putin did come up with something the other day after, I think Boris had mentioned something about Putin riding bareback on a horse with his shirt off, and then Putin saying, well, I shouldn't imagine Boris's body's anything to look at. That's the only thing we agreed on, actually. Nobody would pay money to see Boris shirtless. Thank you very much indeed. Pamela Anderson's birthday today, and guess what's back? Fat Sam, da-da-da-da, Speakeasy. Yeah, they're bringing back Bugsy Malone, a touring version, with all the kids, which had people like Jodie Foster in it. It had some great kids. They had their little pedal cars and the splat guns and everything else. It was fantastic. The film was absolutely marvellous. Yes, it was the film. And here's the stage show. So it gives all these kids a little taste of showbiz. They'll love it. They'll love it. A third of Brits say they've seen a UFO, proving once and for all for me that this country still has a drink problem. And famous fans on their love for Kate Bush. She's not really interested in the fame. She's said before, she's a recluse. That's what she does, and then people go, oh, you're about number one in the charts again. And she goes, she doesn't want to do interviews or anything else like that. It's all a bit dramatic. And another one here, which says, Brian and I will be thinking, oh, it's Doreen. I'll be thinking of you next week. Never nice having these things done. I'm sure you'll entertain fellow patients. I was reading more on it, actually. It gets worse by the day. The things that can go wrong by scratching your interior with the camera and stuff like that, and then they might have to have an operation to sew you up again. All sorts of problems that can go with it. So, 1 in 1,000. 1 in 1,000. But she said 45 years ago, Virginia Wade won Wimbledon in Silver Jubilee year. Where did those years go? Yes. Lots of love and all news when we see you at Little Italy. Yes. Very nice. And pinch and a punch for the first day of the month, says Louise, because it is. It's July the 1st. What does that mean? It's July the 1st. Doesn't mean anything else apart from that. And Richard Littlejohn, writing from America for his column in the paper, says the woke Halifax should bring back Howard. They occasionally put people up, don't they, on the thing, and that they sort of become the figure. They're just normal people who worked for the Halifax, and I think Howard still works, for the Halifax, and a lot of people have decided that they weren't going to stay with the Halifax because they've started being a bit woke about people's names on their name badge, because they had who gives you extra, who. And I always used to find Howard immensely irritating. He turned up on a dating programme. And the woman said, I think I recognise you. And he became all sort of, I think it was him, I'm pretty certain, was part of Extra. Oh, he did the Ricky Gervais thing. No, he actually did the dating yes, he did the dating programme. Oh, yeah. Because that's where you go when you really can't find anybody. You have to put up with Fred Syriacs, the man who can't afford to buy a decent-sized sofa, has to put his feet up. He wears tracksuit bottoms at home. Woo, tacky. Rumours swirling about the new Big Brother. They think it might come back. Can't imagine why. They couldn't find anybody last time round. It had run its course. But that's like sort of bringing back the Sugar Babes. I mean, surely nobody would be that stupid to bring back the Sugar Babes. I mean, nobody would be daft enough to go, oh, listen, you stand a very good chance of having another sort of career going on. And they go, really? And a cafe's named a sandwich, Jesus Christ. They've done lots and lots of funny different names on their board. And this is their most popular sandwich, Jesus Christ. Apparently a Christian group who got in contact, they want £300 compensation for spoiling everything. You think, honestly, there's some really stupid people out there. They've got all sorts of daft ones. Really, I'll read you the names out later on. It's just a bit of fun. Where's the fun gone? Unfortunately, obviously not in Christianity in this particular group, because they demanded compensation. And I thought, that's not Christian. The Christian attitude would be, turn the other cheek, say what you like. It is the most popular sandwich. So I don't know what they're complaining about. They should be very grateful, actually. Because let's face it, as church numbers dwindle, sweet peas, and they close down churches, turn them into nightclubs, and turn them into sort of flats and things like that. I'd be trying to get as many people recruited as possible. But when you turn out to be a little bit simple, you're not going to do yourself any favours. People are going to go, I don't want to be in a place like that. It's like, what did I watch on the television the other day? They did Songs of Praise. They have to do it every so often. And they have to do sort of the alternative Christian groups, the happy, clappy, stand-up, fall-down people, which tend to be popular. And they sing their own hymns. They don't do, all of the favourites that we know from childhood. They do, and this is the way of the Lord. And they, yeah, it's sort of nice, but it gets a bit tedious after a while. I want to hear something traditional. I want to hear the trad, carols, and I want to hear but they all think that they're singers, and of course most of them aren't. I want to hear the Lord is my shepherd, and there is a green hill far away without a city wall, where our dear Lord was crucified, he died to save us all. People want to sing those sort of things. And the Lord came along in the carriage, and here he is at the pearly gates. And all I think is they're all singing horribly out of tune, and these places are not as full as they should be. So it's obviously not as busy as we thought. So 1 in 40 affected with COVID. Oh, that's amazing, isn't it? Don't you think? 1 in 40? I'm definitely a bit sniffy today. Definitely. I hope it's not COVID. No, I don't think so. The tennis genius John McEnroe's film on Super Brat Days. He was on the television the other day talking about Emma Raducanu. And people saying, in fact, there's a letter in one of the papers today saying, if she was a pop star, she'd be the one-hit wonder. I don't think she's going to win anything else. I don't think she's going to win anything else at all. And I know she's 19. Well, put it this way, give her time. She's supposed to have been doing this for ages. I mean, she couldn't even manage Wimbledon. A whole week at Wimbledon? I think not. Also, there was hardly anybody there to see the embarrassing girl drift out, so she's had to go back to America to try and defend her title for the Open. My God, look at the gut on Putin on the television. Did you see that? There's this gut hanging over the top of his trousers. Perhaps he holds himself in when he's on the horse. Poor horses, honestly. But, so she's gone back to America to defend the American Open, which I predict she went, why are there so many empty seats? Because they leave and they don't go to the box office. So they can't sell a seat. They think it's still occupied. It's only when you look at it and you see, like, serious amounts of empty seats, because these peasants who go to Wimbledon, amateurs, they leave in the middle of a match. So Emma Raducanu played to half empty. How embarrassing. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. Does it make any sense to you? Probably not. I think it just sounds absolutely ridiculous that they're not going to, sort of think of a better system. That it should be an automatic thing. As you go out, there's a computer that scans you and can tell that you've left, and then it goes back to the box office, and the box office oh no, there's a seat that's just come free, you can buy that one. It should be like that. Sorry, phone's off by itself again, as you can well imagine this morning. Steve, our local auction house, says Mr. Neil, is currently selling one of the cars used in the filming of Bugsy Malone. He says, I saw it last week. It's quite a size and has pedals inside. Beautiful looking car. I could see us whizzing up to Little Italy in it. Perhaps he's selling it because they were all pedal cars, weren't they? I love the splat guns. I loved the splat guns. The splat guns were my favourite thing, Neil. Absolutely. Really nice. BT calling a strike ahead of the summer of discontent, so there could be broadband fears. That'll be exciting, won't it? And Boris Becker going to court to stop the broadcast of a TV prank, which basically makes him out to be an idiot, but he's in prison, of course, as you know. And the British fry-up, which, according to one of the papers, costs a family nearly 30 quid to scoff at home. Where are they going? Where are they going? Got no idea. My driver this morning, Abdul, he says that he shops around for their food for the kids. He said because the prices are going so high. And my hairdresser said the other day, $4.99 for a box of cereal. Kids don't know the price of anything. They just go, I want that cereal there because they've seen it on the television. It might be the most expensive one because when I was little, there was only Scott's porridge oats and cornflakes. Or we might have had Rice Krispies and a few other things. Then we got shredded wheat, and then we got Frosties, and then you got all these other things. And then you got sort of Cocoa Pops and all the other sort of nice cereals that there were to have. And then all of a sudden, I remember there was a proliferation of, all these fruit and fibre, Jordans, which was full of sugar, absolutely chock-a-block with sugar. I mean, loads of them have been banned now because they're full of sugar. Even though you think they're healthy, Ricicles, banned. Are they banned, Ricicles? But they're twicicle as nicicle. Not anymore. All these different things. It's a shame, really, because, when I was little, we didn't have these things. But Kellogg's have also Lucky Charms, Ricicles with vitamin D. And so people go, that must be healthy. No, absolutely not. Load of old cobblers. And Frosted Krispies. They're going to discontinue them over the sugar fears. I mean, it is quite amazing how much sugar is in cereals. And you look at them and you think, I better have that because that's healthy. It's good because it's got fruit in it and it's got nuts and no, it's full of sugar, absolutely full of sugar. None of these things are healthy. None of these things are healthy. Karen in Where? First 10 minutes of your show, you're on fire. Cooking with gas we are this morning. How is the bubble gun? I might get one now, says Walsh. Very good, very good. The producer loves it. I gave him one, and I gave him loads of tubs of bubble liquid. Because couldn't get the lid off the bubble. Oh, I know. It's a pain to get off, isn't it? What you have to do, get a scissors, stick them in the top, and then you can get it out that way. Much, much easier. Sidcup Judy says, bless you. What are you on this morning? Well, I would be on a cup of tea, but I don't have a cup of tea. I should go and get one in a moment. And I did hear the end of my story. Well, it wasn't my story. It's my friend Rich's story, who works for our sister station, Radio X. And it was an incident that he had the other day down at the railway station. And he'd been out to see Alanis Morissette. I can't tell you the story. I really can't tell you the story. Sufficeth to say, it involved him just leaning up against a wall and somebody next to him not leaning up against a wall. And that's all I can tell you. But whatever it was, I mean, he'd never experienced anything like it. And I'd certainly never heard a story like it either. I mean, I was so desperately trying to work out how I could bring you this story. And I suddenly realised I don't think we can. I can't even allude to it. Just imagine the most awful thing. Oh, I can't even say that. Yeah, we'll have to think about this by the break. It makes it much easier. And
with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen prior to the procedure, which is happening on Tuesday. So next week I'm off Monday to prep for the procedure. You've got to take all these tablets. You've got to stop eating food. You've got to start. Oh, I could do my insulin the night before, but I shouldn't take the tablets and all the other bits and pieces. So we'll do that. Then we have the procedure on the Tuesday morning at 8:15. This is for diabetics, apparently. 8:15 is the diabetics. Poor nurses have got to be up at that time. They give you a gown to wear and special pants, which is very nice. And Steve, says Shirley, I've just listened to your 1979 clip on the web and saw your picture. What a handsome chap, and your voice, gorgeous and so sexy. This is from 1970. It's on the LBC website. I didn't know it was. I didn't know it was on there actually, because when I first started at LBC back in '79, 12th of December, I remember it like it was yesterday. if only. And it was a case of you came on and you did a news bulletin and you read the news, I think from 10:30 until, well, the end of your programme. You would do it on the hour and on the half hour, but on the hour it would go to every radio station throughout the country, all the independent local radio stations. So when I said, it's 11 o'clock, this is Steve Allen, every single radio station throughout the country used to take it. So you sort of acquired yourself a big audience without actually really trying for it. And then at 1 o'clock in the morning, you'd do the news and you'd say, independent radio news, it's 3 minutes past 1. And then the jingle would play, da, 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 Steve Allen, Through the Night, Night Extra, whatever it happened to be, Weekend Night Extra. And then you did the programme. And to be honest with you, I don't think the programme in the early days was very much different from the programme today. Over the years, it's changed, obviously, but then it sort of came back. At one time, they said, can you take phone calls? And then we sort of had this semi-discussion on whether or not I could take phone calls. And I just found it a little bit inhibiting for me. You know, other people love taking phone calls because they couldn't think of anything to talk about. Me, I can't think of anything not to talk about, so I've always got something to talk about, and it seems to work quite well for me. So we sort of adapted this procedure, and it's gone on like this for the best part of 40 years. You know, we did have little phases where we took phone calls in, but it was easier not to do them. So I managed to persuade the management over the years to say, listen, you know, it's very flattering, but I'm not a phone-in presenter. I never have been. I can do interviews and I can cover budgets and parliamentary procedures and all the rest of it, because that's what I did for years. But I'm not really good as a phone-in presenter. Some people are I listen to other people, I think that's good, but I can't do that. But I could read news. And the reason I could read news is that's what I did to get my job at LBC. Thank you. I recorded an IRN news bulletin. This is what I actually put onto my audition tape, and it was an LBC news bulletin. We lifted it from LBC, took out the newsreader's voice and substituted my voice. So the management could hear what I sounded like reading an independent local radio news bulletin. And for some reason, they've decided to put this on the LBC website. Now, bearing in mind, this was all new back in 79. I'd never read the news before. I'd done it locally for United Biscuits Network, but never done it for LBC, and it was going out. So I thought you had to sound butch. So that's what this was my interpretation of sounding butch. So you had to read the news as I explained, and you had your 3 minutes. But because I was a good reader, they would give me 5 minutes worth of news to cram into 3 minutes. So sometimes I felt like I was racing with the devil. But this is this clip from 1979. I'd have been about 25, I think, something like that. I don't know how long is it? Is it 20 seconds? Oh, thank God for that. We don't have to sort of, listen too much. But this is what it was like way back then.
A very good evening to you. This is Steve Allen with the main stories. A passenger train has crashed head-on into two locomotives on the Trans-Pennine line in the Derbyshire Peak District. One person's been killed and 26 injured. The remaining 128 passengers are being taken to Manchester on another train.
Freaky, isn't it? Is that freaky? Good Lord above, all those years ago. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. But there you go. That's what it was. Listen, we were all young once. Dawn Neeson has wished me at LBC good luck for next week for the colonoscopy. Not nice things, but in the week, she says that we lost the fabulous Bowel Babe. So important. It is, actually. It is very important. I mean, I'm not particularly looking forward to it. I'm not going to revel in it, but I'm debating whether I'm going to go for the sedation, which doesn't put you out. They don't put you out, but it makes you feel a bit woozy. So I shall have to check with our Lynn if she can sort of come and collect me from the hospital and just make sure I'm okay. I'm not envisaging any problems. There can be slight problems with it, but they do this all the time. And thank you, Dawn. It's just, listen, I'm at that age where all sorts of things, well, they have. I've seemed to have spent, a lot of weeks and months over the past few years in and out of hospital. But, listen, it happens. It happens. But anyway, I'm sure it'll go fine. But I'm off the Monday, the Tuesday. But if I'm off on the Wednesday, which I might be, you'll know it's because I went for sedation or because they decided it was better to give me sedation, mainly to stop the gag reflex. I mean, everything else I'm not particularly I'm not particularly worried about. It should be fairly straightforward. That's what I'm convincing myself. But listen, if Bowel Babe at 40 goes, Steve Allen at 68, 8 go. I've just signed a contract. I can't sort of. Yes, I'm contractually obliged to be here for the next God knows how many years. It's going forever and a day. Ian will keep you posted, and he'll let you know that he's back today or he's not back tomorrow. Jenny, Wimbledon honorary steward. Woo! There's Posh. Says tickets are scanned when the guests leave Wimbledon and then sold at ticket resale. Well, they're not reselling them, Jenny. They're not. That's why there's empty seats. There were tons of empty seats the other day, and that was for Emma Raducanu. People have literally got up from their seats. They've checked out. What, are you telling me that nobody wanted to watch her? I don't believe it. And the other day, loads of empty seats. So, people are obviously not checking them back in again so they can resell the blooming things, which is a shame. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, and says, morning from Sleepless Pool. Is that sleepless in Seattle, but sleepless in Pool? Wanted to say good luck, thinking of you Tuesday. Hope all goes smoothly. Fingers crossed you won't be needing the anaesthetic for the procedure. Well, it's not an anaesthetic. Well, it is. It's going to go in on a cannula on your wrist. But I mean, I've had loads of those. Believe you me, loads of those. And says, hope to have you back on the programme on Wednesday. Yes, I'm hoping so too. But listen, if it doesn't, go as we think it's going to go, then we just have to put up with an extra day. Okay? Oh, for goodness sake, this is just non-stop this morning. All these well-wishers. It'll be people I know. Mr. Neil said the dreaded hospital gown. I know. They have tapes. So you're covered at the front, but not at the back. I never quite understood that. I never quite understood it. I can remember they sort of. I remember when I went in for stents at the hospital down in Paddington, because they did stents for diabetics a long time ago. Probably still do them now. And not allowed to wear pants. I don't know why you couldn't wear your pants. I said, but I just bought these pants. Honestly, they're very nice. Pack of 5, and so they then come along and they put you into this gown, which is just, you put your arms through it. It's just the front bit, and then you do the tapes up at the back. Have you tried doing the tapes up at the back? You have to get somebody else to do it for you, showing people your bottom and things like that. And then they wheel you into the operating theatre, and then the last few paces you have to get off and walk to the operating table. Yeah, I don't know why they just don't. I could have walked anyway, just only going through the doors. It was a bit difficult, but we managed it. Conrad said Virginia Wade defeated Betty Stove. I remember watching the final at home due to the school holidays. Part of the British breakfast in some place in Scotland have porridge as a starter. Lovely. Oh, I used to like porridge. Desmond says, oh my God, that wasn't you. Certainly was. 43 years on. Mike from Mount Nessing says, hope all goes well on Tuesday. And Pippa says, keep the nurses laughing. Love the voice of 79, I know. And Sam says, have the sedation, Stephen. Don't move more than 2 feet from the bathroom once you've had the prep drink. No, I'm going to take it in the bathroom. I've been told it works fast, very fast. But it doesn't bother me. I've had these things before. I remember when I had the prostate done, and they said, oh, when was the last time you had a movement? A movement? I said, we're going to do dancing, are we, or something like that? And I said, oh, it's been a few days. Right. And I forget what they said. But the doctor, who was they all crowd round your bed, and they say, and Stephen's in for blah, blah, blah. I've got tubes connected to every orifice that I've ever had in my life. And, okay, they didn't say laxatives. What did he say? Sorry, enema bed 16. What? All these great things. But listen, if you don't talk about it, as the dame said before she died, and she said it all the way through, you'll never get anything done. You have to tell people about it. You have to say, listen, this might not be the most pleasant experience you've ever had, but you'll feel better after it. It's as simple as that, so that's the way it works. Steve taking the wife out for a meal at Nino's in South Woodford tonight. Then we're off to see the Elvis film, says Martin. Can't wait. It should be very good. Everybody's loved it. But remember, it's really a film about Tom Parker. It's really a film about Tom Parker and the relationship he had with Elvis. It's got some really good reviews, very, very good reviews. So I'm going to have a little slurp. We love our slurps. People love this bit of the programme. They really do. It's 2 hours, 39 minutes. Oh, I'm not sure that's longer than my career. 2 hours, 39 minutes. I don't know why they don't make films shorter. I think they get carried away. Don't you think so? Because they just go, because they're making it, and you go, oh, that's okay, we'll just stick another 15 minutes in. Yeah, we couldn't lose this bit here. And then you think, oh, go on, do lose it, please. Company Janet in Fulham says, I've had many endoscopies. Anyway, due to a condition I have, I was not sedated. The consultant said, when you have the next one, have sedation, which I did 2 weeks ago. Have it, you won't feel a thing. I'm not bothered about feeling anything. I'm not, that doesn't worry me. It's the gag reflex. That's what worries me. You know, somebody's putting a tube down your throat. Well, the normal reaction is to sort of gag. You know, so, but I'm told if you have the sedation, you sort of... basically, you don't really care. A friend of mine had it and said, have the sedation, which means I'm going to have to be off on the Wednesday because you need 24 hours of sort of recovery. I'm sure I'll be fine. Jackie from Shrewsbury says, we're looking forward to hearing your dulcet tones before too long. And you're very right to get checked and to raise awareness. And, Steve, I've noticed on the schedule, Jim Diamond is doing the weekend early breakfast slot this week. Used to be on your show reading the news years ago. He certainly did. In the John Warrington days. Off to Wimbledon later today, so no St Paul's pictures. Oh, dear. Hope your procedures go well. We shall miss you until Wednesday. And Susie says, you'll be fine. The NHS are the best patient, gentle, you know, they've been there. Mild sedation. I had an appointment today. They do everything for you. Yep. And Lorna's had 3 colonoscopies. It's not easy to keep saying, is it, really? I didn't have sedation for the first one, which was a mistake. Had sedation for the other 2, and it's really quite mild, but I would definitely recommend it. So you'll be fine. Oh, yes, listen, I've had more procedures than you could shake a stick at. I seriously have had more. I've had every procedure where, as Mr. Neil says, your inhibitions go out of the window. There is nothing left of my body that people haven't seen. I just hope there's no photographs, because that could be terribly embarrassing. But no, I mean, I've had... I've had everything done. Absolutely everything. What have we got now? Oh, the dad's last words to an ISIS murderer, say his daughter. He was... this was by the Beatles. You remember the Beatles who were going around beheading people? And he said to them, make it quick. Make it quick. They took him away to SQ. For no reason whatsoever. It's just they're a bit mentally ill. And Lorna says, you've got nothing to worry about your colonoscopy. It's not painful. I had one. Sedation was no problem. I was able to watch the screen and see where the camera was going. Oh, I know where it's going. See where the camera's going. Can you imagine? Yes. Oh, look, there's a surprise going between my big toe. I think you've missed the point. The Tory Deputy Chief Whip sensationally quit last night after allegedly groping 2 men. He seems to have a little bit of a history of these sort of allegations of doing little bits and pieces. So he wrote a resignation letter. Chris Pincher admitted he had embarrassed himself and other people after a boozy session. I think actually the safest thing for you, because he doesn't quit. He just quits as the, Deputy Chief Whip. He goes and sits on the back benches. So, there's no sort of, they don't, oh, no, it doesn't matter about that, sort of brush it under the carpet. You just sit on the back benches, love, but just remember, if you go to a party, don't drink. Drink obviously doesn't agree with you at all. He's 52, he's the MP for Tamworth, and he's alleged to have groped 2 people at the Carlton Club in London's Piccadilly. And then several Tory MPs complained about it, and that's when he sort of decided to do the letter. But as I say, it just means he sits on the back benches. Get away with absolute murder nowadays. Anyway, here's the cafe. This is the interesting one. They've named a sandwich Jesus Christ. OK, and unleashed hell. Its menu board was vandalised, while a mysterious note claimed it was blasphemy and demanded £300. Millie Dignan, owner of the Bridge Bakehouse, said she revamped her sarnie menu with a string of comedy names to try and cheer people up. She says, we had Jean-Claude Van Ham, hello, is it brie you're looking for, and don't go bacon my heart. Jesus Christ was another, grilled or cold, using mature cheddar, mozzarella and onion chutney. It's our best seller. But some found it highly unsavoury. Oh, some people are so prissy. Millie then received a chilling letter this week, claiming to be from Christian Concern. It warned, if you please. I would take this as a direct threat. Take them to court. Take them to court. You can't go threatening people. I don't care who you are. The slant on the name Jesus Christ is an insult to Christianity and is seen in the eyes of the law as discrimination against Christians. It threatened legal action unless she apologised, removed the name and gave 300 quid to the local church. Why don't you bog off? Buy one, get one free. I'm all in favour of things like that. Christian concern denied threatening. Eternal damnation. Eternally. Millie says, it seems this was all done by some random person. Oh, find out who it is and stick them on the front page of the papers. It'll be somebody like me. It'll be like some of these people. Remember the old woman who threw the cat in the bin? Do you remember the woman who wrote all these people? It'll be some do-gooder somewhere. It'll be a do-gooder. Customer Judy Longton said, I think it's ridiculous. It made everybody smile. And the vicar, the Reverend Francis Eccleston, said this kind of mischief tarnishes our good name. Yeah, it'll be somebody who's got a few screws loose upstairs. Find out who it is. Oh, I can't wait. You can almost pick them out, can't you, in the lineup? They'll be a good, upstanding member of the community. I think this is completely wrong. You should not be writing about the name of Jesus Christ as necessary to a cheese sandwich. This is just blasphemy. Yeah, we're all going straight to hell, aren't we? In a handcart, I should imagine. But I definitely want a Jesus Christ sandwich. Thank you very much indeed. People, they've got no sense of humour. They live very sad, lonely lives. Very lonely lives. So the pop queen and the British boyfriend Joe Alwyn secretly got engaged. Oh, how boring. How dull. Taylor Swift, yeah. But I mean, how boring. So they've got engaged. What are they, 3 or something? 3 and 4 years old? For goodness sake, you know, she's 32 and Joe is 31. Apparently, she's been wearing her ring behind closed doors. Whoopie-doo, darling. Well, whoopsie-daisy. There we go. And so here they are, pictured in the West Indies. And he's walking along the beach with a bottle. To be honest with you, very unwise. You don't walk along beaches with bottles of booze. But she has been out with just about everybody. She went out with Tom Hiddleston, Calvin Harris, Harry Styles, Conor Kennedy and Jake Gyllenhaal. That's just the ones we remember. There's a few others probably. But it's one of those sort of things. Listen, let me know. She's good looking if she wants to get engaged. But, if they were getting married, I could understand it. But even so, I'm still not remotely interested in somebody, as I say, what are you, 5 years old or something? Oh, we think we might have got engaged. It's like every newspaper has got a picture of boring old Denise Van Outen, who's got a new fella. This is 8 months after she dumped Eddie Boxall. Doesn't take her long to find somebody who looks old enough to be her grandfather. Have you seen a picture of him? The telly favourite? No, it's only because they stick her on that dreary old What's-It programme. But this one here is a property developer. For that, read estate agent. It'll be something like that. But he's very old. And he's 55. They went to the Grand Prix ball. She obviously needed somebody. She was invited to it. She went, has anybody got any boyfriends spare? And so they managed to find this one here. They say, it's early days, but it's really going well and Denise is happy. Yeah. That'll be the agent. Would you like some more interviews with her on her new boyfriend? How old is this woman? Was she 5? You're going out with somebody, dearie. God in heaven. It really is ridiculous. People make such a big deal about it. So Denise Van Outen, at the staggering age of 48, nearly 50, is sort of, found a boyfriend. Whoopie-doo. No marriage as yet on the cards. Hello. This is a lovely picture of what's his name, Lionel Richie, and it's on a mug, and it says, "Is it tea you're looking for?" Hello. I interviewed Lionel Richie. I thought he was great. Mind you, yeah, he's a very good interview. Mind you, my favourite was Smokey Robinson. Smokey Robinson, because I thought Smokey Robinson was like Ace, because I grew up with Smokey Robinson. We were driving through Germany at the time when Tears of a Clown was on the radio. And we were listening to it, and all I remember of Tears of a Clown is it's the same riff all the way through, which goes dum 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 dum, and then it goes back to dum dum dum, and it was very good. It was very, very good. So I kept saying to him, that was my favourite record, and I still play it now. And I bought a Motown album, which is all the orchestral versions of all the hits from Motown. Fab. I listened to it in the car, the volume full up. Dum 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 dum. Tracks of My Tears is brilliant. No, a bit too wishy-washy, that. I like something. I used to like Junior Walker and the All-Stars, Roadrunner. Matt couldn't hear. I used to love all that kind of stuff. And then what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Edwin Starr. And I liked all of them. Earl Van Dyke. Another very popular. I just liked everything on Motown. I bought everything on Motown. You know, even before I'd even heard the blooming stuff, I would buy it on Tamla Motown. Big Motown, and a big reggae fan. Big reggae fan. When did Motown start? Oh, God. I remember there used to be a thing. It was Detroit, Michigan. Motortown, Motown. This is the Motown sound. And it was recorded in a piddly little room the size of this. They would cram all the musicians in. I can remember various big stars of Motown saying that they used to take sandwiches in for Michael Jackson because they didn't have much money. And they would sit there on the steps outside waiting for their turn to go in and sing. It was, you know, the Memphis Horns and... I nearly swore then. I should have said very rude words. Not like me at all. Hardly ever swear. Not many. You wait till after Tuesday. I'll be swearing left, right and centre. And... Nicholas says, when I had my colonoscopy, I asked for a photo. And the nurse said they can't take a photo when the webcam is on. I love it. I love it. John in Orpington says, having been a Wimbledon attendee since the 1980s, I can tell you the reason why empty seats on centre court is not because they've gone home, but would rather spend the time in the champagne bar or eating strawberries and cream on the Murray Mount Hill. Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand it. But also, that Emma Raducanu gig... Everybody wanted to go and see it, so why were there empty seats there? What peasants? They're not Wimbledon fans. They're just people who want to go and eat strawberries and a bit of champagne and all the rest of it. Well, take them in. There's no... I think you can eat them on the seats, can't you? Well, not on the seats, but you can sit there with it on your lap. Off to Tenerife. We used to call it Tenerife in a few hours, debating what time to get to the airport, says Hannah, with all the delays. I know you're not a fan of beach holidays, but if you were flying somewhere, how long before your flight would you get to Gatwick? 3 or 4 hours? 3 or 4 hours? I'd go. What time's your flight? 10 o'clock this morning? Go now. Go now. Leave now. Mind you, I would think so, yeah. You think 3 hours? I wouldn't want to risk it for 3 hours. People were standing in line the other day for 6 hours. One woman fainted. So, you know, I mean, have you checked that your flight is on time? That's what you need to check. Mind you, not that it makes any difference. But, I mean, she's going from Gatwick. But then they had horrendous queues the other day. So just check. Hello, is that Gatwick Airport? No, I'm the cleaner. Is anybody there who can tell me about flight? This is Heathrow. Look at the queues at Heathrow. That's over the last few days. Large queue. I mean, I wouldn't go. I'd say, listen, I'm terribly sorry. I'm going by coach. I've decided, or train. And all the luggage piled up. You know, I would definitely check. Heathrow's cancelling, especially in July. Heathrow's cancelling a load of flights. Boozy Boris would be a disgusting sight, topless, says the puffy-faced wannabe Chippendale, Smirnoff-swilling, mass-killing despot. He doesn't drink Smirnoff, does he? I thought he doesn't do drinking. I didn't think he was particularly into his booze. 4:45.
Having a strong email password can help protect you from cybercrime. But there's an extra step you could take this festive season to make your email even harder to hack. Just set up two-step verification on your main email account to get double the protection. Go on, take your email security to another level the next time you log on. That should do it. Search Cyber Aware from the National Cyber Security Centre.
Alan on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. So we think Hannah at Gatwick, I think you need to be there for quite a few hours in advance. It's just one of those sort of things that the airports are busy. People want to get away. My AP today, he's got to go to Cornwall. Cornwall? Yeah. And I said, why don't you get the train? He said, well, the train takes 5 hours. The flight is sort of about an hour and a half. So that's quite good. And it's also cheaper. But he's coming from Berkshire, so he's got to go from one place in Berkshire to somebody else in Berkshire, and then a train from there up to Gatwick. And the flight's at 8:55 in the morning, so 9 o'clock in the morning. He's going to need to make sure that all the trains and all the rest of it. You imagine if they go, the train that you're going to take to go to Gatwick is broken down. There will be another train. It'll be in 2 hours' time. You'll be ripping your hair out. Seriously, it would be really, really frustrating. So I always think get there in plenty of time. And then I think if you can then check in, if you've got bags to check in and stuff like that, get it checked in, then go and have something to eat. That's always the best thing you can do. But, you know, if you want to keep costs down, don't eat at Gatwick. It's very expensive. All these places, because they know that you've got nowhere else to go. That's the problem, isn't it, really? But we all go, oh, it's okay, we're on holiday, or we're going there for the weekend, and we're doing all sorts of stuff. So I think get there early. Just to be on the safe side. I'd rather somebody was there early than leave it till the last minute and you're sweating, going, I'm not going to catch this thing. And then if you miss it, you're completely screwed. So definitely early better, because you can always kill time. You're going by yourself. So, with Charlotte. Well, then, you know, you can have a little sit down. Once you've got there and you've checked it, because once you've got there, you'll then see how big the queue is for check-in. And then, you know, get the check-in over and done with, because it's only going to get bigger, the queue. It's not going to get smaller. Check in and then go and, you know, get a burger or something like that. Do I fly a lot? No. I have done it, but I don't do holidays. I'm not a holiday person. I've done my holidaying. You know, I'm at the age now where somebody says cup of cocoa and an Agatha Christie, and I'm there straight away. Thank you very much indeed. No, I don't do holidays. I wouldn't like, you know, Vegas I'm probably going to go to. Maybe this year or possibly early next year, something like that. But I don't look on that as a holiday. I just think that's like an adult playground, and you could just spend ages watching people losing their life savings, which I always find immensely entertaining. You know, and you go and see a show in Vegas and you get loads of food very, very cheaply, and you just walk around there because it's, well, in fact, you don't walk too much because you're in the middle of the desert, and it is sweltering hot. So all the people on the side of the street selling bottles of water, they're like, you know, you need to take water out with you in Vegas because it's like a wall of heat. Even when Dale was in Sarasota, because it's Florida and because it's all reclaimed swamp where all the estates are and everything else, all you can hear at night is frogs going, where's our house? Where's our house? Where's our house going? Because they built these huge things and they've got alligators in the middle of these housing estates. There'll be alligators in the pools and everything else. So all the swimming pools in the back of houses, and they're not really, can't dive into them because they're not deep enough. They're just basically for keeping cool. They've got netting all the way around them to make sure that you don't share your pool with an alligator or a crocodile. But the heat, I can remember, got out the shower, dried myself off, fully air-conditioned house, opened the front door, hits you in the face. It's like the very first time you go on holiday to Spain. And, you know, we didn't know about, I mean, I knew about heat when I was younger because we lived in hot countries. But I remember sort of opening the, well, I didn't know, the stewardess opened the door to the plane when we landed at whichever airport we were in. And the heat was unbelievable. And then they put you into a coach, and the coach then takes you to the terminal. You know, and all you want to do is just open the blooming windows, for God's sake. They never seem to have air conditioning on that. And there's always somebody speaking Spanish who doesn't speak English. We go, terminal? We're going, terminal? See? And so we all cram on there. And then you always got to wait for the last person who wanders like a 90-year-old, like waiting for Bernie Ecclestone to descend from the plane, you know, because they've lost their toothbrush or something like that. Dennis in Grantham, he says, enjoying the show. What did you make of Bernie Ecclestone's comments on Putin? I think he's mad as a fruitcake. Mad as a fruitcake. I don't know if you've read about Bernie Ecclestone. He's a 91-year-old bloke who must be on borrowed time. He said he would take the bullet for Putin. I don't know where he's coming from on that one. And then he also said Putin was not responsible for the thousands of deaths in the Ukraine. I mean, I'm assuming 91, he's gone gaga. I can't think of any other reason why you'd come up with such a load of old claptrap. But there again, as they look at his daughters, he said he would take a bullet for Putin as he defends the war in Ukraine. What a stupid man. What a stupid, stupid man. And he criticised the Ukraine leader, Zelensky, for not listening to the Kremlin. You stupid man. Is there something the matter with you? Have you been into hospital recently? Has somebody sort of, you know, taken out the brain cell in the family, the only one that's on borrowed time? And he said, Russian president, this is what Bernie Ecclestone said, the Russian president, Vlad Putin, was a first-class person who had made mistakes. Yeah, just a bit of a mistake, isn't it? When we saw that huge Exocet-type missile crashing into the shopping centre deliberately to kill men, women and children. Little bit of a mistake there, Bernie, wasn't it? Stupid man, honestly. You often wonder about the sanity of these people. 91, you don't really expect him to have a brain, do we? And we've been proved right. What do we got? What do we got in Ali Ross's column today? He says, some of it I can't read. Great TV lies and delusions. Glastonbury, Ollie Alexander. Don't worry, I'm not going to make a speech, although, guess what? Love Island, Antigone. I'm a singer-songwriter. And Snowflake Mountain, Solomon. Funerals are more fun than Last Chance Lakes. I don't understand that bit either. Seriously. But he was talking about Glastonbury. 35 hours in total, daunting enough task for Glastonbury, which the BBC seem to have got the... I don't know why it's not put out to tender. Why the BBC wasting my money? I'm not interested in Glastonbury. I couldn't care less. I did watch little bits of it, but I mean, you know, when you look at how much the BBC spend on covering it, it's basically a freebie for the BBC. Can we get tickets for Glastonbury? Yeah. So they send all these deadbeats down there, and they have to sit there and hold their own microphones. It's the new BBC technique. Hold your microphone, because apparently, and I discovered what it is, they used to put clip-on mics on. And, in fact, one of the favoured jobs all over the place in all the TV studios was the sound man who'd come along and put the microphone on you. And, of course, that would be touching inappropriately. You know, sometimes, I mean, I used to spend days putting the microphones on, you know, because they'd have to go up your shirt and then sort of clip it on and then have the wires round the back, you know. Oh, goodness sake, I might as well just take my trousers off. And then insert the battery pack into your back pocket, and then they'd always come and check it. You know, I'll just check that it's on, Steve. Oh, believe you me, it's on. Well, that's what I think it is. And what other reason would you have for making poor old Claire Balding sit there with a handheld microphone? But they're all doing it now. You know, and also it's easier. Lots of guests coming in, you have to put the mic on, take it off. Do you just give them a mic? That's your microphone. You know, turn it over. Is it on? There you go. Well, it's on. We can hear you. And then you sort of sit there and do your little bit. So that's what I made of Bernie Ecclestone's comments on Putin. Mainly because I think every right-thinking person in the entire country be thinking exactly the same. Who's remotely interested in some little man who does Formula One racing, which is basically cars exceeding the speed limit? Anybody got any other better ideas on it? Do let me know. So Diana Ross, who unified 3.2 million viewers on Glastonbury with a single thought. You can't hurry singing lessons, you know, because she sang flat as a pancake. And then you sort of left Clara Amfo to pick up the pieces. How do we follow Diana Ross, she asked pleadingly. With silence, Clara. Nothing but silence. Poor old Clara, honestly. They have to toe the party line, don't they? They have to toe the party line. Oh, yes, it's really lovely being here. She can't sing. It's really great. And Diana Ross was sensational. She was flat as a pancake. Flat as a pancake. Nothing to do with the microphone. It's about she couldn't sing anymore. Love Island's host, Laura Whitmore. There's a brain and a half on two legs. Seriously, have you ever heard such dumb questions? She's been paid £600,000. She's featured less than 14 minutes this series, which actually is an absolute blessing in disguise. And, of course, the good news is that they're axing Celebrity Juice, so we won't have to put up with her on that. They've had 1,610 minutes of footage, almost 27 hours, and the fans apparently want to see more of her. Laura, 37, has appeared on the main show for just 13 minutes and 26 seconds. Wow. So she's been paid £744 a second. I don't know, they just perhaps they think she's relevant. I can't think of any other reason, can they? And somebody says, I'd love to have Laura Whitmore's job. We haven't seen her since episode 1. I know, that's a blessing in disguise, isn't it, really? I mean, come on, you should be grateful. And Love Island have said the host has never appeared in every episode. Laura's next arrival will be a surprise. It'll be a surprise if she can string 2 words together. Watching her interviewing and trying to read the auto cue to desperately find another question to ask people is almost hilarious. I love it. I think it's absolutely amazing. I don't watch it very much. We found another fly tipper. I do. Has been fined £20,000 for dumping rubbish on farmland and country roads. Darren Duval used a tipper truck to get rid of waste from a site where he was working. He was caught by police after abandoning it in a hotel car park. He struck around the picturesque Kent village of Cobham, a favourite of Charles Dickens. Duval of Bexhill was also ordered to pay £1,000 costs. Oh, goody, goody, you plank. You plank, you dirty little man. Have you seen the other one? Oh, it's on YouTube. He's got a pickup truck and he's dumping the rubbish, but not just in one go. He tips up the whole thing and then carries on driving, so he fills this entire road. I saw somebody. I went round to drop some paperwork off at my accountant on a Sunday morning. I just needed to post it through the door. And there's 2 young men in one of these, let's just call them trucks, shall we? I think we know where they come from. And they've got a load of stuff, boxes and everything else, and I've sort of parked at the end, and I'm just getting out, and they start unloading all these boxes on the ground. So I take my phone out and start filming them. I thought, I'll have you. And they saw me filming, and they stopped, and they started putting it all back on the lorry. And as he drove past me, one of them had great command of the English language. He said, "Oi, mate," he said, "we'll just go dump it somewhere else." I said, good for you, good for you. At least I stopped you dumping it here, in the middle of a residential street, at about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. Steve says, Cara in Michigan. I'll take the dry heat in Nevada over the humid heat in Florida any day. We go once a year to Siesta Key, which I'm sure you're aware is basically part of Sarasota, but wait until October when it's more bearable. As always, an entertaining evening listening to you. Thank you very much indeed. You're very welcome. Look at this. Already we've done an hour. Is it possible? Is it possible that the show can go past any quicker and that we can cram in? Do you know, I tell you what, I'm going to stay for another 2 hours. I don't care what you say. I'm going to stay for 2 hours because it says so in the contract. It says in the contract. I have to do, beg your pardon, I have to do 5 days a week, 4 till 7. For the next God knows how many years. I mean, seriously, I might even have to grow a beard or something like that. Can you imagine? God help me if my voice ever breaks. What's going to happen there? But we'll take the news at 5 and then we take more of your texts and emails. Don't think that you're being forgotten, because you're not.
On your radio. On.
Welcome to Friday. Welcome to the Pinch and a Punch for the first day of the month. Pinch and a Kick for being so quick. And White Rabbits. I don't know why White Rabbits, actually. I can't remember about White Rabbits. My favourite YouTube video was actually, I shouldn't really laugh at it, but it was so funny. And it was a ferret, a stoat catching rabbits on this island. And stoats move at such a speed, you've never seen anything like it. And this rabbit is sort of feeding, and the stoat puts his head up from behind a little bush and then ducks back down again, and the rabbit looks around. What's that? What's going on there? And then the stoat pops his head up again, whoop, and then down again, like a little puppet. And the rabbit goes, what the hell? What's going on here? And then the ferret moves up and down again, and eventually it decides to move in on the rabbit. The rabbit is doomed, I have to tell you. The rabbit suddenly realises that the ferret's getting a bit closer. And then it makes a dash for it. All it has to do is get back to its hole, but then, of course, ferrets can go down and stoats down holes as well. This stoat moves, but the rabbit goes backwards and forwards, sideways, and in the end, the stoat grabs it and issues the coup de grace. It basically breaks its neck, and then the rabbit is sort of dragged off. I don't know why I should find it interesting. It's only because you think to yourself, to the rabbit, run very fast. Very fast. Yeah, it's one of my favourite. So, why do we say White Rabbits on the 1st of the month? Well, I mean, as far as I remember, because we do Pinch and a Punch for the first day of the month, apparently it's supposed to bring you luck if you say it. So that's why I want to bring you luck today. The theory is, as I said before, I think it comes from medieval times when people believed in witches. Witches. Salt was believed to make witches weak, so the pinch part of the saying is the pinching of the salt. And the punch part was to banish the witch once she was weakened by the salt. Now, according to some people, not everybody, George Washington used to meet the local Indian tribes on the first day of each month. And at the meeting, he would supply fruit punch with, believe it or not, an added pinch of salt. So it became known as Pinch and Punch on the 1st of the month. White Rabbits must be spoken aloud, and it's the first word in the month. It brings luck. Other children use the same formula, so it's rabbits on the first day. And apparently it was common belief among RAF bomber aircrew during World War II that saying White Rabbits on the very first thing that you say upon waking would protect you. There's no evidence to suggest this, but according to the playground rules, your pinch and a punch has to be followed immediately with the words, White Rabbits, no return. By saying so, it means you can't be pinched back. You can only do it once. You have to say it very quickly to people. Hope you're following this. We don't want to do it every year. It's going to get very tedious, isn't it, really? If in the next sort of 5 years I'm still saying exactly the same thing. So here it is. I mean, it is what it is. It's a court case, and it's the story of the wife of a carer who has been left battered and left for dead by teen yobs. And she says there is something wrong with society. This trio were jailed the other day. They're pieces of filth, pieces of absolute scum. The thugs pounded Alan Wilson, 47, with a 3-foot log in a prolonged 6-minute beating, continuing even as he lay unconscious. It left him with permanent severe brain injuries, a fractured skull, spinal fractures and cracked ribs. He was trying to stop them bullying a child. Despite the crime, brothers, and they're pieces of filth, George Tilley and Archie Tilley, two of the ugliest people you'll ever see both inside and out, laughed and swore outside court during the trial. So they've been sent to prison for 12 years each. They're pieces of filth. George Tilley is 14. His brother, the more ugly one of the two, is 16. They already have a history of criminal violence. George, apparently, at 14, a pathetic little waste of space, has 5 convictions for ABH when he was 10. When he was 10, he even smirked at Alan's grief-stricken wife, Annie, at court. She last night warned the pair could go on to kill. The brothers, who can be named for the first time after a legal battle by the Sun to lift reporting restrictions, have left Alan unable to speak because of his brain injury. You know, they ran off. There was another one, Harry Furlong, jailed for 20 months, another piece of filth. But little George Tilley, unfortunately, the brain cell is out completely. The man who was attacked is still unable to walk or talk and has no mental capacity. The worst thing is that Archie and George Tilley, two pathetic pieces of filth, were the ringleaders. And they don't care. They're not remotely bothered. They really don't care at all. You know, it's very sad, isn't it? Because I don't know. They're going to be out in 6 years' time. Somebody's going to, you know, I mean, it's just, I don't know what you do with a 14-year-old who's already got 10 criminal convictions. I mean, they ran away like little girls. Ran away. But they got 12 years. But 12 years in this country doesn't mean anything. It means nothing. You know, good behaviour. I'm sorry, he's got 10 ABH convictions. What do you mean good behaviour? What garbage is that? So 12 years for little George, but they were giving the finger to the photographers outside the court. You'll get your comeuppance, boys. Straight to hell. Straight to hell. Very sad, very sad. But as I say, glad that we've seen pictures of you in the paper because they were trying to keep their identities secret. I'm glad that people know who they are. Their families must be so delighted with how they've turned out. Steve, white rabbits should only be said if there was an R in the month. That's what I was told, says Mike. No, you're wrong. No, completely wrong. And also, it didn't make any difference whether it was white rabbits or pink rabbits. Made no difference. I mean, not that we get pink rabbits, but I see no reason why not. Iceman says, Jean and me are back from our 4-week holiday in Philadelphia, listening to you almost every day. Ashley says, hey, bad news if you booked a caravan holiday. Really bad news. I'm sorry to break this to you. You might have to cancel the holiday because I don't know if you've ever been to caravan parks. It's generally, you go there, it's a cheaper sort of holiday. You stay in, you've been. I thought you might. And, no surprise there. And I've been on a caravan holiday. We used to have a caravan. Yeah, we had a caravan. But these are static caravan parks where you go there. Quite a number of people in EastEnders have caravans. And, no, not chalets. No, they're what they call static caravans. They've got 2 little wheels, so technically they're classed as a caravan, but you can't tow them anywhere, you know, because they're quite long. And you rent them for a week and you stay on a site and there'll be a shop there and you can buy your stuff. There you go, like that. And what they do is they fill in the bits underneath to make it look as though it's sort of a chalet type thing. And the kids take their bikes and you go down there and either you own your own caravan or you just go and rent one for a week. Well, anyway, James Argent is going to be the entertainment on a nationwide tour of caravan parks. That's how bad the career has gone. Well, they have entertainment. They have a little room where you go in the evening and you have a few bevies. He's going to sing. He thinks he sings. And he says, this summer we're going to have it Arge. And he's sort of battled his demons, and God knows he's talked about them endlessly enough. But in fact, this time, he's because he was suspended from TOWIE for alleged substance abuse. He's since lost a load of weight, but he had a gastric band fitted. He didn't actually have to lose the weight. They fitted the band, and that's how it worked. He was part of the original lineup of TOWIE. They're thinking of bringing back a couple of the original people because they can't find work anywhere else, and so they've decided to help them out. But if you remember, James Arge will start tomorrow at a caravan park near Hull. Bit of an embarrassment, isn't it, really? So can you get any gigs in theatres, James? No, just be a caravan park, will it? As I say, I'm not surprised people need to drink. And so they have these halls built in these caravan parks, and they sort of put on people that you had no idea was still available. And he'll go and sing his songs and probably tell you stories about how exciting he thinks he is. And then perhaps Lydia Bright could stand up and Gemma Collins and tell you what a bore he was. You know, and that's it. People used to play bingo You know, they do Monday, Tuesday, bingo, and then Thursday there'll be soup night. We have soup night. A very popular soup night. And in the war, and baked potatoes, and you'd have that. And then Saturday, cabaret, and they go, and today, a huge international star. Yes, it's Arge. Yeah, God, I'll tell you. You'd get your money back, wouldn't you, really? You know, do we have to really have that? I'd love to know what they're paying him for it. Very embarrassing. There is also... I've got time to tell you. Yeah, I've got time to tell you this one. There's been quite a few of these people over the years. They catch them out in America. And it's people who pretend that they've been in the forces. It's people who pretend that they've sort of, you know, been shot at numerous times in various places. They seem to find more of these weirdos in America where they catch them on parade days. And somebody will say, is that person there? All these medals are made up. But, of course, you don't know. You see somebody marching in the Remembrance Day parade, you assume they're part of that regiment or whatever it happens, but you don't know. And you can go and get these uniforms. And they caught some bloke a short while ago. He thought he was being interviewed by one of people. They're screwy. Absolute screwy. They're people who don't have any experience at all of anything like that. They want to be somebody. This one is a counsellor, if you please. His name is Josh King. He's 62. He bragged he was a para who fought in the Falklands War. No such thing. He's a compulsive liar. It's all made up. He claims he was shot 21 times in an IRA attack that killed 7 comrades in Belfast. Wheelchair-bound Mr. King's lies were so convincing, he was asked to lay a wreath at a parade marking the 40th anniversary of the Falklands conflict last month in Wiltshire. The dad of 7... who sat on the parish council as chair of the Open Spaces Committee, wore the maroon para beret and medals, but is exposed as a fantasist by the Walter Mitty Hunters Club. This is a group of veterans who go round catching people out, checking the medals and everything else, and he was caught. He's since resigned. This is Josh King, remember the name. He says, in a Facebook post, he admitted, my cousin was the one who served. I never got to do that. I used his life as my own, maybe out of jealousy or anger. He left me his medals. The lies got bigger along with the stories. He apologised and said a car accident and left him in a wheelchair. You're a Looney Tunes bloke, aren't you? You. Josh King, 62, claims he was shot 21 times. I mean, you sad little old man, honestly. But they had them in America. And some of these people are in high-ranking jobs, and it's, you know, not in the services, but they weren't entitled to wear any medals. They would go up to them in America and go, "Hi, so how are you? So where were you? I fought in Vietnam. I did this and that." What are these medals? What are they? And they used to make up these things, and they would buy medals in these, auctions and things like that. It's like whenever you see Prince Edward out on parade. What are those medals he's wearing, ladies and gentlemen? What are they? The answer is he's never seen active service, certainly not on a battlefield, that's a fact. In fact, he couldn't even make it in the berets. He had to get up early in the morning in his little boxers and go outside in the rain. And he couldn't manage anything like that. In fact, he wasn't very good at anything. He's a bit too sort of, you look at the medals, you would seriously think he saw active service. It's the most hilarious thing you've ever seen. Seriously. And you look at all these medals, and they're basically things that have been given to him to wear, as a bit sort of to try and make him look a little bit more important. Not working, I'm afraid, but at least we've sorted out Josh King, 62, and a fantasist. A fantasist. So be warned, he tells lies. 5:15. Should we
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC, and they're talking today about cockpits and grease. Cockpits and grease. It's the Formula One heroes, fast and loose love lives. And, of course, the most popular one was James Hunt. James Hunt was sort of blonde, good-looking, apparently used to bed air stewards like there was no tomorrow. He was known for it. He would fly in somewhere and then invite them back to his hotel. He's apparently supposed to have bedded 5,000 women. Pfft, amateur. And he was a racing driver. Yeah, very famous, actually. There you go. He once slept with 35 air stewardesses ahead of the Japanese Grand Prix. He was apparently, his motto was sex, breakfast of champions sewn into his racing overalls. That's what he was there. He was very popular. And he was married, and he died, actually, from a heart attack in 1993. He was only 45. Not surprised, bedding 5,000 women. I mean, goodness sake, I mean, honestly. And loads of them. Eddie Irvine was the ultimate 90s playboy. I've seen him on the television, actually, Eddie Irvine. He presented. Does he wear a wig? Does he wear a wig? It certainly does. Definitely not. Are you sure? Check. Have a look. Every time I've seen him, his hair doesn't quite look right. But, you know, and I like to know these things. I don't think there's any shame in having to wear a toque. You know, as we've laughed at that poor little MP. But, I mean, he's bought one which was obviously just on the shelf. It was the last one there. Is it real? All right. Oh, well, there you go. The producer knows that. And let's have a look. Yeah. He used to have curly hair. I quite like... Hasn't he changed? Hasn't he changed when you look at early pictures? Mind you, we've all changed. But goodness sake, honestly. He's worth apparently 400 million. He has a house, a yacht and a private jet. Yeah, whatever. Are we bothered by things like that? Answer, probably. Bonnie Langford is heading back to Doctor Who after 35 years. And there's a programme on the television this evening. It's called The Latest Show with Mo Gilligan. It's another one of these garbage shows where they put people on there and make fools of themselves. And one of them is Harry Redknapp, who's made no secret of the fact he turned down Strictly. And tonight you'll see why. 2 left feet. Can't dance for toffee. Must be dreadfully embarrassing. Mind you, he'd never met gay people before. Do you remember? He said that on the celebrity, whatever it was, thing. He'd never met gay people before. And it was a bit of a shock to him. He's obviously had a bit of a sheltered life. But, you know, he managed. The murder of Logan, aged 5. The vile killer's given life. This is somebody called Mulligan, 15 years, another ugly child, another piece of filth. Somebody called Cole and somebody called Williamson, who covered up the murder, 28 years in prison. It doesn't mean anything in this day and age. The teen allowed to move to the child's home despite his threats to kill him. I mean, you just can't believe it. In the last year of this little boy's life, little Logan, he was abused before his death. August 2020, he suffered a broken arm, told the police that he'd fallen down the stairs. September, teachers asked for Logan to return to school when it reopens. His mum claims staff interrogate her about his absence. In October, same year, Logan returns to school. Teachers say he's lost weight and developed a stammer. January 21, Williamson calls 101 and tells police that Mulligan pushed Logan down the stairs. Logan placed on the child protection register. Didn't seem to make any difference. March 21, Gaynor Rush is named Logan's social worker. May 27th, Williamson tells Miss Rush that Logan burnt his neck on a tap. Miss Rush thinks the injury does match the shape of the tap. It's later claimed the injuries were from red-hot spoons. This is just a little 5-year-old boy. A little 5-year-old boy. June, Logan's status is stepped down from child in care to child in need. Gets a new social worker. July the 26th, Mulligan moves in with the family. He had a desire for violence. June 27th, Logan's seen alive for the last time by anybody outside the family. June 29th, Cole and Mulligan attacked Logan. According to what Williamson said later, she has a row. July the 30th, social worker Debbie Williams visits and is told Logan has COVID. She stays 20 minutes but doesn't ask to see him. This is social workers. July the 31st, Logan found dead in the river. A little 5-year-old boy. Didn't even get the chance to grow up because of this filth, because of these disgusting people. And you sometimes ask, should we bring back the death penalty? You know, probe into the failings that meant the thug was housed with a tragic victim and he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't tell anybody. How many times have we seen this? How many times have we seen the failing from social workers? I appreciate the fact that they're basically understaffed and overworked. But to spend 20 minutes in the house and not even ask to see the boy, that's a failing in a social worker. And so these people, this Mulligan, 15 years, not long enough, mate. Not long enough. Cole repeatedly attacked the boy. He's an old man. He gets 29 years in prison. And Williamson covered up the murder. She gets 28. It's not long. Not long enough. They should have, they should have been doubled. They should do what they do in America. 5 life sentences. You'll die in prison. You'll die in prison. It's as simple as that. These people are just disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Shane says, Steve, in the summer, I go to the local Woolworths because the air conditioning is great. Yeah, I've done that before. Well, not we don't have a Woolworths anymore. I just sort of get in the car because my air conditioning comes on straight away and it's icy cold. Seriously, I mean, it's really cold. I love it. Comfort cooling, they call it. It's lovely. Lizzie in Newcastle says, loving the show. I'll miss your dulcet tones on Monday and Tuesday. Hope it goes well. Yeah, me too. Might be Wednesday as well. Just brace yourselves for that. It might be. John in Derby, he says, I wish you the best health for the future, as LBC wouldn't be the same without you. Well, don't write me off just yet. I'm still walking and talking. A little bit dramatic on that one. Still walking and talking. But, that's what happens when you get a bit older. I have to keep reminding myself I'm not the young spring chicken that I used to think I was. But it doesn't matter. Steve, over 40 years, I brought up 9 children, had 3 families, and every year it was a week in August in a caravan in Great Yarmouth. Ideal breaks when the kiddies are young. But if I never get to see Great Yarmouth again, it won't be a day too soon. Yes, I agree, Kevin. I agree. He says, after Tuesday, you'll be back turning cartwheels. Whee! Can't wait. I've never been able to turn a cartwheel, actually, but I'll give it a go. Have you seen the film Rush? What a movie. It's where I first heard of James Hunt and Niki Lauda. Yes. And, yes, Rush was it's a biographical sports film, isn't it? It's centred on the Hunt-Lauda rivalry between the 2 Formula One drivers, the British James Hunt and the Australian Niki Lauda. The budget was 38 million. 38 million. But if you have a look at a picture of James Hunt, you'll realise just how good-looking he was. He was a good-looking boy, and that's why. But for some reason, he had a thing about air stewardesses. Do you know air stewardesses used to wear paper dresses? When they used to get on the flights, I went to a thing at the Royal Albert Hall where they showed you all the British Airways outfits over the years, because the outfits that they wear when they get on the plane are not the same ones they use for serving you. They have to put their bib on and everything else, and then they can serve you. But in the early days, when you could smoke on aircraft, men used to sort of ask the girls to get something out of the overhead locker, and they were wearing paper dresses, and men would try and burn them with a cigarette lighter. They had to make them flame-proof. And I saw some of the dresses. Sorry, I'm confusing the wig with Eddie Jordan, says Adrian, not Eddie Irvine. So Eddie Jordan. Apparently air stewardesses used to have to retire at 32 in the 1960s. Not if you work for TWA. TWA in America had the oldest stewardesses. They'd be in their 80s. Do you want anything? Because they were allowed to pick the flights that they did for TWA. So in other words, if you'd been with the airline a long time, they used to pick the London ones because you'd fly to London, get a 2 or 3 day layover, and then you'd fly back again. So they would use it for shopping. Because I went TWA to America with a company called Getaway America. And it was great. It was great, but the stewardesses were so ancient, you felt like propping them up. I remember I had a steak. Would you like a steak? We have steak. Marjorie, do we have steak left? We have a steak left. Steak on a plane, yeah? Yeah, hello. We were flying first class. Of course there was steak. Steak and anything you blooming well wanted. Except if you were James Hunt, you wouldn't have flown TWA. But anyway, so we'd get the steak, and unfortunately it was a bit raw for me. I knew that because when I took the cover off, it moved. And I thought, no, definitely not. I said, could you cook it a bit more? Well, of course, they can't cook on planes. They can only reheat. So they put it in the oven for another 20 minutes. Didn't make the slightest difference. But it was hotter. And so I had that. It was quite nice. But no, they were really ancient, which I thought was quite funny, actually. Because, our ones were sort of fairly young. But for some reason, being air crew seemed to attract either very camp guys or sort of women who had sort of seen better days, depending on who you worked for. And I used to think at the time, because at one time I thought to myself, would I ever want to be a trolley dolly? And I thought, I don't think I could cope with it. Because you have to, if you're doing the long haul flights, you have to sleep, and also people say, beep, so you have to go along. Can I help you? Everybody else is asleep, and there'll be some woman who wants a colouring book. They don't get I don't know, but the one thing that they used to be able to get years ago is the little bottles of booze. So they used to thieve those like there was no... You could always tell if you were going to a party at an air steward or stewardess's house because all the booze were in those little tiny bottles and you knew where they'd come from. Because it didn't make any difference because you'd be sitting on there and they go, what would you like? And you go, can I have a double vodka? And they give you 2 little bottles of vodka. They didn't charge you for it. It was sort of part of the drink service. Me, I was just the idiot. I just wanted tomato juice. I'd go for tomato. Sometimes I'd had a vodka, and when I landed, I was terrible. I didn't enjoy things like that at all. But it doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't matter. It was, but no, tomato juice with lots of ice. And when I say lots of ice, I mean lots of ice. I just like it so that literally it's just fantastic. The Tories' Deputy Chief Whip has quit. I don't know why they call them whipping. It's amazing that he's actually called Chris Pincher. Woo! Bit of goosing going on, because he allegedly said that this incident had happened at a private members' club, which actually isn't too far from here, the Carlton Club. Looks quite nice. Perhaps we should go. You know, get groped by somebody. That's not bad, is it? A number of Tory MPs were said to have reported. He must have been quite drunk if a number of people reported him, and then he literally gets back and then he quits and he says, "Dear Prime Minister," so obviously doesn't know him as Boris like we do. Last night I drank far too much. I've embarrassed myself and other people, which is the last thing I want to do. And for that I apologise to you and to those concerned. I think the right thing to do in the circumstances is for me to resign as Deputy. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to July the 1st. It's unbelievable. Eddie says Nicky Lauda was Austrian, not Australian. No, I said Austrian. Pretty certain I said Austrian. Yes, I mean, I knew he wouldn't be Australian. That was very tedious, wasn't it? Ian Hyland writes about Telly Weekly and talks about... he said, I'm not saying pre-show content warnings are getting ridiculous, but last Friday's Celebrity Gogglebox was the silliest one yet. I mean, these people aren't celebrities. They've started putting them on at Fred Sirieix, the bloke who shows you to your table. How's that a celebrity? I'm sorry, it's a maitre d'. That's not a celebrity. That's somebody who goes, I put you on table. You know, that's how it works. But anyway, he's obviously revelling in this sort of newfound fame. He's got a piddly little sofa, and his poor fiancée, Fruitcake, has to put up with his legs on her map, and he wears tracksuit bottoms at home. Dear. Honestly, obviously not earning enough money, is he really? Biggest shock at the finale of BBC One's excellent crossbow killer drama Sherwood, when the continuity announcer interrupted the closing credits to tell us there would be a second series. They'd caught the killer, though, and revealed the identity of the undercover police officer. Little bit, you know, not much left, is there really, to sort of identify on that one, which is lovely. And also the BBC should draw at least 2 important lessons from this year's Wimbledon, says Ian Hyland. 1, don't elevate relative rookies such as Emma Raducanu to world-beating superstar status, because when they're getting schooled in round 2 by a seasoned pro, you'll have to hastily row back on your fangirling or even do something daft like blame the windy conditions. 2, don't shunt BBC One programmes over to BBC Two so you can show Andy Murray getting spanked in round 2 by a giant American fellow who's about 6'10", I think. Enormous. And in the first case, the viewers may think you're silly, especially when your crestfallen commentator marks Raducanu's defeat with a way over the top, the brightest smile in Britain is snuffed out for this year. That's what she seriously said. Seriously said. Yeah. In the second case, the viewers may actively despise you, particularly fans of the Great British Sewing Bee. Wednesday's last-minute channel switch was about as welcome as a wink from Dominic Raab. So hopefully the schedulers will make amends next year by not placing the stitching contest in the shunting zone in the first place, because if in the high standards achieved by this year's show were anything to go by, next year's run could be even better. So there you go. But I haven't seen the Great British Sewing Bee, and it doesn't interest me in the slightest. I can't think of any more ridiculous in my entire life. Sounds like a wartime programme, doesn't it, really? But I'm sure that somebody loves it somewhere. And I'm not quite sure, says Ian Hyland, why there was an hour's delay on the TV coverage of Paul McCartney's Glastonbury performance. But it was well worth the wait, and in general, Glastonbury on the BBC was another one of those well worth the licensee events. Sorry, Nadine. My other top 5 performances: Pet Shop Boys, number 1, 2, The Avalanches, 3, Confidence Man, 4, Olivia Rodrigo, and 5, Blossoms. I've got no idea. Have I said anything wrong on that? Are they groups? And artists? Well, there you go. Confidence Man, Olivia Rodrigo, Blossoms, and the Avalanches. They're apparently groups, ladies and gentlemen, or beat combos, as we prefer to call it. I mean, at least the Pet Shop Boys were there, but they did have a few little problems. Do you know Ed Sheeran is a big fan of Charles Dickens? Big fan of Charles Dickens. In fact, he has bought Oliver Twist to start with, and he's going to read the books on tours, saying the author was the Netflix of his day. Really? You should have gone and seen, actually, Miriam Margolyes, Ed, doing Dickens Women. He was a woman abuser, Charles Dickens. He abused most of his wives. It was really quite disgusting. He might have written some very good books, but he abused women. You should have seen Miriam Margolyes doing it. It might change your opinion of him. I'm not denying his sort of writing prowess, but that's like saying the Yorkshire Ripper was quite a good bloke at sort of, making cardboard boxes. Equally ridiculous. He was so vile to his women, it was almost unbelievable. And also, he moved about London like there was no tomorrow. Everybody lives in an area where Charles Dickens lived in. Had to keep moving. I've been in one of his houses. It was in Doughty Street, and he had a house which was along the Euston Road. There was another house which was in Regent's Park. He just kept moving. I think probably best, actually, when he looked at his history. When I was a child, Steve, my parents owned a non-plumbed-in caravan, and we had to go and get water from a standpipe and use the toilet block. It was all they could afford. Oh, we had an Elsan. An Elsan was in our caravan, it was a toilet, but it was a metal toilet. So if somebody decided to have a wee in the middle of the night, I mean, it was like doing drum and bass. It was like, shut up. You have to put your hands over your ears. And in the bottom of the Elsan was this blue liquid. And that would sort of, and then you'd have to empty the Elsan in the morning. So you'd have to lift it out of its thing and then take it to the toilet block and empty it away. Trying not to trip over on the way. Made it a lot easier, actually. A lot of blue grass round our way. But it was a blue liquid. That's all I remember. But you only had to go to the toilet block because that's where the showers were. And so you could go and have a shower. You had to trudge across the field, clutching your towel. Everybody knew where you were going. When did showers become normal? Oh, I don't know. I mean, in the shower blocks in the caravan parks, they were all over the place. All over the place. When did I have a shower at home? When we had some things that you clipped onto the tap. It was a rubber thing. And you clipped onto the tap, and then you'd be showering yourself, and the tap was sort of bent over, so the rubber thing would fall off sometimes, and all of a sudden you'd either have scalding water, because it would only be the one coming through, or ice-cold water. Either way, it sort of got you out of the shower as quick as possible. But when we had baths, it was on an immersion tank, which filled up with water. And then you didn't have enough water. It used to take it like 24 hours to heat up the water. And then you could always tell, because you turn on the hot tap thinking you'd have a nice deep bath. You got about 3 inches of water. There wasn't very much in it at all. And it also would start going cold. And then your mother would say, don't pull the plug out. Your brother's got to have a bath. And so you'd have to share the bath water. Happy days. So, and then I worked down Mill, and I had to go down Pit in the morning. Yeah, then the war started. And another one here. Steve, hope you're well, says Declan. You just made the same mistake as the rock band Kiss made in Vienna 2 nights ago. They showed a massive Australian flag which said, Kiss loves you, Vienna. Nicky Lauda was Austrian. He bought several airlines, but sadly passed away. Yes, it was Lauda Air. I remember very well. And Marilyn says, you'll be absolutely fine next week at the Prestige. You sound so fit and well. I am fit and well. But mind you, that's the way, isn't it? Dame Deborah looked fantastic. And then one day, finished. But she'd been very tired. She'd been sort of forcing herself to get the pictures taken and everything else. And I love the bit round her bedside where her son burst into a round of applause for her. He's only 14, bless him, because they said this is how much she's raged. And so she was able to explain. How you explain to children, very difficult. They'll be coming to terms with it. We talked about it before. It's very difficult for young children. If they're very young, they don't understand, but they're at an age where they understand because they were with their mummy when she passed away. Confused by tech. Who does this describe? Confused by tech. Crowded. What do I mean not me? What do you mean me? I can do tech sometimes. Confused by tech. Crowded out by second homers. The folk in UK's most elderly area want more help for OAPs. So now, my brother's only just realised. He said, so I had used bath water then. Yep. Yep, when we were in Newbury, yes, you did. Because the immersion tank... Actually, the worst thing about our immersion tank was it was in a cupboard in the bathroom at the top of the stairs, turn right. And when you opened the door, the cat, we had a white cat, used to scoot into the bathroom because there was a gap on the floorboards and the cat would run all the way under the floorboards right to the front of the house because it just liked being there, and it would come out filthy, absolutely filthy dirty. And you'd have to try and tempt the cat out by banging its plate with food. If ever you get a kitten, if you want them to come and feed at a certain time, every time you feed it when it's a kitten, bang the side of the bowl with a fork, and they will now associate, after about the 10th time, banging the fork on the bowl means food. But our cat used to do that, but my brother had, I'm afraid, used bath water. Nothing you could do about it. It's just the way. If you're youngest in the family, that's what you get. Somebody says, are you still in touch with your producers from your early years at LBC? Well, many of them are in cemeteries, but, I do try and visit as often as possible. No, I mean, I've lost a few over the years. I mean, I see them. In fact, I think actually at my 60th birthday, I had about 8 of my former producers were there. 8 of my former producers. Now, I mean, I see... sort of a fair number of people who are still working here. Sometimes somebody will write to me, like sort of Mark and people like that, but 2 ex-producers still here. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Who's that? 2 ex-producers. Well, Corey, yes, obviously. Who's the other one? Chris? Oh, Chris Humphries. Oh, yes, of course, Chris Humphries. Yeah, I mean, how one forgets. It's so awful, isn't it, really? But no, I still see them. They're, of course, ageing a little bit quicker than I am, but, that's all right. You do a few years on a programme with me, and they always have fond memories. Yeah, it does age you on this programme, doesn't it? I laugh. So, yes, I am still in touch with producers. In fact, I'm going out with one of them for lunch on Sunday this week, and we do sort of catching ups. Ian says, what a coincidence. I'm off to the Charles Dickens Museum later this morning. Blossoms apparently are a superb band from Stockport. I sat next to them at a football game once. I used to stay in bed and breakfast in Stockport. That's my claim to fame. I stayed in bed and breakfast in Stockport, run by a lady called Avril. And... we'd go there when we were visiting the factory, the Auntie Biscuits factory. And so they are, Blossoms. That's what they look like. Actually, there's quite a few bands have come out of Manchester, isn't it? Quite a few bands. Can't think of any, but I'm sure there must be a few. Yeah, so such a hip place, isn't it? Because if you live in Stockport, the only thing you can do is form a band and get out as quick as possible. And then you get to play Glastonbury, which is cool. It's a bit like the Sugar Babes. Steve, I'm trying to slowly wake up, says Catherine. You have reminded me of my childhood, sharing a bath with my older brother and sister when we were little, not teens. Being the baby of the family, I had to sit at the tap and the plug in. Oh, that was the worst bit. When I used to stay with my Auntie Ivy and Uncle Bill, when I was at prep school, because they were in Links Avenue in Romford, I think, and I used to share a bath with my cuz Steve, because we were both about... I know. Again, it was the saving of the bath. He was 36, and I would have been about 10, I think, something like that, 9 or 10, and we'd share a bath because you had to, because there wasn't enough bath water floating around. People think it's unusual. Nowadays, you have a shower and it's constant hot water. You don't have to sort of go, oh, it's going to run out of hot water, do you really? Company. Did you know that the smell draws in mozzies to spread the virus? Different smells, apparently. Apparently, some viruses ensure their spread by making the host person smell tastier to mosquitoes. Horrible thought. The insects then bite the infected individual and then carry the viruses elsewhere. I mean, the spread of, I think it's called dengue in the tropics, leads to 20,000 deaths every year. 20,000 deaths. And a recent Zika outbreak caused major birth defects. I never even thought about it. Dr. Penghua Wang of the University of Connecticut said the findings could explain how mosquito viruses managed to persist for such a long time. I threw that in because it was just one of those programmes today. I thought I'd throw it in. I think I'll throw it back out again. But we used to get mosquito bites abroad all the time. Always get mosquito bites, especially in Hong Kong. But we lived for calamine lotion. I grew up to love the smell of calamine lotion, and so you get bitten by a mozzie, and then you sort of get the calamine lotion and pat it all over there. I should look like Mr. Blobby. by the time you'd sort of finished. It was, you know, one of those bizarre things. Yes, love. Oh, scratch. Oh, you can't beat a scratch. They do that. They used to be able to buy itching powder years ago in joke shops, and they do it in Carry On. One of the Carry Ons, which was about a school Carry On teacher, and they all get the itch, and they go, oh, because the school kids were trying to hang on to the headmaster. Ruth in Beverley, which is in Yorkshire, says, what's your favourite band, Steve? Would you like to see anybody at Glastonbury without the camping and walking in the mud? I don't do camping and walking in mud. Favourite band at Glastonbury? I don't know, actually. I mean, I can't think of anybody off the top of my head that, you know, I'd be grateful for anybody from the 60s, provided they can recreate. I mean, I know this year, Paul McCartney, Billie Eilish, Kendrick Lamar and Diana really shouldn't have been there. They had the Black Dyke Band as well. You see, if I was going to go for... What? Because I used to play in a brass band, so that's why I like the Black Dyke. I don't know if it's Black Dyke Mills Band or if it's another. Is it? Well, they were very famous. They were the ones who did the song with Terry Wogan, Black Dyke Mills Band. They did the Floral Dance. But is this the same group, or is there a group with guitars called that? Can you check? Because I don't know, actually. There might be two. Because it was Black Dyke Mills Band because they were associated with the cotton mills. And I've got all their albums. Same band, but they're just called Black Dyke Band. They won all these competitions. I've got their albums. They're out. They still... Did you ever see Brassed Off, the film? That was Black Dyke. Black Dyke. And very good they were too. And I used to play in a brass band, so that's why it's a northern thing. I don't think we have that many sort of brass bands down here. It's much more northern. In all the mills, all the different towns, they all had bands and people were proud to... And you get young kids who go, lovely music. Was then that I heard a glorious sound, dun, 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 the big trombone, fiddle, cello, big... So that's... so I can't think of any favourite bands apart from Ruth, that one. Love the show. You said you were not a fan of Keith Lemon, but had a chat with him at Mr. Moyles' party. Did you get on okay? Says Chris. Yes, absolutely fine. Because what he's got a character... I have to remember... when he's different things. When you either get Keith Lemon or you get Lee Francis, you have to try and work out what it is. And somebody said, oh, Keith, this is Steve Allen. I said, he knows who I am. He knows who I am. Absolutely. Yes, he did. Of course he did. I mean, heavens above, obviously he's in the media, as we call it. So Chris in Aberdeen. But the show's finishing. His, not mine. He's only been doing 14 years of it, so they're going to do a couple of specials, and that's about it. Steve, everybody wants you to be safe now, but you know who used to end his show with that phrase? Robbie Vincent, did he? I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all. And Steve, I work in the... I can't pronounce this thing. Endoscopy. He said, you'll be fine. Yeah, I think so, Chris. I mean, I'm not envisaging any problems. Otherwise, I'd be running out, actually, with my little gown open at the back. When I was a kiddie, Steve, I used to stay in the summer with my grandparents in Leighton, and on Friday evening before I went home, it would be bath time. This was a tin bath filled by boiling saucepans in front of the coal fire, says Kevin. When I tell my children about those days, they look at me like I was brought up in a Dickensian novel. I know. The producer said, was it a tin bath? Was it a tin bath? I mean, we did have one in Yorkshire. It was filled up from the copper, which was in the kitchen, which was basically a big sort of copper drum, which was permanently hot, and you would take the water from that, and we'd fill it up, and you'd be in front of the fire, and it was blooming cold, because nobody had central heating. Yeah, we had an outside loo. Didn't have an inside loo, it was an outside loo, and you'd be on there, and God, you were in and out very fast, because we didn't have toilet paper. You had newspaper cut up into squares. There'd be people listening at the moment who'd be going, yeah, absolutely right. People look at you in horror. Newspaper was on a nail on the wall. There'd be squares of newspaper. So if you wanted to read the Times, I used to have to bend over so somebody could read the Times. You know, only joking about that a little bit, actually. Steve, I've only just turned on the show, says Moffat, and I'm just leaving work. What do you mean you've just turned on the show? I was like, we've got an hour and 5 minutes left, and you come to me with some feeble excuse about just leaving work for the day. Well, He said, I've just discovered Steps have about 14 albums. Incredible. I thought they were just hanging off the fame of 5, 6, 7, 8 and Tragedy. No, 14 albums? I'll ask the producer. He seems to be a founder member of the fan club. Yes, they are brilliant. He loves it, and he knows all the dancers. Sometimes in the morning I'm treated to him standing and going, 5, 6, 7, 8, my roots scooting, baby is driving me crazy. Yeah, more like Tragedy when he does it, because he has got 2 left feet. Seriously, I mean, but at least if ever he goes to the concerts, he sort of likes it. So there you go. They've had 2 UK number ones, 14 UK top 10s, 16 UK top 40s, 16 UK top 75s, 2 weeks at number 1, 52 weeks in the top 10, 132 weeks in the top 40. It doesn't say how many albums they've had, does it? Does it say on the albums? There you go. How many albums? We don't know. We can't find that. He's got the clothes as well, everything. Seriously, he has them made up. He says to me, whereabouts do you think, Steve, I could get that material from? And I have to tell him there's a place in Soho, and he goes out and he gets it. So he wanders around his sort of neck of the wood, looking like some of the... only 11 albums. So not 14, only 11. They had, if you remember, Steps, Step-tacular, Buzz, Gold, the greatest hits. So that wasn't really an album, was it? It was just a compilation. The Last Dance, The Ultimate Collection, another compilation. Light Up the World, Tears on the Dance Floor, Party on the Dance Floor. What the Future Holds and What the Future Holds Part 2. In fact, they weren't imaginative at all, were they, really? It was all just repeating the same stuff, And here is, our greatest hit, which is lovely. Graham in Edgware says it was the Brighouse and Rastrick who did the floral dance. Oh, was it? Oh, right. Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Brighouse and Rastrick. But Black Dyke Mills Band won loads of things. They've got medals and it's a huge industry up north. You go there and they go to these villages and they play, and then people mark them down, and because they did a documentary on it. And still big. Brass banding is big news. It's like in America, if you're at school, you want to be either a cheerleader or in the marching band. So when they bring them over here, we get sometimes as many as 550 members of the Ohio school. You'll find Ohio all over. They've got the biggest marching band I've ever seen, and we had them in London for about 3 years running. Really quite amazing. I know lots about the marching bands in America because we also had the Wimbledon marching band, and it wasn't as exciting, I have to tell you, because the American marching bands are big deals. Big deals. They're choreographed. They arrive here. They've saved up to come here to do the New Year's Day parade. And you watch them, and they're brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And we used to get as well all the boys from all the universities throwing the girls up in the air. You get 200 in a group, and we'd have about 6 groups going through. And I didn't realise how they choreograph this, because they come from all over America. They learn it on a DVD. They learn the dances on a DVD. This is Ohio. That's right. Ohio State Marching Band. And they form pictures on the pitch with the marchers. This is all choreographed, and they're playing. They're absolutely brilliant. One of the best marching bands I've ever seen. They do their halftime show at the Michigan State Fair and things like that. And they form pictures, and they've got all these drum majorettes. It's like a big deal to be the drum majorette at the beginning. You come there and you sort of pick your legs up and run up and down the pitch, trying to look as butch as possible, I think. Obviously not that easy. But no, they're really incredible. I love the marching bands. I think they're fantastic. Eileen in Scarborough says, I love the smell of calamine lotion as well. Reminds me of my childhood when I was burnt to a crisp after a day on the beach. Almost worth it for the smell of calamine. I loved it. Yoni says, you're keeping me going while I'm off sick with COVID. I know. Still doing the rounds. 1 in 40. 1 in 40 is the latest figures that they've issued. 1 in 40 people have got... Mind you, I started the programme this morning all sniffy and all the rest. Look at me now. Perfect. Unbelievable, isn't it? It's called Dr. Microphone. Yeah, little miracle I am. You stick me in front of a microphone and any problems just disappear. If only the procedure on Tuesday would disappear at the same rate. So sometimes I think I'll sort of wake up and it will all have gone away. But sadly not. More on the council who claimed to have been shot 21 times. This is Josh King, otherwise known as a compulsive liar. What a stupid man. How to embarrass yourself in front of your children. And have you ever played Subbuteo? Subbuteo was about the most boring game ever, but it became very, very popular. And so you could buy the stadium, all the figures you flicked with your finger. I mean, you could practically... It's table football. It's in its 75th year at the moment. And people built stadiums, put people in there and all the rest of it. You bought teams and everything else, but they all came on these little things. And there was a ball, and the idea was that you flicked your figure and it would hit the ball, and then the ball would go in the net and all the rest of it. It's still going in its 75th year. We didn't have it. We weren't allowed rough games like that when I was younger, I tell you. We were still playing with Action Man. And he was very good. He had moving eyes. We had the one with the moving eyes, which was you moved a little thing on his back and his eye like that. Very clever, actually. I like stuff like that. John says, what did you play in the brass band? An instrument. He said, I used to play the flugelhorn and then the tuba. Oh dear. Very odd. I did do flugelhorn, cross between a cornet and a trumpet. And Connie in Stockwell says, I flew with Lauda Air once from Vienna to London, and it was Nicky Lauda himself who flew the plane. I even met him before I got off. I still think of that moment. Yeah. Yes, Lauda Air, I remember very, very well indeed. Listen, we'll take a short break for the news at 6 o'clock. Give you a chance to get yourself up, pull yourself together, get a quick cup of tea, and then be back in about 3 minutes.
On your...
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
It's been tough, but the crowd pulled me through. High emotion for winner Katie. Here we go. This is where the papers go crackers for somebody, and then they just disappear out. Like Emma Raducanu, loads of coverage, not up to scratch, not good enough. You know, it doesn't matter whether you like her or whatever. She was not up to scratch. She should have been. You know, there should have been lots more rehearsals and everything else, but unfortunately it comes down to money. They were saying in one of the papers today, she could be the first billionaire. That's what all it comes down to now. There's no competitive streak in anybody. Just go out there. And it makes a difference if you lose because you just sign another deal. You know, I mean, at one point she was wearing £36,000 worth of Tiffany jewellery, and I hope they were pleased with the fact she crashed out. But they spent, you know, £36,000. In fact, one of the columnists in the papers said, listen, this isn't a nightclub, dearie. This is Wimbledon. You know, nobody wears 36,000. I mean, she might as well have gone on there with a tiara on or something like that. Absolutely ridiculous. Have you ever been, says Nick, to the Formula One? Lots of wannabe racing drivers on the M1 near Silverstone this morning. Every time I'm on the motorway, I get people passing me at such a speed, and I always think, are you mad? You're mad. I mean, you know, I'm sort of pootling along at 40, picking daisies, you know, la, 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 la. It makes no difference to me. I mean, if I wanted, it's like when you get, you know, the boy racers, and they come up behind you, and you can see that the poor car they're in is just about making it past you, you know, and they've got these exhausts where they put holes in so it goes like that. And we had one going through Twickenham this morning, and I felt like sometimes we get them in London, and when they go through the Piccadilly Tunnel, they put their foot down and it goes like that, and you think to yourself, I really wish that the police capture these people, capture them. What a brilliant expression, isn't it? Capturing crooks, and basically take the car away and just crush it in front of them. It's as simple as that. It's like these blooming rickshaws in town. I'd gladly see the back of those, thank you very much indeed. Wrong way down a one-way street, not insured, have an accident in those, good luck in the courts, good luck. Nick says, if they ask you if you want a sedative, say yes please. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to see how it goes. I'm going to see how it goes, you know. I'm quite a brave bunny in most things. Let's face it, the amount of bits and pieces I've had done as surgery, thank you. Steve, I know I'll get a late mark, says Britt, but I just want to say good luck for next week. You'll be grand. The colonoscopy won't hurt at all, only embarrassing thing. You're in safe hands and we need you for many years to come. Well, I've got a contract. I keep telling people. I can't just sort of opt off and sort of say, well, I'm going to the hospital. I should be doing, you know, all these bits and... I've got a contract to honour. I mean, LBC could sue the hospital. What do you mean you're keeping him in? Give him back. That's what will happen. I'll have to go and stand in the queue at Wimbledon next year, sort of interviewing people about why are you queuing? Because we want to go to Wimbledon. That'd be it, wouldn't it? So here is this girl, Katie Bolter. I think the reason she's made the papers is because I think her grandmother died only a few days ago. It's Katie Bolter's, isn't it? I think so, yes. She was, she'd raised her with blah, blah. Her grandmother, Jill, died 2 days ago. So she still went into Wimbledon. Isn't that good? Isn't that good? Well done to her. Her brother was there. Her brother was crying by the look of it. Her mum, her granddad. But apparently Wimbledon's had to call in a beekeeper. to remove a swarm nesting in the broadcast balcony roof. The horde had been rehomed in hives in the local area. Yeah, if you get the people in, they just take them away. They take the queen. Once you've got the queen, the rest follow like sheep. Well, obviously not like sheep. They're like bees. How do they do it? They just pick them off, and they take it with them. And it's quite easy. Bees are very placid. You've only got to sort of go pff, pff, with smoke. And they practically lie over, and you can turn over. You can tickle their tummies. They're not very aggressive. No, only if you go to attack them would they fight back. But generally speaking, that's why you watch them on the television. Martha Carney has been doing beekeeping for ages. Bill Turnbull does beekeeping, and you literally take a with the smoke, and then people harvest it. No, bees are very placid. Wasps are not. Wasps are evil. That's why they're yellow and very. A lot of people like bees. And Ed Sheeran keeps bees too. Yeah, I mean, you have to remember that if they're very prolific in sort of collecting pollen, you're going to have a lot of honey on your hands. A lot of honey. You know, if you don't like honey, don't bother having bees, because they're going to produce loads of it. And most people have about, you can have 2 or 3 hives or 1 hive. It depends what you want. But each hive will have about 10,000 bees in it. That's a lot of bees as far as I'm concerned. Where'd you get them from? You order them by post. They come by post. Yes, in a parcel. You order... Of course. How else do you think you get them? Bees, by post. I'm talking to myself here. Yeah, by post. You go on the internet, type in bees, ordering bees. They arrive by post. And then you sort of empty them out into the thing. They're not going to be in there for very... They're quite happy. They do a bit of sewing, bit of sort of playing some rap music and stuff like that. Sewing bees. You've heard of the sewing bee on the television. And Steve says, Glyn. Oh, I tell you, we did laugh the other day. I felt sorry, actually, because poor old Lorraine Kelly's programme, we came to the conclusion that the researcher on there, or the booker, doesn't have anything to do. They booked the same guest the other day. Exactly the same guest. What's the point of having bookers on there? Might as well get Lorraine to phone him up and say, hello, you're gorgeous, you're wonderful. Are you the royal editor? Oh, we spoke the other day. Yes. They had the doctor on and somebody from Coronation Street. Must take about 2 minutes to book that show. And the royal editor again, the one who called it Glyndebourne. Glyndebourne, I ask you. Honestly, where do they get them from? We'd stay, says Glyn, at our aunt and uncle's in Fulham in the 70s, and they had an outside loo and hot water from an ascot. Yeah, my grandmother had an ascot over the bath. It's a little tiny heater, and the water would come through it, but seriously, it would take about 3 hours to fill a bath. Ridiculous. Memories of a bucket with Dettol in it for nighttime tiddles, and a flannel wash at the kitchen sink, yeah. Hard times, but great times. The trouble is, we appreciated things. Strip wash in the sink was, that's what you had, because we didn't have the thing. I mean, everybody was in the same position. There was nothing new about it. We weren't sort of, one up on the neighbours next door. Steve, I remember bath time in front of the fire once a month, whether I needed it or not. Wow. Well, we did once a week. Steve Dennis, the Grantham Insomniac, still listening and enjoying. You mentioned that your Dr. Microphone stops you feeling unwell. Might be a good idea to take it with you for Tuesday. Well, you know why I call it Dr. Microphone? Because in theatre it's Dr. Footlights. So you feel ill. It's like, there used to be a standing joke in the West End when Phantom of the Opera started with Michael Crawford. They used to say, if you were Michael Crawford's understudy, you never got to go on. Michael would literally go on if he was dying. Literally, he just was a bit like me, actually. The amount of conversations I've had about, I'm fine. They all check. Rachel in Cockfosters says, I feel really depressed you're not going to be in on Monday. I'll put you on as soon as I get up and you perk me up. Very inconsiderate. But, of course, you know what you can do, Rachel. You can download the Global Player app. Just go to lbc.co.uk, download the app, free. You can then hear LBC, and you can download all of my podcasts. I currently have in the queue about 7,000 podcasts. I mean, if that's not going to keep you going over Monday, Tuesday, and possibly Wednesday, nothing is going to keep you going. I mean, 1 million downloads a month can't be wrong, and that's what people do. It's for those odd little moments whereby I'm not here for medical. It's mainly medical reasons. It's nothing else. And so if you go and do that today, you can start downloading over the weekend. It doesn't cost you anything. It's all free. It's all free. I've got the nerve to charge for it. And you imagine somebody says he charges. Yeah, does he ever? And you download them all, and then you can listen to them, when I'm off or over the weekend, any time at all. It's well worth it. Well worth it. Ian will be very good on Monday, but you can download Steve Allen and you can listen to those after Ian. So that'll be nice. So no need to feel depressed. Joe in Bexley says, focus on your breathing. It helps. You don't need a sedative. It means you've got to stay in hospital longer. I know. I'm very good at breathing. They used to do that before you go. Just breathe. Breathe. Yeah, because, I don't know how big the tube is. We'll find out. Ray says it's our golden wedding anniversary today and we're going for our breakfast to a restaurant that's next door to the house where Horace Batchelor and his famous infradraw pool methods used to live. Wow. So Tina, he says, tell my wife Tina, after all these years, I still love her. Yeah, if only it was reciprocated. If only. Good luck with your op next week. Thank you. Also, there are high-performance cars with loud exhausts. Even Bentley make a couple. Oh, dear. Don't cheapen it, for goodness sake. Don't want to make noises in the car, do we? What else we got? Gucci for Poochies. Yes, they all jump on the bandwagon. The designer has unveiled the pet collection at prices to make you howl. There's one here. There is a lovely, cosy pet bed, which you can buy. Perfect for resting precious paws. And the price for you today is £5,710. It'll sleep on a rug. OK? Don't bother about that. A dog's dinner, a luxury food bowl. Separate lid. The bowl is £450. The lid is £610. Who would be stupid enough to spend this money? I've got a dog's coat here, designer dog's coat, £220. And if you want a very expensive studded collar, £320. Who are these people who dress their dogs up? Not normal. Not normal. There's also, I've got one here, the most expensive items, the travel bowl set for just under £3,000 and an animal carrier for £2,510. There's a waste bag holder at £285 and a leash. That's a leash that you put the dogs on. Very cheap as well at £255. You'd have to be mad, wouldn't you? More money than common sense. Hate it. Hate people dressing up. Today's children, wait for this one, you won't believe this one, are cheerfully growing up on not beans anymore. Not beans anymore. Apparently today's children would rather have hummus, risotto, olives and broccoli. What a pile of rubbish. I am a trendsetter with the broccoli and with the asparagus, as you know. Old favourites. Apparently there is a percentage of parents who have never served their children burger and chips, bangers and mash, beans on toast, toad in the hole, which is sausages in batter, fish fingers, peas and potato waffles, fish fingers, beans and chips. Makes your mouth water, doesn't it? Chicken nuggets and chips. We never had chicken nuggets and chips. Spaghetti hoops on toast. 29% apparently of parents have never served their children spaghetti hoops. Served, yes. Mummy's serving spaghetti hoops today. Dippy eggs and soldiers. Well, we used to have that as kids. Your mum would butter the bread, cut it into things, and then you take the top. To be honest with you, I can't eat eggs anymore. No, certainly not like that. I wouldn't dip anything in it. It makes me feel ill. But the top one is ham, egg and chips. 34% of parents have never, ever served ham, egg and chips. Obviously never lived. Ham, egg and chips, that's just like the bestest ever, isn't it? No, it's not formed ham. No, we don't do formed ham, no. It's got to be the ham which has got the breadcrumbs around the outside. Then you know it's come from a piece of Wiltshire ham or something like that. What else have we got here? Oh, this ridiculous Bernie Ecclestone, who has said that Vladimir Putin isn't responsible for the deaths of thousands of Ukrainians. And he says, I'd take a bullet for him. Mind you, he's 91. He's obviously past it, poor soul. He hasn't got the faintest idea, has he, really? And the Russians have withdrawn from Snake Island for some peculiar reason. They're calling it a goodwill gesture, and which means that we might get... There's something they grow on Snake Island. I think they've got corn and stuff like that there, I'm pretty certain. So for the first time since February, the island's no longer occupied by Russians. However, Russia is still holding 6,000 Ukrainian prisoners of war. Makes Bernie Ecclestone look a bit more stupid, doesn't it, really? And former England cricket captain Michael Vaughan was forced out of his BBC role by a few staff who didn't work with him, it's emerged. This is, he was doing radio commentary, and it follows this extraordinary email sent to all BBC employees the previous day, apparently from two of the corporation's diversity groups, the message describing Vaughan's continued employment as totally inexcusable and embarrassing, after he was charged by the England and Wales Cricket Board, which is the ECB, with the alleged use of racist language to Asian former Yorkshire colleague Azim Rafiq. And so he's stepped down. Although despite standing down, he's still under contract to the BBC. I don't know how that works. I don't know whether they sort of pay the contract off. I've got no idea. I don't know what happens with that one. It's like it's like people on gardening leave. You know, if somebody's going to move to a job, they sort of hold them back. I mean, I can't leave here, for example, not that I ever would, and then go to work somewhere else because they'd say, no, you could be put on gardening leave. Which you know, sounds quite interesting, doesn't it? Yeah, I've been tried to be poached by all these stations, Capital begging me to do it. Seriously, yeah, come on, Steve, come and be wicked presenter. Yeah, I could do it. Steve, they couldn't give me a sedative because of this illness, and so it took about 5 minutes. Well, I'm booked in for 3 hours. 3 hours I've got to book in for. I mean, perhaps I'm going in there for entertainment purposes. Perhaps I'm going to do the show. I wonder if actually at what point you can eat, because I'm starving. I mean, luckily I'm eating over the weekend, but then not really. Many years ago, the X and I, Steve, stayed in a caravan up in the Highlands, a wee town called Nairn. It had on-site entertainment. And I remember the Sunday night entertainment well, Steve. It was an Elvis impersonator. They're very popular. We used to have a few restaurants in Twickenham that used to put on Elvis impersonators, and the restaurant would be packed out for these Elvis impersonators. I mean, I'm assuming they're still doing the rounds. Steve, I remember bath time in front of the fire, which was, very good. And then Mike in Glasgow, and he's going to be barred for this. You buy 25 Bs at a time, but you only pay for 24 because every 25th one is a freebie. Right, you're barred. You'll never be heard of ever again. I just can't bear it when people sort of recycle. Yeah, we'll save you for Ian Payne's programme. Somebody's telling me about this breathing thing. I've got to do the breathing. I have no intention of stopping breathing. Nadine Dorries, very embarrassing, of course, not knowing the difference between rugby union and rugby. I mean, it's not her fault. She doesn't. Do I know the difference? Yeah, of course. Not to go into it now. I don't do a sports programme. And Steve, can you wish David a happy 64th birthday, says Julie. 64, honestly. Apparently, anybody gets deneg. That's how, I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, Conrad. They're immediately sent home to recover because if a mosquito bites somebody infected, then bites somebody, it spreads. Doesn't sound very good, does it? And another one here. Have you ever been to Formula One? No, somebody else asked me that, didn't they? Formula One. Why would I ever go to Formula One? It's just very noisy. Very, very noisy. Yes, I was on the wrong feed. I was looking at the wrong feed. But I'm not really very good with things like that. Caitlin says, I'm 22 and have been listening to you since I can remember. Well, you're only 22. What can't you remember? Which part of your life? My mum always sleeps with LBC radio on the background, and now I do the same. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I do exactly the same as well. Constantly. I've fallen asleep. I can't go to sleep without any sound on in the bedroom. Seriously, I mean, it's. But I do watch. I watch Golden Girls. At the moment, I'm watching Heidi High, but I'm not watching it. I'm just listening to it. So I go to sleep with it. I never get very far. Never get very far at all. And Helinka says your colonoscopy won't be the best experience of your life, but it will be up there. Thank you. Very best wishes for the procedures. Let me know how things go. Well, I shall keep people informed. Don't worry. And H says, last week, just told the dogs that you won't be around the early part of next week. They both have LBC on throughout the night, but you are by far their favourite. Especially when you make apart from when you make the boy racer noises. I think they cut holes in the exhaust. They must do. I can't think of any other reason why they make such silly noises. And they're generally such garbage cars. Have you seen the cars? Spend a bit more, dear, buy a Mini. You know, going round in these invalid carriages. I mean, it's ridiculous. Perhaps they can't. It's like the little boys who drive around Piccadilly Circus on a sort of a Friday, well, most nights of the week. And there's one who can afford the car, and it's generally something that mummy and daddy have bought for them. And then their friends are hanging out the window. All right, girl, all right. I mean, it really is the saddest, tragic thing you've ever seen. Steve, I've had 3 colonoscopies, and all without sedation. Well, you're obviously an addict. Something the matter with you. It's not normal. I went home after 30 minutes. The worst bit was the prep drink, which wasn't very nice. I'm not bothered about things like that. You know, just keep your, dreadful. And Steve says, Helen, do you remember the rubber shower attachment? Did I ever? Yes. And it's the 1st of July, and it's Canada Day. Canada Day today. I didn't know that. Pancakes, blueberries, Canadian bacon and maple syrup, says Paula in Barnet. Thank you. I remember going to see Phantom when Michael Crawford had been off for a couple of days. We were all thrilled when he was back performing. And I met a woman in the ladies who said, what a shame Michael Crawford is not performing. I quickly put her right. The makeup is fantastic, says Anne in Richmond. But worst thing about the colonoscopy is having to drink all that water. But no, I'm not bothered about water. I drink loads of water. In the daytime, I do. I never used to, but I did that after the prostate, definitely. Steve, I just got back from the first day from work after 3 months. I unfortunately did a Steve Allen special and ran over a rabbit. I know. I ran over a squirrel. I still feel the pangs at the moment, which is not very good, actually. Yeah, the squirrel felt flattened by the whole thing. Just completely flat. Because the size of my tyres, you know what it's like. It's ridiculous. But thinking about bath time, I used to poke my toe into the bath tap till it got cut one day. And also remember once we ran out of water. Went to the Grand Union Canal behind Elthorne Park to have a wash. Wow. And Steve, we're off to a sausage and cider festival tonight. A load of tribute bands from Brummie, says John the Bricky. Oh, you'll have a great time. The Sausage and Cider Festival, I know all about. It's very, very, very popular. And you're going to it tonight. Oh, perhaps it must move around a bit. They've got the Bootleg Beatles, I know very well. The Take That, Rule the World. These are all their tribute bands. You get all the tribute bands. You get The Dark Side of Pink Floyd, Fleetwood Mac, okay, Antarctic Monkeys, The Police Force, Real Magic Queen. What was the other one they've got? Stereosonics, Absolute Britney. I mean, they've got loads of them. This was in June, actually, so I'm assuming they're still touring the blooming thing. Plus, they've got an original Wall of Death. Remember the Wall of Death? Yeah, the Wall of Death was a big round building, motorcycles inside, and they start off riding round, and then they come right up to the top of this thing, going, and sometimes they have 2 people and they balance. I wanted people ask me to do it, but you know what I'm like. Not keen on demonstrating my powers of clinging on to the side of a wall of the group of the Wall of Death, which is nice. Ben & Jerry's have hit out at its owner after it was forced to resume sales of ice cream in Israel's West Bank because it's owned by Unilever. And it criticised Unilever's decision to sell its Israeli interest to a local partner. So I've not had a Ben & Jerry's for ages. We used to have them all over. Do you remember the other company we used to have in London? Davil's. Davil's, they were all over the place, especially here in Leicester Square. We had a Davil's at the back, there was a Ben & Jerry's, and it was all like 32 different flavours of ice cream. Bubblegum ice cream, this ice cream. Baskin & Robbins is another one of those places that did loads of ice cream. Not cheap. Not cheap. So some of these ice cream places, you can pay £5 for sort of, a couple of scoops. Yeah, we actually get it free from Ian. Ian delivers our ice cream on a regular basis. And we didn't get it the other day, but it's okay. I'm not going to make a big deal about it. Start being all precious and going, well, that's it. I'm not going to do the programme unless we get the ice cream. Because over the next few days, I should be sort of saving myself. 6:30, let's get the news headlines with Holly Harris.
Boris Johnson has told LBC Vladimir Putin has been making
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Steve, I've been listening to your old podcast, of which there are many, and you tell the story of living in Hong Kong and your dad making you a model out of matchboxes. A fort. He made me a fort. My dad was very good, and I used to take opal fruits into school to exchange for matchboxes. Unfortunately, I can't remember the podcast or what the model was that he was building. He made a fort. We had in our sitting room, in our flat in Hong Kong, there was like a work room in the flat. It was really bizarre, actually. And he would lock the door, and he was making this model, and he made it out of matchboxes because I wanted a fort. See, I'd have been 10, 11, something like that. 1964, this would have been, born in 54, so about 10 years old. And so I would go to school, and I used to have to tell my classmates, if you bring in matchboxes, for every, whatever it was, 5 matchboxes, I'd give them an opal fruit. So, of course, as everybody smoked, everybody had matchboxes. Nobody had lighters. Well, nobody smoked at school, obviously, but they would bring them in from home. And I had all these, because what my dad did, he glued all these matchboxes together, and he then covered it with papier-mâché over the outside, and then he painted it grey, and my fort had a little drawbridge, and I could keep my soldiers in there. I was 10 years old, for goodness sake, and he made this fort. He was very clever, very clever. He made me a puppet theatre at one time, and he was just very good and things like that. Most of our presents at Christmas were sort of things that had been made, or they were second-hand. I don't think we ever had new stuff. You know, we were like every other family at the time. You know, nobody had money for things like that. So I did have a bicycle, but it wasn't new. It was a second-hand bicycle, and my dad, you know, painted it up and all the rest of it. So it looked really nice. You know, they went out. I can remember you'd scour the local newspaper for sort of second-hand bicycle for sale, and my first bicycle had stabilisers on, which was very nice. But it was all second-hand. We didn't have anything. I remember one year, because I had a puppet theatre, I wanted to record plays. And, I used to have all these string puppets. I know. And then my dad bought me for Christmas, my mum and dad bought me, a tape recorder. And it was Elizabethan. That was the manufacturer. And it had a magic green eye in the middle, so you'd hold the microphone. And my cousin John had done something with a lovely piece of music on it, and I put that on the tape as well. And I would record plays and put them out. So showbiz was in my veins, ladies and gentlemen. Not one of these people who sort of turns up on Love Island and then pretends they're in show business. You know, I'm not that sort of person at all. Nacho says, I recently went to see a really good tribute act, The Pretenders. The Pretenders. Love it. Steve, is it colonoscopy or endoscopy? Both. They're both they're not at the same time. And I had family members had colonoscopy at Kingston last week with no sedation. It was very quick. 3 hours. I'm having both done. But not just one. I tell you, if there's an offer of having 2 things done, I want to go for the second procedure. And Steve, I thought I was the only person, says Pauline, who listens to LBC all night long. Yeah, I go to sleep with Tom and wake up with you. Listen, there are hundreds and hundreds and thousands of you who do that. Ian says, I'm by St Paul's Cathedral, but I will be in Theatreland after 8. Stop it. Don't tell us that now. I'm by St Paul's. Listen, I'm in Paul's Cathedral at this time of the morning. Viv in Suffolk says, wishing you lots of calm and kindness. I shall miss you. Driving to London shortly to have loads of injections for my shoulder pain. Oh, see, injections I'm all right with. Even though sometimes I say the word injection and my body tenses, only because I'm not particularly brilliant with them. Kazi from Mitcham says, good luck and all the best. And one from Chris in Thailand, who says, a couple of years back, whilst camping in a national conservation area here, I contracted dengue fever, pronounced dengue, as in the clarified butter. It's awful. It's like the worst flu you could think of, and then some. Hospitalised for a few days, hooked up to drips and beeping machines. When I got home, first job, burn the tent. Absolutely. Best meal of the week for you will be Tuesday night, says Susie. I know. But what to have? What to have? I haven't thought about it. No. I try not to celebrate things with sort of having a particular meal. I probably won't have very much, actually. I will be hungry. I'll be looking forward to a cup of tea. That's all I'll be looking forward to. And I'm hoping that a cup of tea is allowed, but we'll have to wait and see. Listen, we do our best, don't we? Just water, but sipping. I can't have a lot of water. They don't just fill me. I don't want to look like Lake Windermere on legs, thank you very much indeed. And, Steve, I shall miss hearing you next week. Well, I am here, actually. It's just I'm not here Monday, Tuesday, possibly Wednesday. We don't know. Because I'm going to be near your part of town on Tuesday for an interview at a school. I was going to say, I hope I bump into you in M&S or Waitrose, but you'll have the procedures that day. And, Steve, my favourite tribute band, says Lee, is a group called We're Noasis. Some of the tribute bands. I mean, my favourite would have to be the Bootleg Beatles and the Counterfeit Stones because, I've known about them for years and years and years, and I've seen both of them. And Bjorn Again were very good. But there's about 5 or 6 ABBA tribute bands. There's loads of them. And they put the wigs on and they go out there and they do the songs. But the Bootleg Beatles, they do 2 sets. One, the Mop Tops with the grey suits, and then they do the Sgt. Pepper for the second half. Brilliant. And the Counterfeit Stones, very good. Seriously, all these groups are excellent. I mean, the Bootleg Beatles fill the Royal Albert Hall because they've got a brass section and everything, and they look like it. I mean, it's just very, very clever. Neil, who used to be in the group, I think he was John Lennon, and he now manages the group, and they look for these people and they stick the wigs up and they look fantastic. And the music is identical. Members do sort of change. They're basically musicians who sing, and they've got all the Vox A30 amplifiers and all sorts. I mean, it sounds. If you've never heard them, you would. It's as good as the original. As good as the original. And Sally says, my dad made me a pair of wooden stilts. I never got stilts. I always wanted stilts. Never wanted. I mean, I got roller skates. But to be honest with you, I was never much cop on roller skates at all. Occasionally you put them on and you do it for about 10 minutes. You go, this is boring, isn't it? So no, I couldn't use them. Julie says, my first bike was actually 2 bikes welded together, a different model for the front and the back. This was the early 70s, and I thought I was the bee's knees. We had nothing and we had everything. You're right. We didn't have anything in those days. We were grateful for what we had, but we didn't know how to be grateful. So we just accepted what we had was the norm. I didn't think that any of my friends at school had any more than I did. I would take my little box of records round to my friends. I'd get on the bus or I'd cycle. Cycling. I mean, I did more cycling back when I was 14, 15 than I've done in my entire life. Far too dangerous to cycle now. It really is potholes all over the place. But that was something I liked doing. And you'd go over and you'd play records at your friend's house. We had simple pleasures. Simple pleasure. We didn't expect anything. We didn't sort of say, at Christmas time, there were always presents underneath the tree. We always had turkey. We always had, we didn't have any Prosecco. I think that my parents might have had champagne or something like that. But I didn't drink, so it didn't make any difference. So I just have tomato juice. My life revolved around tomato juice, I'm afraid. I was a very boring child. So here we go, Denise Van Outen dragging her new boyfriend out, so you're going to be bored witless with seeing pictures of an old woman and her boyfriend who's even older. I mean, what difference does it make? What difference does it make? I really don't understand why people are so obsessed with this kind of thing. Jan Moyer says, if Harry and Meghan care so much about fairness, they demand the bullying report is published. But they've been very quiet. Unusual for them, isn't it, really? Birthdays today. Trevor Eve, the RADA-trained actor from Sutton Coldfield, married to Sharon Morn. Well, I know how old Trevor is. He's 71. But he was Shoestring. Do you ever see Shoestring? Set in a radio station. He was a radio station presenter who solved people's problems. Very good. You can get it on DVD. Very good. He was once reported to be the BBC's highest-paid actor, earning £700,000 per series of Waking the Dead. And Sharon Morn famously did the Nescafe Gold Blend coffee advert. And Eve says, this stage of his career is my extremely grateful period. Just happy to be still working. See, people are grateful nowadays. Grateful. Also, it's Pamela Anderson. And that's the woman who sort of ran up a beach. She's 55 now. Unfortunately, she bears no resemblance to Pamela Anderson. She's had some what with her face, by the look of it. Made her debut in Broadway, or on Broadway, as Roxy Hart in Chicago. She's a vegan animal rights activist. And she said having her superpower would be having people's mink coats come back to life and attack them. She's a classic person, isn't she, really? Bless her heart. Famous for making a porno film, but there you go, kind of everything. Crown star Claire Foy, harassed by a stalker, 1,000 emails in a month. 1,000 emails. You get people who are a bit sort of cracked like this. But this bloke claimed to be a director and wanted her to appear in his film. He bombarded her with 1,000 emails and also contacted her sister. So she did not attend the hearing. He's been told to stay well away. He's suffering from delusions. I would think that would be an understatement. Would you not think so? Steve, I'm the drummer, says Peter, for the Evening Shadows. a tribute to Cliff and the Shadows. We played alongside original members of the Shads and in front of Cliff Richard and his fan club at the Dorchester Hotel. Woo! How cool is that? Yes, very nice indeed. So Peter is the drummer for the Evening Shadows. I love all these groups. Sean says, I had the... Oh, take another break. Wait a minute, I'll come back to Sean in a minute. What are you eating now? What are you eating? What's that? Is that a biscuit? I can't believe it, honestly. Spends his life eating biscuits. Let's get the news headline. Eleven minutes to 7, Steve Allen's early breakfast. Hundreds of farmers apparently are planning to quit milk production in the next 2 years because they're being driven out of business by the rising cost of food production. I remember at one point, I remember reading a story years ago that farmers were literally pouring milk down the drain because it cost them more to produce than they were being paid by the supermarkets. The supermarkets had this horrible trick some years ago. Just supposing you have let's have a hypothetical supermarket, and Courtney, for example, grows tomatoes. And they would go to Courtney and they'd say, right, we want to buy all your tomatoes. And so you turn over the whole production of your farm, your tomatoes, to this one supermarket. So all your other customers disappear away because you're supplying to the supermarket and you're charging them £2 a pound. OK, and everything's all tickety-boo. Second year, they come back to you. We only want to pay you £1 a pound. And you go, well, I can't afford to do it for £1 a pound. And they go, well, I'm sorry, we can't use you. You're now stuck. You've lost all your other customers. The supermarkets go somewhere else and repeat the same process. So that's why with the milk and the farmers, the amount that they were giving the farmers for this milk, they were pouring it away. And literally, even during COVID, because all the cafes and the restaurants closed, so the cows are still producing the milk. They've got to be milked. You can't just leave them out there and go, we'll come round to you in a few weeks' time. Otherwise, they're going, I can't move. I'm bloated. I'm seriously bloated. I need to have this milk. So that's why every day the cows practically run into the milking shed because they're so desperate to offload it. And in fact, in some of them, it's totally automatic. They walk in there and it just revolves round like a sort of a roundabout kind of thing, very slowly, and the bits are hooked up to them, and that's it, and off they go. But the money side of it, they were pouring it away, millions of gallons of milk, because they said, this is just ridiculous. It's like the price of lamb. You get farmers now, I've seen them on the television where they say, this is how much we're actually getting for a lamb. And yet I always find the price of meat in supermarkets is quite expensive. Quite expensive. If you're going to buy lamb or if you're going to buy steaks or something like that. I mean, I don't mind buying a bit of fillet steak, but you look at the price of it and they go £36 or whatever it is, and you think, blimey, it's a bit more expensive than you were imagining, isn't it, really? Went to see the tribute band, says Anna. Rumours of Fleetwood Mac for the 4th time last week. Brilliant sound, just like the real thing. Yeah. And Jay saw the Illegal Eagles. They apparently played the Peterborough Truck Fest the last time I was there, and they were great. Yeah, all of them. I worked in the Middlesex show, and they had everybody. There was a Simon and Garfunkel tribute act. There was Fab ABBA. We had Bootleg Beatles. We had Counterfeit Stones. There was all these different groups. And I got told off by the manager of the ABBA tribute band because there were some fans, and they wanted an autograph. And I said, well, come round backstage, and I'll get you the autograph. And the manager went, what are you doing? I said, they're just getting an autograph. And he was so prissy. He said, they're resting after their act. I thought, oh, God's sake. They're only a tribute act, love. They're not the real thing. You know, I think he thought he was working with Agnetha. Steve, years ago on holiday in Mallorca, I saw a Queen tribute band called Mercury. They were brilliant, says Dominic in Isleworth. I think they're still performing. There's loads of tribute acts. I mean, they're really absolutely huge. Robert says, my dad used to be in a band called The Hinges. They supported the Doors. Right, you're barred. You think that's true? You're not serious. Tell me it's not serious. I'd hate to have to apologise. I don't do apologies. I'm not very good at that. You think there's a band called The Hinges who supported the Doors? Stop it. There's not. Yeah, maybe not. Honestly, fancy the producer falling for it. John says, back in the day, a tomato juice or a fruit juice was considered a starter. It certainly was. It certainly was. June in Wimbledon, thank you. I love the idea it was considered a starter. And Steve, the funniest tribute band name I've seen was a U2 tribute called Me As Well. I don't get that. Oh, you too, me as well. All right, I say I get that one. Don't believe that one either. Mickey and Colleen say it'll be fine. And Terry says, wishing all the best for your procedure. Here's an invite to see our tribute to Meatloaf in a theatre near you, Back into Hell, when you're feeling better. Ian Dale's coming along to one of the shows once we're running. Woo! Ian Dale. He's not well, is he, at the moment? He's got COVID at the moment. Where did he get that from? Mind you, it could have been anywhere. He potters around all over the place. Andrew in Chalfont St Giles says, 18 years ago, I used to date a lovely lady who was a Joni Mitchell tribute act called Phony Mitchell. How many people remember Joni Mitchell? I mean, come on. There can't be that many. And we found them all this morning. There's one here that says, Steve, I'm the backing vocalist for the tribute band Wham Duran. It's my husband's band that's been going for 27 years now, endorsed by Andrew Ridgeley himself. I auditioned for the band 25 years ago. Never thought I'd end up marrying the man that I auditioned for. We've been lucky enough to travel the world with the band, and it's still going strong. We've got everybody this morning. And, Peter sent it again, actually. Wait a minute. The Evening Shadows, because Peter's the drummer, said, if your listeners would like to see us, we're performing a Cliff and the Shadows tribute at the Crier Theatre in Carshalton on October the 23rd. I can't book that far ahead, Peter. I don't know what I'm doing next week. Well, I do know what I'm doing for bits of next week. Steve, I get £160 per tonne for my potatoes. I supply Tesco. They're currently selling them for £2,000 a tonne. I even have to pay to deliver them. Farmers don't do, but everybody goes farmers. They're so rich now. But the big supermarkets take the mickey a bit. I mean, some of the prices of things you look at, and I sort of watch them creeping up slowly but surely. And you look at them, and then I look at the prices in Paul Cooper's fruit and veg shop, because he's a proper greengrocer. And you think to yourself, sometimes you should have to go to a greengrocer, the old-fashioned shops, because you're going to get better value. Steve, Tesco has stopped selling Heinz beans and ketchup as Heinz have increased the price and Tesco won't pay it, says Dave. Yeah, they had a dispute, didn't they? And Elliot, Elliot, he's just sent me I don't know why I gave him my telephone number. What a big mistake that turns out to be. Turned out to be Stalker of the Decade. He's my sort of replacement producer, former AP. He says, any of these tribute bands need a mediocre bass player. I mean, seriously. He'll try everything. We're trying to work out, Elliot, why, when you go surfing, you have to wear a rubber surf suit. Why can't you just wear... You're only in the sea. You're not doing anything particularly special. Is there some reason why people who go surfing, not that you're any good at surfing, have to wear a rubber suit? I mean, what is the point of it? We had a big discussion about it this morning. Well, I didn't. I had the discussion with myself, just to sort of try and find out why surfers have to wear all this sort of poncy gear. Because it must cost a fortune to get a rubber suit. They're not cheap, these things. And you've got to get the right board and everything else. But no, they don't want you because you're mediocre. Media, all these tribute bands. We've got all these people from tribute bands who listen to the programme. I think that's the coolest thing ever. That is great. What else do we have today? 1982, July the 1st. What were we celebrating? We were celebrating a birthday. Ellie's back again. I told you it's like being stalked. A wetsuit traps the water, which acts as insulation and keeps you warm. Oh, you wuss. Keeps you warm on a sofa. Yeah, we'll be trying that on Tuesday. Keeps you warm. God knows, honestly. Yes, whose birthday did we celebrate on July the 1st, 1982? Princess Diana. We celebrated her birthday, 21 today, and it'll be a day of double celebrations with her son Prince William, now 10 days old. She'll have a party tonight at Kensington Palace. And the Falkland Islanders, free once more, put a seal on the princess's 21st with a special postage stamp. So that's nice, isn't it, really? 21, honestly. A lot of water under the bridge. Morning, nice to have your company. 3 minutes past 4, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Do you know, I've been away for ages, and I worked out it's been a week, because I've got the Saturday, the Sunday, the Monday, the Tuesday, the Wednesday. That's 5 days. 5 days. I know it was technically only 3 days, but, including the Saturday and the Sunday, it was lovely. Very nice indeed. So I just had to keep remembering to cancel the car every morning. One thing, I was sitting in hospital on the Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday? No, Tuesday. Tuesday, saying I must cancel the car. And everything worked out really well, actually. And then I come back to absolute mayhem. The Prime Minister under pressure. How many ministers now resigned? 26? 46. 46 people. So Boris facing this mutinous ministers, and people are saying, how long can he go for? And then I think to myself, but wait a minute. if he does go, and there's no doubt in my mind that he might go. I have to say might go because you can't tell. You really can't tell. If we were putting money on it, I wouldn't want to risk a pound, I'm afraid. I know everybody's saying, oh, he will be going, Well, he's not going without a fight. It'll be fisticuffs at dawn, I'm telling you. He's going to brazen it out. He's going to brazen it out. And also, who then replaces him? You know, the papers are sort of taking odds-on guesses. If they then go for a general election, you know, it's going to be a case of, can Keir Starmer battle anything? Answer, probably not. Not really strong enough. Not only not strong enough, but doesn't really seem to have any policies. So even though for the past few days it's been change, and the paper's just full of it, trying to find other stories, I'm afraid, has been a nightmare today, because I thought you must have some little respite, you know, just because we can't do anything at this time of the morning, you know, unless Boris is all of a sudden going to sort of, you know, quickly get Pickfords in and clear out number 10 and then disappear off somewhere, in which case we'll cover it for you. But at the moment, I think it's not going to happen like that at all. I think he will continue to battle it out, and he will continue to be attacked in the... I love the way that even Priti Patel has said she's not supporting the Prime Minister. I thought, well, we've never supported Priti Patel, ever. The woman who sort of, you know, comes up with all this baloney and hasn't actually managed to achieve anything. It's ridiculous. So what else we got in the papers apart from that? I'll tell you about the operation, by the way. Well, it wasn't really an operation. It was called an exploratory, a procedure. And it was, I tell you, if you've got it coming up, it's easy. I mean easy. I wouldn't lie to you because, you know, yeah, because I'm a big, strong soldier. But no, it was easy. I thought, and my friend Mr. Neil, he said, I'd be rubbish at that, Steve, because of the gagging, because it's a camera down your throat and the other camera, so it's colonoscopy and the endoscopy. I never get that one. That's the only one I can't do. I could do colonoscopy. And not a thing. Seriously, no gagging, no nothing. And I'll tell you about that in a moment. Plus, we'll tell you about the BA. 10,000 flights they're axing. 10,000 flights. Chance of getting away, pretty remote. Michael Jackson's estate, how much does it turn over a year? 300 million a year. Since he died. 13 years ago, incidentally. 13 years ago. Ginger's birthday reunion, the Spice Girls, Prince Andrew, ghastly piece of work, still wearing the Grenadier Guards kit as he rides near Windsor Castle. He really is deeply unpleasant. The trouble is, he's so stupid he doesn't realise that nobody likes him. Michael Jackson's estate, how much has it made since he died? Oh, goodness me, I would think in excess, 13 years times 300 million, it's got to be over £1 billion. £2 billion since he's died. Amazing, isn't it? Despite being homeless in some of his final months. He's brought in 360 million in the most recent audited business year. 300. They've also just axed two tracks or 3 tracks. They think it wasn't him singing. They think it was a session singer. But listen, Michael Jackson was still the king of pop, whichever way you look at it. And what was the other thing the other story. They're trying to repair a Roman road in Italy. This is a Roman road which goes straight through. It runs for about 20 miles. And at one point, the Roman road disappears. Where does it pop up underneath? A McDonald's. On the outskirts of Rome, there is a McDonald's. You go in there, and then you look through the glass floor, and there is the original Roman road. We have the same in London. Halfway down the Strand, there is a private members club. And if you go into their theatre and look underneath your seats, there is an original London road, cobbled street, complete with the drainage channels either side and everything else. This is the McDonald's restaurant preserving the ancient Roman road underneath its structure. It is quite amazing, quite amazing. They've got a restoration order go. I mean, it's underneath the McDonald's. I mean, I think it's in very good nick. Very good nick. But the one, yes, there are skeletons by the side of it as well. But the other one that's in London is in the Strand, and it's a Victorian street. Part of a Victorian street runs under their theatre. And it's quite amazing, actually, because I saw it when one of my former producers got married and we went there and somebody said, have you looked in their theatre? They've got part of a Victorian street. in there. I can't remember where it is. It's not the Arts Club, but it's a place halfway down the Strand. Art something has got to do with it. And in their theatre is this cobbled street running underneath the seats. Yeah, somebody will tell us where it is. I can't remember exactly where it is at the moment. It's one of those annoying things, but... delicious. Love my cup of tea. I love slurping. Everybody loves the slurping. They really go for it, which is good. Big Andy says, normal service has been resumed. Hope you're well. I must thank Ian, actually, because he didn't know until I'd sort of decided that because I was going to have sedation, whether or not I'd be off for the other day, and then I thought I would. So we let my bosses know and everything else, and they were really good about it. Said, no, rest, And when I said I've been given the all clear, nothing at all, I was very, very happy. Yeah, just finished out partying, But my throat was a bit sore yesterday. Only a little bit, and that was it. But today I've only got to do 2 hours because Tom Strawberry can't wait to get his teeth into it. Although, to be honest with you, it's just going to be reading out a list of names of yet more people who've resigned. Nikki says, so glad you're back. I'm away on my honeymoon in Lanzarote, and I had to set my alarm to wake up and listen to you now you're back, because I love the programme. And Mary says, very uplifting. Me and my Auntie Rose have missed you terribly. No more hospital stays. We worry about you. And look what happens. The world turns on its head. So glorious to hear your voice. And delighted the procedure went well. Peter, the Toastmaster in Melbourne, says, welcome back. I'll just explain what it is. Because I was in Kingston Hospital, in their colonoscopy. Colonoscopy. Oh, right, colonoscopy, right. And the centre up there is right next door to the private bit of Kingston Hospital, because they do private work as well, which means you get exactly the same service, exactly the same operation. It's just that you're in a private wing and you'd be in your own private room. That would be and you're paying. That would be the only difference. And so I turn up early. And as they were all going in, they went, you're early. And I went, I know. There was only 3 of us to be seen, I think, on that morning. There was one man, and he said to the woman on the desk, he said, can you make sure I'm seen first? Well, as it turned out, I was seen first. I was the first one. And so you go through, you sit and wait, and then at 8:15, somebody comes through, and they take you through, and they check your name and address 5 times. At least 5 times. They check your medication, they check your blood sugar levels, they do your blood pressure, things like that. Usual. I'm sitting in a little private room, and she brings in the clothes I've got to wear, which is the usual. I hate hospital gowns. I really hate hospital gowns. And because you put your arms through the front, and then somebody has to do up at the back, and they give you a special pair of pants to wear, because if they're doing colonoscopy, obviously quite clearly they're going to need to sort of gain access. And as you go through there, and it was immaculate. I mean, there were about 10 little cubicles, and then there were a couple, 3, I think, of sort of places where they actually do the exploratory. And so they then come in and check, and, you are who you say you are, your medication, you have to take your medication in with you to show them what you're on. And I'm on a blood thinner, but they said, when did you last take tablets? Well, I hadn't taken anything since Sunday. So Sunday was the last meal I had. I'd done it all properly. I'd taken all the things. The actual drink, the not eating was okay. I just wanted to drink water, but you have to remember all the water is going to go down, and then you've got to wee it out or something like that, and you have to take this powder, which actually, if you'd had it done a long time ago, it probably tasted vile. I thought it tasted great because it was flavoured with lemon. So I didn't have to worry about anything. In fact, that was the easy bit. I didn't have any problem with that at all. And then you sort of wait. I think I was expecting sort of Vesuvius, but it didn't work like that at all. And so they take you in there, you change into your clothes, and then they come in and then they fit the cannula into your vein in the middle of your arm. I've got a little scar there, it's okay. You have to look I always have to look the other way, even though I inject on a daily basis. And they fit that, and then you go in there. And then they explain what they're going to do. And there's 4 people in there. There's the consultant, and then 3 other people, 2 women and a man. The man was called Mark, and he sort of fitted the cannula and all the rest of it. And he was the one who was going to be sort of fitting there's a thing that goes up your nose. It's like a little bit of sponge with an air tube on it, and that's giving you oxygen. Because when you have something going in your throat, it's a case of you're going to choke on it. Well, of course, on this one, you don't. And the consultant said, right, I'm just going to spray. And he sprays it. And it's just like a metal spray into the back of your throat. And he said, now swallow. And you swallow. And presumably, because it's got the antiseptic in it and the numbing effect, it numbs down. And we did that twice. And then he connected a syringe up to the cannula and gave me a little shot of that. And you don't go to sleep. There is no going to sleep on all this sort of thing. The next thing was the camera's in. I didn't even know the camera was in, I promise you. It was in there for about, because I said to him, because I thought it would be about an hour or something like that. And he said, no, he said between 5 and 10 minutes for the throat and up to 20 minutes for the colonoscopy. And so I thought, fine. And I didn't even think about gagging. And my gag reflex is really quite bad. You know, you go to the dentist, they take an X-ray, and it's a blooming nightmare. But none of that at all. I didn't feel a camera going in. I didn't feel anything at all. They're presumably very small now. And it wasn't until the very end after we'd had that. So we did that bit, and then he pushed a bit more juice into the cannula. And then we had that thing. There was only a couple of bits of discomfort where they sort of push as they're trying to go. They've got to go round a corner, apparently. Then they show you the photos. I mean, you know, just the sort of thing that you want to show people, isn't it, really? The inside of your gut and all the rest of it. It looked like Voyage to the Centre of the Earth. Really, I mean, it was as easy as that. You can see everything. So if there had been cancer, you'd have seen it. And it just looks like a series of tubes. That's all it was. And as the camera was coming out, he's still filming it. And he said, you can see, he said, there's nothing there. Nothing at all. And I went, oh, right. Because I thought they were going to tell the doctor before they tell me. But they didn't. They gave me the little, about 3 or 4 sheets with everything that was on there. This was clear, that was clear, that was clear. I'm a little bit anemic, but he thinks that's down to the tablets that I take, because I do 90 tablets in the course of a week. And he thinks that's why that is. And apparently if you're a bit anemic, it makes you a little bit tired. Well, I don't really get tired, you know. I mean, I go to bed early, but mainly because I'm up at stupid o'clock, which is quite nice. I don't have any problem with things like that. I quite like it. But it went by probably about an hour and a half all in, if that. And then they take you back to your room, and then they take all the bits and pieces off you, and then you can get changed. And then they will phone your nominated person, because if you have sedation, you have to be collected. They won't let you go outside by yourself. So I said, well, I can go and find her. They went, no, it's all right. And so one of the nurses walks back with you to the designated person. So we're phoning Lynn, going, where are you? She was round the back of the eye unit. So she found us, and then she took me home, and that was it. And I went to get I was desperate for a cup of tea. We went for a cup of tea, and I had a toasted ham and cheese. And that was absolutely perfect. But I promise you, if you're having it done today or having it done tomorrow, it is fine. You know, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. It's all right. It just sounds unpleasant. But I promise you, if you get the all clear, you know, and you get the, no, there's nothing there, that's the best news you can hear. So I said to my boss, because I've got lots of bosses, but I've got a big boss who used to be my boss, and he's now elevated, and he's on the board of directors. And then I've got Tom and all the rest of it. And so I texted them to make sure that, you know, I was all right for coming back, take the day off and then come back. And they said, so pleased. And I said, well, you've no idea how relieved I am. You know, you go in for something and you think, oh, I don't know, say they find something. And he said, nope, you're good for a few years. And I said, well, just as well. I said, because I've just signed a new contract for quite a few years. So all's well, as they say, and I'm a very happy bunny. Morning, nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. God, I've been away for ages. So just to reassure you, and in fact, even Kathy said, I told you the endoscopy would be fine. And it was absolutely fine both. Absolutely fine both. You know, you've got nothing to worry about. But do go for sedation. Do go for sedation. It just means somebody has to come and collect you. And that's all. So you have to make sure you've got their phone number handy so that the nurses can phone them. But the Kingston was brilliant. I mean, brilliant. Their endoscopy department is second to none. I thought they were really, really good. It wasn't crowded. There was nobody shouting. And at the end of it, they brought me in a cup of tea and a little packet of custard creams. I was so excited, because that's all you want to do. That's all you want to hear, isn't it? You want to hear, would you like a cup of tea? Yes, please. Because I've not eaten for like 3 days. The last meal I had was on Sunday when Corey and I went out for for our lunch. We went to Little Italy, met Luigi, who is Tony Polledri's brother, who we'd never met before. We had a lovely time. They had a big wedding taking place. I think there was about 80 of them coming in. It was beautifully decorated, really nice. So we had a really, really nice time, and that was the last one. And then I'm going to Ian Dale's birthday party, which is next Friday. A private do for close friends, about 100. And it's not actually, he's having it in a well-known venue, not far from here. Steve, nice to have you back. Glad all went well. I'm listening live as I'm on the bus on the way to Stansted. Woo! How cool. Steve, glad you've recovered back at LBC. It's a lovely early birthday present, says Conrad. Thank you. And somebody else said, imagine if you were going off on holidays. Seriously, I've never known so many people going on holidays and so many texts and emails coming in, flooding in at the moment. Maggie says, thank goodness you're back. And it's cannula, not candula. Oh, it probably sounded like candula, but I did say cannula. I've had so many of them put in. Carol, thank you. Mark says, we all miss you so much and hope you're well. Yeah. And Ian, the ice cream man, you on till 6 or 7? 6 today. So no ice cream today, but don't worry. We can wait till next week. We're really cool with things like that. I did buy an ice cream myself, a little tub the other day, and it was salted caramel. It was £1.60 in M&S, and I quite enjoyed it, actually. I've decided I like those better than lollies now. Although, actually, Haagen-Dazs was very nice, very nice. Abby in Ripon says, I woke up at 3:58 naturally for your return. Lovely to hear your voice. Glad the procedure went well, and I'm glad you're back. You've come back to Boris Mayhem. So they tell me. And Rachel says, really good news to hear. I know it can be scary. Well, I wasn't scared of going in for it. The only thing I was worried about, should I tell you? Throwing up. That was the only thing that worried me. And because you don't feel anything, in fact, that was the easiest bit. The easiest bit was the camera down the throat. I mean, I didn't even see what it looked like. But they were really, really good. And the other bit, fine, absolutely fine. I mean, I really didn't get any discomfort. There was no difficulty walking or anything like that. It was, they don't know. Well, because you've got the juice going into your vein on the cannula. So that's why you don't fear anything or feel anything. Chris in Sturchley says, good to hear you're back on the radio where you belong. I've got this. Listen, I've just signed this new contract. Can't go anywhere else. Artie says, big hug from me. So glad you're okay. I really missed you. By the way, Lata Mangeshkar was by your side all the way. Lata Mangeshkar, if you didn't know, is the Indian icon. Sang on more film soundtracks than anybody else ever. She literally sang. All the people in the Bollywood movies mimed. They mimed to Lata Mangeshkar, and she was about 90, I think, when she died. But I was aware of her for many, 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 many years, because I know quite a bit about the Bollywood film industry, and a bit of a fan. But I go back, many, many years. She was 92 when she died in February, but she was an icon. You ask anybody, Lata Mangeshkar, they'll tell you chapter and verse. Amazing. Kim says, good to hear your voice, son. Glad everything is tip-top and Bristol fashion. It's a good thing to get done. Get yourself some iron tablets. They'll make a difference. I had to do that a few years ago. Helped greatly. You sound like you were a brave lad. I mean, listen, it could not have gone better. They were so good up there. But every time I've been in for surgery or I've been in for exploratory or to find things, I don't think I've ever had any pain. The only pain I ever had, the only pain where I literally went, was when I had my burns and they did the skin grafting. Not the skin grafting, the injection to numb the pain. The injections going in, one on my leg, one in my chest, just on my breastbone. I nearly went through the bloody ceiling on it. The pain was unbelievable because they're taking a section of skin. And the injection hurts so much. I've never had an injection. Normally, my injections are fine. I'm quite good with I don't like watching it, as you can imagine. But that was the only time it really hurt. Yeah, it hurt. Oh, it really did. And I thought, she went, don't worry, it won't be for long. And it just, as the anaesthetic goes in, it must have been particularly strong, mine. So, Kim, thank you. Barry says, Steve, with all the bits going on yesterday, nobody mentioned the Terence Higgins Day. We've lost so many people as a result of AIDS. I think what a shame about the last few days. The message was lost. I'll tell you what I thought was a bit odd as well, which was when they did Pride in London, there was nowhere was the word gay used anywhere. There's a Tesco's down in Trafalgar Square, and it said 50 years of Pride. It made it sound like a London beer. Didn't make it sound like it was gay pride at all, almost if the mayor wanted to brush that side of it under the carpet. And then they also didn't use the people who were originally there for gay pride. They didn't get invited for some reason. Because a friend of mine said, he said, I used to work for Gay Switchboard. And I'd remembered he used to work for Gay Switchboard, which was basically in somebody's upstairs room. They had a bank of telephones and people went in there and sort of offered advice to all sorts of people. But, well, I suppose at least they did something, which is better. I'd love to have been around for the Stonewall riots in America. And the reason was that it was a case of all these gay guys, all these queens had decided we've had enough from the corrupt police. And over in New York, the police were clamping down on it. They were clamping down big time. And the police here used to be homophobic. Now there is the Gay Police and Lesbian Federation, and it's quite a big movement. There are lots of gay police officers, but they used to, years ago in New York, they wanted to close down the bars, and all of a sudden the gays decided they'd had enough, and they went round and they fought the police, and they won. And over here, the police were so corrupt that they had the pretty policeman out in Earl's Court. He was a 6'6", strapping, blonde-haired boy, and nobody knew about him to start with. And what he used to do is he would hang around on street corners in Earl's Court, because there used to be quite a few gay bars and gay clubs in Earl's Court. And he would wait till somebody came up to him and started chatting him up, and then he'd have them for importuning for immoral purposes. And so they'd be taken into court and they'd be fined, and some were even imprisoned. And so the gay community decided they'd had enough of this pretty policeman, so they got pictures of him and they plastered him over every single gay magazine because he was a bent policeman. It's as simple as that. He was out there to entrap people, for doing nothing apart from chatting. It's like standing outside a straight bar and going, "So you just tried to pick that woman up?" You go, "Yeah, and?" That's how bad it was. Yeah, it was a waste of their time, but I'm glad that they exposed him for what he was. Steve, do they do an electric Bentley? I don't know. I wouldn't want one anyway. Pete the pool man says, once you go electric, you won't go back. And he says, I'm glad you got the all clear. Puts things into perspective when you're not well or waiting for results. Yeah, the funny thing is I felt fine. I felt absolutely fine. Oh, that's an electric. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly have a car like that. That looks like mine, actually, just in a different colour. Just in a different colour. It's a hybrid. Ooh, sorry, definitely not. $2.16 a litre. I paid $2.06 the other day for my petrol. The price of oil's coming down, yeah. Oh, well, we get round to it eventually, won't we? But, I can't complain. I don't take the car out as often as I did. Not that I can't afford to. It's not that at all. It's just that I begrudge giving them this money when they've done nothing for it. They've just basically overinflated the prices. It's like all I read about is Lurpak butter. Oh, it's £7 something. No, it's not. No, it's not. I bought a pack of Lurpak butter the other day. It was £3.50 for a big pack of it in Waitrose. So where the papers get this baloney from, I've got no idea. Mind you, it gives them an opportunity to sort of fill up. It beats pictures of Brooklyn Beckham jumping off a boat into the water, because he doesn't work, as you can well imagine. Rachel in Gloucester says, glad you're back. Thank you. And Eileen in Scarborough says, all is well with the world again. All your spikers missed you, so please don't do it again. Well, I think I'm clear for quite a few years. And they've given me the photos and everything else, and nothing. I was going to put them up on my Twitter, but instead I put pictures up of my hanging flowers, baskets, but also the troughs of plants, which are coming up quite nicely, thank you. Although this morning I didn't have a chance to water them all, so I just did the baskets. The others will survive till I get back, so I've got to go to my brother, drop some stuff off because he's sorting out VAT and bits and pieces, so that's good. Scott says, do you want a nice piece of lemon drizzle to celebrate? No, I had my little bits and pieces, and I'm being very good about it. But now I've seen where all the food goes to, and you've seen it's all clear and all the rest of it. The only other thing I didn't like, no, there was nothing I didn't like, actually. There was nothing I didn't like. I thought they were really, really good, friendly. When you consider that's all they do all day is colonoscopy and endoscopy. as well. So that's all they do all day. In fact, my consultant, he said to me, don't worry, he said, I've been doing this for 30 years. I said, do you never wish you were a cosmetic surgeon? I thought I couldn't resist it.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, away for 5 days and back again, and Ian covered, and that was excellent. He does a different show for me, but then, of course, the whole idea is you don't want two people who sound exactly the same. That would be ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So that's why I'm trying to avoid the Boris stuff, because there's so much of it in the papers today, and you've heard it for hours and hours and hours and days and days and days. And there is lots more from 6 this morning with Tom. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I seriously wouldn't. What I'm amazed by about the whole thing is how resilient Boris is, even during PMQs. He wasn't putting up with any of it, was he? He just ploughed on. You know, without sort of, I'm here and all the rest of it, and when I go, it'll be... So they've done a list of all the people. Of course, they don't lose anything. They just go to the back benches and carry on picking up their 90 grand a year. You know, and they all do. I love the way Priti Patel, the most useless useless MP... PM as if. Carolyn says, good morning, so happy to hear you're doing well, thank you. And Nick in Leeds says, gas and air is fine, Steve. Had it myself last month. Also got the all clear. Actually, they did say one thing which didn't happen. He said, we're going to be putting air into your, it was either bowel or lower stomach or whatever it was. He said, and don't worry if you break wind. He said, because the nurses are quite used to this kind of thing. I thought, yeah, exactly. So I said, oh, right. Well, nothing like that happened at all. I didn't feel bloated or anything at all. Absolutely amazing. So, but they were brilliant. They were absolutely brilliant. Ruth in Yorkshire says, lovely to hear you back this morning. Not quite the same waking up without you. Well, it never is. But only because, for the simple reason, I've been doing it for so long that people sort of get used to it. So don't be doing a Steve Wright on us. Oh, what's he done? Goodness sake, honestly. I know he's going. I've got nowhere to go to. Jamie in Hong Kong says, can I ask, why did you go for 2 procedures? Are you suffering pain or did you go for the body check? No, that's what they do. That's what they do. If they look at it and they see a bit of anemia, they're going to do the camera down the stomach. And this was through the doctors. The actual consultant said he said the NHS one was fine. He said, but obviously the doctor wanted to just check on the anemia bit. And he did say to me I was a bit anemic. So that's why. What were they looking for? Cancer. They're looking for any cancer, any anomalies or anything like that. And that's why you go for the both of them. Because had I had cancer or the starting, they could have caught it early, but there was nothing at all. He said, you are cancer free. I went, yeah. I said, well, there you go. I said, that's why I've got a lengthy contract. So whatever you're thinking, I'm here for quite a while yet. I never mentioned it before, have I? I've never mentioned that at all. Steve, now I'm sure you have the inside scoop. Is Boris going to go? Says Walker. Love you, Crisps. Is he going to go? Do you know, I'm almost tempted to say, one side of me, obviously, I'm going to be split decision on this one. I think he'll bluff it out. The producer thinks completely differently, but then that's good. It'd be awful if we were all thinking exactly the same thing. I think he's going to bluff it out. He doesn't want to give up the job. And there are enough MPs to make it still work. All he's got to do is ride the storm. I mean, he'll only go if he's forced. That's the only time he'll go. Apart from that, he's brazening it out. Did you see PMQs? You know, that's what I think. I mean, listen, he never ceases to amaze. So glad it went well, says Tony. Nothing was found. Well, no, apart from the usual things that you're supposed to have in your body. But, no, it was good. Marilyn says, don't get iron tablets, just eat more eggs. I'm eating more meat. I don't eat very much meat, surprisingly. So I bought 2 bits of fillet steak the other day. Very exciting. I haven't had them yet. I'll probably have them today. Steve, greetings from Ireland. It's Christine. Hiya. Good old Christine. She says, I'm very happy you're back, and that's all well. So many people are sending happy thoughts. I don't think you realise how much you're loved. Oh, I do. Well, put it this way, this morning, the amount of people going, oh, we just ordered a wreath. And, you know, which I love. Glad to hear you're back on the wireless, says Trucker Joe. My mother is in hospital today for her results from having chemo and radiotherapy. Fingers crossed, of course, for good news. He said, listening, trucking up north. Oh, well, good luck to your mum and to everybody else who's going into hospital. You know, to have procedures done or to get the results. I keep my fingers crossed for you because, as you know, I've spent most of my time over the past year backwards and forwards into hospital with some very unpleasant procedures. But, you know, at the end of the day, we've weathered the storm, which is great. Mike, not on the narrow boat, says the boyfriend and I are in the Netherlands until Saturday, catching up with family and friends, nipped over the border to tank up in Germany, 10 minutes drive. It's the equivalent of $1.60 a litre the Brits are paying through the nose. No, we're paying through the wallets. It sounds like it's coming through the nose. Steve, I thought of you all of Tuesday. My daughter, who you helped during her labour, had a baby girl. I suggested Stevie as a middle name, but she didn't go for it. Typical, isn't it? Sidcup Julie says, so glad you're better. My mornings just are not the same without my Steve Allen fix. And Pauline says, so pleased to hear your voice. Wonderful everything was okay after the test. I know, but you know the reason I thought maybe it wouldn't have been? Because of my age. You know, as you get a bit older, you do start... I mean, the amount of procedures I have had my fair share. Even the consultant said, he said, you've been in the wars a bit, haven't you? I said, well, just a fraction. Just a fraction. Mike from Mount Nessing says, lovely to have you back. Hope everything's okay. I'm late. I've just woken up. I've got my own parking space in the hospital. I'm such a regular. They go, you have a parking space, the Steve Allen Memorial parking space. I thought it was nice that my boss said, you rest, he said, and we're very pleased, delighted. So just as well I signed the contract, isn't it? Can you imagine if I'd signed the contract and they went, actually, it doesn't look too good, but it looked good. But bearing in mind, I'm just one person out of thousands. And, you know, if you get the opportunity of having colonoscopy and endoscopy, go for it. Seriously, it'll set your mind at ease because otherwise you worry about it. And I always think worrying is the worst thing because worrying, I think, can sometimes trigger something off. So, you know, make sure that you go for it. I promise you, you'll sail through it and you will thank me at the end of it. And you'll go, do you know, Steve, wasn't as bad. Even Mr. Neil. You know, it will never be as bad as you think. It's really okay. They do it all the time. That's all I have to remind myself of, is that that's what the NHS do in the private hospitals. They do it every single day. If they're doing colonoscopies, they're doing them all day. I think they were doing 3 in the morning and then I think they had about 8 in the afternoon. But because they do diabetics first. They do diabetics first. I don't know why they do. I can't remember why they did diabetics first, but I was more than happy to have it done. Yes, just in case your days are numbered. Richard in Birmingham says, Boris cannot give up his current job as he and his current wife require an income. He has an expensive lifestyle and young children and probably has alimony payments to previous spouses. He said, but all is good now that you are back. Well, he can make much more money after he leaves. He'll make far more money than he ever would as Prime Minister. I mean, the column for The Telegraph earned him $250,000. After dinner speeches will bring in a few million every year. Look at Thatcher. Thatcher was going out. She toured America, and I think it was £150,000 a time for each after dinner speech she did. And she did loads. That's how they make their money. Even Theresa May. She will make... There was talk of bringing her back into the cabinet. She's made more than $1 million on the circuit. Seriously, there's that much money. So, in fact, he doesn't need to worry about whether he's going to make money. He'll bring out an autobiography or a biography, and then he'll go on the after-dinner circuit. And because he's got personality, he'll make a fortune. So don't ever worry about the fact that he's not going to have any money left. There's a fine for a driver, a rather stupid girl. We'll tell you who she is later. She's been caught speeding 33 times. They should have... Yeah. Don't make me say it. But that was just speeding. Jordan, of course, is because she's a drunk. She's been done for drink driving 6 times and still not thrown in prison. Oh, well, we wait our time. This driver's just got fined £25,000. And she's been caught driving with excess, 33 times. So not very good. We got a dog this morning who can sniff underwater. He's dead, of course. No, I was only joking. No, he can sniff out also. I mean, that's quite clever. Don't you think that's clever? I can't even do that in the bath. And what was the other one? Oh, the toasted butters. They've decided they're just wasting time and everything else. Listen, if you think butter's too expensive at £7.50, don't buy it. Don't buy it. Yeah, there's so much cheaper butters. I mean, and also better butters than Lurpak. But all they've had is just loads of publicity. I'm not interested. Steve, they do diabetics first because you're not eating for so long and it affects your blood sugars. Well, mine, when they did the procedure, I was 9.5. Which actually, for me, I thought was good. 8.5 in the morning, but then if you get a bit stressed, it goes up as well. Steve says Mary Beth in Maryland. So glad to hear your lovely voice announcing that everything went well with your test. Contract? What contract? Only kidding. Yes, I mean, they, for some reason, they want me for a few more years yet, which is always very pleasing. And the reason is that, and you only get a contract if you've done well with the figures. You know, if my figures had dropped off and all of a sudden it had gone out of favour, you know, with a couple of trolls who were a bit screwy upstairs, they wouldn't bother. But no, couldn't wait to sign me. Couldn't wait, which is very, very pleasing. Just want to assure you, if you actually would go and see the Elvis movie, you will not fall asleep. Oh, I fall asleep just because I fall asleep, Mary Beth. That's why I buy everything on DVD. I've just bought the box set of the Victorian Farm. Do you remember? There's about 6 DVDs that arrived the other day. And I ordered a hot water maker. I've been through a few of these. It's well, actually, this was from Cooper's of Stortford, and I ordered it and it said out of stock. I ordered it the day before yesterday. It arrived yesterday. And what it is, it's opposed to waiting for the kettle to boil, you fill this thing up with cold water and you just push the button and it delivers. But that's it. A thermal water boiler. And you just literally push the button and it delivers boiling hot water, which is very good. So instant hot water all day, 5 different temperature settings. So I set it to the hottest, and you just push the button and it delivers it. And it's quite a big tank actually on this one, but they say sold out. Mine arrived yesterday. I was very pleased with it. It's got a filter, it's got everything. You just literally fill up the back with cold water and just leave it there. And as it goes through its system, it delivers boiling hot water, because I can't be bothered waiting for kettles. Kettles are so... I'm far too busy in my life. So pleased it went well. You've got the photographs to prove it. So Julia and Ruth in Nottingham. Yes, they give you photographs of your internal bits, which I've never seen before. I'm quite fascinated how many tubes, and of course it looks so much bigger. It does look like Jules Verne's Journey to the Centre of the Earth. That's what it looks like. But it was perfect. Absolutely perfect. They couldn't have been better. And I did worry, though, because when I woke up in the morning on the day of the operation, I was so thirsty. So thirsty. And so I was very mindful of the fact that the pipe that they put in will also take out excess water, which is good, because by that time, you know, you've sort of cleared everything, and it was fine. But I was sipping water. Sipping. Can you imagine? I was so thirsty. Couldn't wait for it to finish. And then I said to them, can I have a cup of tea now? They went, yeah, absolutely. Just that you can't have it beforehand. And if you'd had something to eat, then that would be sort of hanging around. So that's why. So I'm very pleased as well. In fact, the first thing when I sort of told people, I kept sending texts out, and they were all going, I bet you're delighted. I went, a little bit more than delighted. A little bit more. You imagine if they sort of come back to, well, actually, we found this or we found that. But they didn't. And that was good. They told you there and then they'll send it off to the doctor who wanted you to go in the first place, and then they will sort it all out for you. But I've seen the photos, and as they say, clear as a bell, which is good news. So if you're thinking of going for colonoscopy, my advice is go for it. I promise you won't have any adverse reactions. You don't go all woozy and ooh, like that. None of that at all. It'll happen, and you won't even know that they've done it. 5 minutes just for the one down the throat. 5 minutes. I mean, it could have been 10. I didn't care. Wasn't particularly bothered about it. I was just sort of chatting away in my usual way. I really got into it. Morning, Pat says, Steve, what are the risks with endoscopy or colonoscopy? Because I read the leaflet. There is the possibility of intestinal perforation. Yeah, of course I knew about that. Did you know about this? Well, of course I did, because I've read the bloody leaflets. What do you think? I'm just guessing or something? No. You make the procedure sound plain sailing. Absolutely plain sailing. Absolutely plain sailing. They have to point out the risks, and you have to sign a disclaimer form. So they point out the risk. This might happen. You might die. You might have a heart attack. I don't know. Could be anything at all. Of course you know about things like that, Pat. That's why you read the leaflet. It isn't just a leaflet. It's about 20 pages. And of course I read it. I'm an expert, and that's why it was plain sailing. You know, I mean, there is the danger of anything at all. I could get run over by a bus when I walk outside here tomorrow, but there's not a leaflet on it, OK? Kevin says, I had the same procedure at Kingston. They're really very good. They're absolutely brilliant. I thought they were fantastic. The endoscopy department at Kingston Hospital, Isha Ward, 7th floor. They really were. They were absolutely brilliant. I can't praise them enough. So you don't quite look old enough, Kevin, to have things like that. So there must have been some sort of problem that they'd seen in the first place. I've just ordered a tube of that Colgate Catalyst paste, says Mick. Yeah, I mean, people were saying the other day, they made me laugh, actually. They obviously haven't been in a supermarket recently, and you can buy a Colgate toothpaste that was £8. It was £10. They brought it down to £8 at the moment because it's really good. It's better than normal toothpaste. Better. It's sort of special toothpaste. I can't describe what it is, but it must be. It's £8. So I bought 2 tubes. Steve, lovely to have you back. Can we compare photos of our colonoscopy? It's a very strange thing to give you at the end, says Britt. It is. It's a very strange thing, but I was surprised. I seriously didn't think that they would give you that. I thought they would just give it to your, doctor and say that this is what we found. But no, they gave me the thing that they're sending on to the doctor. Yeah, so I know exactly what it is. And, yeah, Michael is from the classy part of Feltham. Stop it. Stop it. Where would that be? Where would that be? He says, I'm glad it turned out well. Yeah, I mean, listen, there are risks with everything. When you go in for heart surgery, there are risks. There could be internal bleeding. There could be anything. When I had my stents put in, there are risks. You sign a disclaimer form. And when you've got somebody inserting a tube with a camera on it down your throat and the other bit as well, there is the danger that they could scrape the walls. There is that danger. But then there's a danger in everything. As I say, there's a danger every time I get behind the wheel of the car that somebody might crash into the side of me. Actually, I'm looking forward to going to my brother's today because all I've got to do is just go down, drop this envelope through because he wanted a load of invoices from February, March, April, May and June. So luckily, I keep all my stuff and I'm all so we have to keep it for the VAT people so we can see how much I've earned and how much VAT we have to pay. So, it's the way it goes, isn't it, really? But I've only been listening for a few weeks, says Michael. Dennis says, did you have any insulin before the procedure? No, they don't. No, you're not allowed that. You stop your tablets. I also have a blood thinner. I have Clopidogrel, and because I know all the blood tablets. Because they do say if you have warfarin, you have to tell them. But in fact, I'm only type 2 diabetic. So they have very strict things of what you do a few hours beforehand, on the actual day of the procedure and stuff like that. It's all laid out for you. It's not complicated, but so no hypo. That's why they take your blood sugars. I did mine in the morning, and I said I did 8.5 this morning, which for me was good, is good. And then they did it just before the procedure, and it was 9.5, which is still well within their parameters. Howard says, just to advise you, I've resigned. Seem to be the thing to do at the moment. Oh, it's very popular, very popular. I hope you understand when I say I can't join you. Kim says, I wish a genuinely close friend of Mr. Johnson would take him in their arms, reassure him that everything will be all right, and gently lead him away. It's getting embarrassing, Steve. Plus, I'm starting to feel sorry for him, which is the polar opposite from my usual feelings. Just to let you know, there's a Roman road underneath Whitechapel High Street, says Harry. I should imagine they're all over London. All over. They just put over the top. Around our green in Twickenham, I can look at photographs of 50, 60 years ago, and there were tram lines running up there. All they've done is just tarmacked over the top of it. They haven't bothered taking up the tram lines. Yeah, you could see the trams used to go all the way up there to somewhere. I can't remember where they went to. No, I remember it vividly. Lindsay says, just woken up to find you back. So happy indeed. That's what we like to hear. Thank you very much indeed. And Derek Draper's back in hospital, which is not so good, is it? So we keep our fingers crossed for him. Prince Andrew, yuck, is still wearing Grenadier Guards kit. Do you know, he's so arrogant. He really thinks that he's going to sort of wander back into the royal family. Listen, as soon as your mother dies, there's no chance of you getting anything. In fact, if Prince Charles and William have their way, you'll be kicked out completely. You're an embarrassment to the royal family, and you can take your ex-wife with you as well, because she was also the embarrassment to the royal family. The trouble is, she doesn't realise she's an embarrassment. Really is very embarrassing, isn't it? Desperate thieves are swiping what from allotments? Vegetables. Vegetables. They're just going onto the allotments and picking what they want. Well, these must be peasants. Vegetables aren't that expensive. What are people on about? We've got to steal. No, it's because you're a thief that you're stealing. It's got absolutely nothing to do with the price of vegetables. If you want to think, why don't you grow it on your windowsill? You can grow stuff like that. You could do tomatoes in hanging baskets, strawberries in hanging baskets. Vegetables are cheap. compared to most things. They have to go and thieve them. No, they don't. Only peasants thieve. People who should be locked up. I saw somebody being mugged today. Somebody being mugged. I was waiting for my car and coming up to about 10 to 1 this morning, and there were 3 lads, and they appeared, I thought they were joking to start with. They were ganging up. This was on the high street, just outside Marks and Spencer's, and they were ganging up on this other lad. And I thought, to start with, they were joshing a bit. They were sort of just messing around. And then one of the lads took this bloke's bag from him. He was only a young lad. And then he obviously said to him, one of them came back. I thought, oh, they're not. They're really mugging him. They're mugging him. Anyway, they then sort of ran off like girls' blouses down the road. But don't worry, because it'll be reported to the police. And they were sitting outside Twickenham railway station on the left-hand side. So not actually outside, but over the road from waiting for a bus, with their faces covered up with masks. But there's luckily CCTV there. In fact, they were performing this act of mugging right underneath a CCTV camera. So the police in Twickenham shouldn't have too much trouble trying to find them, because they've obviously come in from somewhere like Hounslow, because that's the only way out of there. It's either Isleworth or Hounslow. They're not going anywhere else on that bus, the 281. So let's hope they find them and the bloke gets his bag back. He didn't appear to be hurt. They were just basically threatening him, mugging him off, as they say. And we'll wait and see. But luckily, because of CCTV in Twickenham, they're going to catch you, boys. We're going to get you, put you in court. Muggers like you. Dreadful. Steve, welcome back. Happy to hear it went well. I recently had a colonoscopy due to blood. Unfortunately, I was fortunate I got the all clear. I'm just curious, when you were being tested for, if you had the camera down the throat as well, no, they don't. They do them separately, quite clear. They don't do them both at the same time. That would be a bit ridiculous, wouldn't it? You only have to have them separately. We're still trying to find out, and I can't remember where it is, this building in the Strand. As you go down the Strand to Waterloo Bridge, it's on the right-hand side, almost opposite Greggs, which has just gone up on this side of the road. And it's a building, I think it's an arts something. And underneath it, in their theatre, they've got a bit of a Victorian road. It's a cobbled street. You can see it. It's visible for all, but you've got to go inside the building to see it. And I can't remember what the name of the building is, halfway down, which is a pain. I'm supposed to remember these things, but sometimes one can't. We do our best. What else we got? Oh, yeah, everything's gone up when you go out to get your food, but some prices have gone down. You know, and so I noticed that the other day. I bought some steak and a couple of bits and pieces, and it was 30 quid. And I remember thinking, well, I wouldn't normally have paid 30 quid. But then I thought the steak was about £11 each for fillet steak, aged fillet steak. So that was quite nice. All you have to do is just be aware that some things have gone up. But this ludicrous thing about Lurpak butter, I've never heard anything so stupid. If you don't want to spend 7 quid on some shops who are charging it, don't buy it. I mean, shouldn't have to tell you things like that. There we go. So there's... No, where are we? Greggs. Oh, what's that? No, come back. No, where are we? No, you're down in Trafalgar Square, aren't you? That's not... That's what... Oh, no, you're the other... Great, straight over the other side. Not that Greggs. This is the new Greggs. So straight... Sorry, we're doing this on Google Earth. Straight down, and straight down, a bit further. So you're on the left-hand side. No. Steps. Come back. Yeah, on the left-hand side. No. There, you see there? That little passage. There. What's that called? That's it. That's the building there. Isn't this clever? My God. I had no idea. The Royal Society of Arts. There you go. My God, how clever. So, Royal Society of Arts, Victorian Street. That's what we'll be looking for. We shall find out after the news. It's so exciting. I can't begin to tell you. I was sitting in my hospital bed. I wasn't in a hospital bed. I was just sitting on a couch. And I was sort of thinking to myself, all these things I've got to talk about when I come back. And I just kept reading all these really nice sort of things from my bosses going, can't wait to have you back again. And inadvertently, I sat on my phone twice yesterday and called my boss. And so he eventually called me, and I was in Marks and Spencer's in queue. And he said, Steve, are you all right? And I went, yeah, I'm fine. I said, I'm so sorry. I sat on the phone twice, and my phone called you. It's a bit like, what was that lovely film which had the computer that was calling the boy? And do you remember they said, Joshua called me, and he went, really? It did.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. I trust you are 100% well and fighting fit. And you're probably as confused as the entire world is about what's going on with Boris. Is he going to leave? Is he going to stay? What's going to happen? Will he be pushed out? He's dismissed repeated calls for him to go. And he's on the front of every paper. I mean, you've never known a person. Somebody was worried a short while ago going, what's he going to do for money? I thought, he'll earn a fortune. He'll earn an absolute fortune. He can talk about the night of the long knives. Gove has been fired now as well. But in fact, most of the pages of the papers are filled up with Boris Johnson. 6 pages in the Sun alone, as you can well imagine. And will he survive financially? Of course he will. He'll make a fortune. Absolute fortune. $250,000 from a column in a newspaper would be nothing. And then he'll write his biography. He's probably started writing, I should imagine, and keeping a diary. And then there'll be all the after-dinner speaking. Not just here, in America, all over the place. He will earn millions. So it makes no difference how many people are going to resign. They all go, don't they, to the back benches. And he's dug in. Dozens of Tories have quit. I think 46, we think, so far. And there's a whole list of them. And people quitting left, right and centre. But it appears to make no difference to him whatsoever. He's almost Teflon. You know, he's got everything going for him. And you think to yourself, but will he quit? And the answer is probably not, unless he's forced. Can't see him just doing it voluntarily. Blocks of cheese pictured in the paper today. They've got security tags on there. Tesco have attached anti-theft devices on baby milk and joints of lamb. You think that's going to stop somebody? You seriously think it's going to stop somebody nicking something? If people want to nick something, they'll just nick it. It's as simple as that. I've seen the bags. I'm watching this programme on the telly at the moment, which is thieves, shoplifters and scammers. And what they do is they have a bag and they line it with metal foil. And that confuses the alarm system. So you put your stuff in the bag and walk straight out. It doesn't set the alarm off. And there was somebody who in Twickenham, somebody I was aware of actually, who filled up a trolley in Iceland and walked straight out the front door. So they've now put things on to make sure you can't push the trolleys out the front door. And a lot of trolleys in supermarkets, once it goes over a certain thing, the wheels lock and you can't push it. So it stops people thieving and it's got nothing to do with the fact they can't afford to buy it. 99% of people who thieve have got the money to be able to afford things. They thieve because it's that easy to do. And it was like those 2 old planks up from Brighton for the day out and decided to superglue themselves to Constable's the Haywain. You know, and you think to yourself, really, you are a bit scroody, aren't you? A little bit. You know, you need to sort of try and sort things out. Dating scammers pulled off nearly 90 million quid's worth of cons because for some reason people join dating sites. Down in London, we call them pubs. And you just sort of wander in there, see somebody propped up in the corner. You go, all right, darling, want to come home with me? I don't think so, do. That's what they're like. The Spice Girls, including old Vic Beckham, are poised to reunite at Jerry Horner's secret 50th bash. The only secret thing about it is they've told all the newspapers where it's going to be held, what time it'll be held, and it's going to be an amazing night. Well, not really. I mean, if Victoria Beckham goes, it'll be as bloody miserable as it gets. I mean, old Miss Misery. You know, she doesn't smile. There's a lovely picture of them at somebody's 50th, and everybody's smiling and looking happy, except Victoria Beckham, who looks like, you know, she's swallowed a goldfish or something. Very embarrassing. Emma is the youngest at 46. They've sold more than 100 million records, and the girls can't wait. The plan is for all 5 of them to sing Happy Birthday. Well, there's no chance of Victoria Beckham going. I'm telling you now. If she goes, she certainly won't be standing up singing. She doesn't perform. She's not performing Rabbit or something. It's being held in a listed manor in Oxfordshire, which actually is a convenient stone's throw from Dave and Victoria's Cotswold Manor. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a big secret. Don't tell anybody. Shh. Keep it quiet. Keep it quiet. But they haven't mentioned if sort of Dave's going to be invited, because he's not the most conversant. He went to Wimbledon the other day with his mother, not with Victoria. She's probably too busy making clothes, I should imagine. Happy birthday today to Ringo Starr. 82. Were you going to say 82? You can say 82. Amazing. Jack Whitehall. How old? 34. Also, well, that's it, actually. Indian cricketing hero M.S. Dhoni, 41, and the shining actress Shelley Duvall is 73. You weren't going to say that at all. Don't lie. BA are going to cut flights, 10,000 of them. You know why? No staff. No staff. There was some bloke in the paper the other day, I read. He's got a hotel. He can't afford to open it. He's got no staff. And British Airways, until the end of October, 10,300 flights. It's a lot, isn't it? Don't you think so? And the move takes the percentage of cancellations to 13%. They've been one of the worst affected carriers. Well, you know, I think they were getting rid of people, weren't they? In a statement, the airline said it was not where we wanted to be, but believed the cuts were the right thing for the customers and colleagues. Yeah. Yeah, customers love it. They really can't wait. I love it. I'm still watching all the bits and pieces from airline. It's so funny, honestly, so funny. Steve, Mark says, I also witnessed a mugging / robbery. The culprit was the pump number 3 at a local fuel station. Yeah, I know. And Steve, can I listen to you whilst in Spain? Of course you can. Good Lord above, Global Player. Go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. Download the Global Player, free. It pops up on your telephone. You can just listen. Seriously, it's as easy as that. And you can download all the podcasts, of which, of course, you need to download quite a few. So you can definitely listen. Darryl says, I read that some Costa coffees are going to be priced at £6. Well, don't go to Costa Coffee then. I mean, that to me strikes me as being the most patently obvious thing. You know, I read that as well, that some Costa coffees are now charging £6.50. I said, well, don't buy it from them. Don't buy it, go and buy somewhere else. Steve, I told you have nothing to worry about. I'm not usually jealous, but on this occasion I am, as I never received any photos when I had my colonoscopy, says Lorna. I'm also very pleased to have extended the contract. Extended it? That's an understatement. About the longest contract in living memory. I know why. The film is War Games with a very young Matthew Broderick. But Joshua contacted me. You telling me the computer contacted you? How? It contacted me. Hello, Professor. Joshua, are you still playing the game? Of course. Do you ever see the film? Oh, it's a fab film. Very good. Very, very good film. It's about a guy, Matthew Broderick, who's obsessed. Is Matthew Broderick Ferris Bueller? Yes, I believe so, yes. But in this particular one, he's a computer geek and his girlfriend, and they decide to change their grades on his computer at home. So they hack into the school computer, and he changes his grades from C to A's. And the girlfriend goes, no, don't change mine. Change it back. Change it back. But anyway, he then decides to play a game. They manage to get themselves in because every computer's got what they call a back door. And you can get in, and they get in to, I think it's the NATO computer, or NASA, or whatever it is. Anyway, this thing decides to play a game with them. And the game is Global Thermonuclear War. Now, the computer's playing a game. It doesn't see it as anything else. Matthew Broderick thinks it's playing for real. It thinks it's got the key numbers for the thermo missiles, for the military silos. And as fast as it finds them, it then opens up the silo and launches the actual missiles. So Russia think they're being invaded and all the rest of it. But the computer's playing a game. It's playing in the end of it, they have to go there and try and make it play tic-tac-toe, of which there is no winner. And the computer kind of gives up. But it's a brilliant film. It really is. It's marvellous. And the computer was called Joshua. Thank you, Pete the Pull Man. Good film, isn't it? I watch it every so often. I love it. So well done to David, who sort of... And he gets arrested. They go, what were you doing? You're working for the Russians? No, I'm just playing with a computer. And it's very clever. Very, very clever. We like it a lot. We like it a lot. Towie star Yasmin Ukhello was arguing with a boyfriend as their car crashed, his mum has claimed. Well, how do they know they weren't there? They're just making it up. Anita Walsh raised her concerns because prosecutors are investigating the crash. She told them her son was a skilled driver and wouldn't have lost control of the Mercedes. Well, he did, dear. He did lose control of the Mercedes. He went over a cliff. Very steep cliffs, very rough roads up there. And he'd been arguing. He's also spent time in prison for a robbery on this woman and her family in a house some years ago. 3.5 years. I think he served about half of it. Not the most pleasant person. But it went over the cliff. He died instantly. She suffered serious injuries. And no matter how skilled a driver, darling, I'm telling you, you can still make mistakes. Look at who was that racing driver. A skilled racing driver was killed. And all the rest of it. Prosecutors are investigating whether or not he was drink driving, so they will have an autopsy. That will determine whether or not he'd taken drugs. They were in this nightclub till about 3 a.m. What was he drinking? Milkshakes? I don't know what they serve in Turkish places, but they then were seen arguing. They were an on-off couple, on-off, you know, like most of these sort of relationships. I was watching an old one the other day, an old Towie, and it was one where he was on it. And he was trying to get back with this girlfriend, and she wasn't interested. He was a nasty little bully. He was bullying her to sort of say, come meet me on the beach and all the rest of it. And she's saying, listen, don't push it. Don't push it. And I began to wonder whether or not they selected this particular episode because he featured quite a lot in it. Because I didn't even know who he was. Never heard of him. But and then they had a picture where Arj, creepy little thing, was sort of trying to get himself round Lydia again. And you think, oh, dear. Whereas she wasn't really interested. Anything to get rid of him. She tried desperately. And they were all going, oh, it's so nice to see Arj and Lydia back together again. I thought, no, it wasn't. And then we had, who else was on there? There were some other people. Luckily, who sort of disappeared off the programme, which is good. Who's this? Oh, David Beckham sporting a dapper brown suit at Wimbledon to watch centre court action with his mum. He was in the royal box. Can't imagine why. He doesn't even live in this country, does he? He spends most of his time abroad. Also there, Gemma Chan, royal Peter Phillips and girlfriend Lindsay Wallace and Jason and Laura Kenny. That's who sits there. But Dave was sitting in the royal box. Where's he get that hair from? He was sitting in the royal box. I can't quite... And his mother... And they were there to sort of watch some people trying to hit a ball over a piece of netting. It was all very exciting. I don't get it, actually. I really don't get it. I have never watched tennis, no. Why would I? Why would I? Can't think of anything more boring. It's like cricket, the dullest. I tell you who was there, Michael Parkinson, looking old. Looking old now. He's about 82, I think, or something like that. Is he older than 82? Good Lord. Love me a cup of tea in the morning. Can't beat it, especially if you've been in NHS. You know, one thing you're desperate for. Kim Kardashian has put the Yorkshire town of Barnsley on the map by slapping it on her famous bum. Poor soul. I feel a bit sorry for her, actually. Bit sorry. Parky's 87. Is he really? Good Lord above. 87. And Kate Bush has pocketed about 2 million quid after that. I'm running up that hill. Most boring song in living memory. Because apparently another act is on the brink of getting the same treatment. Metallica. One of their songs from 1986 called Master of Puppets is used for a Netflix series. So there you go. How cool is that? Morning, nice to have your company. It's Thursday. Nearly at the weekend, nearly at the... Is it 41 degrees we're heading into or something daft? Oh, I tell you, we were looking at the picture of that, of the Victorian street. Have you found it? Well, you have to look for it. It's definitely there. Definitely there. We nipped down the Strand. This is at the Royal Society of Arts. What else would it be? It wouldn't be... It's definitely not Roman. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at all our pictures. Wait a minute. Try Underground Street. Yes, you could try Underground Street. See what we come up with. It's difficult to know what they put it down as, isn't it, really? Wait a minute. Visitor's Guide to... It's not the Royal Academy of the Arts, is it? No. What did we say the building was called? RSA, there you go. John Adams Street. It's definitely there because I've seen it on numerous occasions. It's annoying, isn't it, really? Wonder what it comes up as. Try... It wouldn't be Roman Street. It's definitely not Roman. It's definitely Victorian. Yeah, a bit more digging. We'll have a look. Just while I tell you that the TV catchphrase used most in everyday life is Victor Meldrew's "I don't believe it." That is apparently the one. That's 32 years old. Two classics from Only Fools and Horses, Lovely Jubbly and You Plonker. So very popular. Also, Little Britain's Computer Say No. Homer Simpson's Doe. And Catherine Tate's Am I Bothered? Also featured in the FreeSat 2000 adult poll. Extras, You're Having a Laugh. Which I quite like, actually. How Very Dare You, Catherine Tate Show. Nice to see you. Nice. Good old Brucey. I Have a Cunning Plan, which is Blackadder. Just like that. I've started, so I'll finish. And Friends, is that your final answer from Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? There you go. Very old people. And here she is. This is another thick person. Her name's Anne-Marie Cash. She's about as stupid as they come. I mean, she really is dumb. She looks dumb. She is dumb. She's been fined 25,646 quid for racking up 33 speeding offences in 3 months, 30 of them on the same street. She's really thick. She's really thick, this one here. She was caught speeding 8 times in one day. Her Nissan X-Trail was finally stopped after police safety chiefs launched a probe. They found the car was on false Irish registration plates. She's got no licence or insurance. I mean, she's dumb, thick, stupid and ugly. She's got the complete set. In a letter to the Cardiff Magistrates Court, she admitted the offences. She did not attend the sentencing hearing, which also slapped her with an 18-month penalty. 18 penalty points and a driving ban. She didn't even bother turning up at court. I'd have had her in nick straight away. So the Nissan was been seized by the cops. She was fined £660 for each offence. So it's 25,000. You cough up, you stupid old baggage. Seriously. 33 times. 8 in one day. No driving licence, no insurance. People like you should be locked up, darling. In prison. And the key thrown away. Phew. Dumbo. This morning's Face of Glamorous Gardening. Oh, God, how embarrassing. Setting the women's movement back about 500 years. Her name's Daisy Payne. Yes, I'm pained looking at her. She says, I'm Charlie Dimmock, 20 years, just with smaller boobs. God, honestly. So in other words, already why bring that up? What's that got to do with it? Either you can do gardening, darling, or you're a bit of an exhibitionist. And so they put her on this morning. She could follow. Fans of the makeover show Ground Force will recall how co-presenter Charlie famously ditched her bra. I know, very unwise when you see her nowadays. Completely different. But Daisy grew a few salad leaves, and she comes from Cirencester. She said, I've got a vegetable patch. And that's it. Apparently, she told OK... Oh, here we go again. This is another one who's going to be all over the bloody place. This is teaching you how to grow something on this morning. So, a bit embarrassing, really. She says there's a perception. If you have blonde hair and nice nails, you can't be a gardener. Oh, God, honestly. How to set the women's movement back about 500 years, darling. I mean, is it natural blonde or are you bleached? Difficult to tell nowadays, isn't it? What did it say on the packet? Did it say golden blonde or something like that? Initially rubbing viewers. Breaking news, it's not the Royal Society of Arts. No, it's not Somerset House. Oh, no, it's not. I know where this is. Because, you know, upstairs... No, I know where this... I know this very well, this one here. This is... you look over... It's by the bus stop on Waterloo Bridge. You look over there. The drop is about 30 feet. It's definitely not that one. I know that one very well. That's a street, is it? Oh, well, you live and learn. No, that's not it. It's definitely the Royal Society of Arts. Seriously. I have to go there and knock on the door and make them open up for us, I'm telling you. We'll take photos. Love my tea. What else we got? We've got Bradley Cooper is a hot hunk. And Gemma Owen, they say, could... Oh, who cares? What with her and Ronan Keating's son? Have you seen him on there? Yeah, apparently Love Island is still on. Ronan Keating, who couldn't wait to tell you who his famous father was. Well, I say famous father. Poor old Ronan. And then he made slip. He said, my father's retired. I thought that was just wishful thinking, actually. Wishful thinking. Little Ronan Keating, who was the one who was described by Louis Walsh as the one in the group who couldn't sing. Seriously. I remember him saying it on the television. It was very funny. But Ronan, of course, has to make his living now, I think, on radio. I don't know what the figures are like. It doesn't affect us in the slightest. Steve. One here. I worked in Oxford Street for many years running stores, and underneath the street is a host of different things about it. No, it isn't. I love the way people tell lies about this, honestly. You've been reading the internet. It said, from cobbled streets to underground rivers and streams, mini post rails and little houses. Sadly not, love. Only in your dreams. No, nothing like that under Oxford Street. Of course there's not. One store had dungeons which went down some way and were quite eerie. No, unfortunately not true. Don't lie. Absolutely not true. There are no little houses underneath Oxford Street. I mean, you'd have to be a bit screwy to believe stuff like that. Steve, when I worked in retail, and if we saw somebody dodgy, we could push a button on a remote that would set the alarm on the door off, work to treat instead of accusing somebody. Well, you know you can go round a shop. You can go and put all this stuff in your basket, OK? They can't touch you. Walk outside the store, they've got you. Because that's thieving. But you can put your stuff in the basket and walk around the store forever and a day. They can't touch you for it. It's only theft when you walk outside of the store. I know, because I used to work in a department store. And Steve, Tom Swarbrick's here at 6 a.m. He says, for more madness. Oh, God, you're not going to be singing those tunes again, are you? God, blimey, honestly. Steve, my mum Carol and I are very happy to hear you again. Legends never die. We're not allowed to. We're not allowed to. I mean, I've asked. I said, is it possible to... No, not for several years, I'm afraid. Catherine says, have you seen a film called Daryl? There were some great films made in the 80s. Labyrinth with Bowie and Never-Ending Story. Oh, I love Never-Ending Story. Never-Ending Story. Oh, with Lamal singing it. Do you remember that one? Yeah, thank you. Steve, my wife and I, says Robin Hadfield, will be celebrating. I think you celebrate your 40th wedding anniversary in July. Right, OK. We booked a 4-berth cabin cruiser on the Thames for a week of relaxation. Yeah, it's quite nice, actually. You can do things like that. Is it Somerset House, says Carl? No, definitely not. Husey says, if any road, path or byway is named something street, it has Roman origins. Is it the Roman road in the Adelphi building? No, definitely not. And Paul says Boris can always deliver for the British people, as Amazon are always looking for drivers. He's going to make millions in the first year. If he steps down, he will definitely make millions. No two ways about it. Theresa May made more than $1 million in the first year. It's easy to do. Even that one who sort of, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. He came over here, sold out the Royal Albert Hall, making a fortune. They make a fortune, these people. Margaret Thatcher made millions. You know, it's amazing, amazing. Sue in Penge says, I thought I could throw shade, but nobody does it quite like you. I really hope I never get on your wrong side. Yeah, don't ever. Here we go, a ghostly tunnel between the Strand. No, I know where this one is. I know exactly where that is. If you go down to the Embankment tube station, first road on the left, turn left, and then do a right, and then it's on the left, that little road there. It's a tunnel that goes all the way underneath. At night time, it's all the homeless people sleeping there. It's very famous. Very, very famous. And you go... It's been in films, yeah, they've used it because it's... I love the way they put double yellow lines in it so you can't park there. Bit of a pointless exercise. But that goes all the way down to the Embankment where they've got the Watergate, because that's how far the Thames used to come back. It's as simple as that. The Times, Johnson fights for his life. I don't think he sees it like that at all. I don't think he was ever brought up... You know, even after 40 ministers and aides have quit, he caps the day of chaos by sacking Michael Gove. You know, he's going to keep on going. He's going to keep going. I know that I believe the 1922 committee are ready to tighten the screw. That's the only thing that would probably get rid of him if they sort of just forced him out. But even The Guardian says he's deluded and he's clinging to power. The standoff... He's still in place, but the jostling has begun. I don't think it's going to make any difference. Wait and find out over the next 2 days. Even the Mirror are saying, 42 quit, Gove sacked, Johnson clings to power, blah, 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 blah. So it goes on. They say, how can he stay in power? Well, he's there at the moment. He's there at the moment. They've got the list of all the Tory quitters. And former Minister Chris Skidmore says the Prime Minister's not been truthful. This is an extremely grave situation. Sajid Javid says the problem starts at the top, and I believe that's not going to change. And there's a whole list of the people who could take over from him. But he's not giving it up anytime soon. That's what I say. And, we don't really know where we go. I mean, Penny Mordaunt, I think, is favourite at the moment. We'll wait and see. Because, I mean, it's changing. It's almost changing on a minute-by-minute basis. Does he sleep well? I bet he sleeps really well. I don't think he's got no conscience at all about anything at all. He really hasn't. But we'll wait and find out a little bit later on. And then there was the bloke, the circus human cannonball. They used to have these at the time. Evel Knievel used to do it. And they have a big, long gun, and they put you in there, and it's a spring inside, which is wound back, and then they let it go, and it forces you up the end of the tube, and you hit the safety net. Unfortunately, he didn't hit the safety net. He missed it completely. And consequently, he was left unconscious. So he slammed into a metal rail. This was in South Wales. Caerphilly County Borough Council says it's investigating the incident. He was playing Captain America. They bring these things in. I've seen it done loads of times. They do it in America, and they're doing it to hit the net, and then they sort of bounce off the net. It's, must be very frightening for kids who are in the front row for these £14 seats. Very good value, circus, but, you don't really expect to see somebody hurt like that, do you? Definitely not.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 27 minutes to 6. But somebody just raised the point about this sort of myth of there being houses underneath Oxford Street and shops and everything else, which of course is a load of baloney. Because I was trying to think, surely if you've got half a brain cell, you'd work out what's holding the roof up for the road to go over the top of it. Answer, nothing, because there's nothing down there at all, I'm afraid. It was a rumour that was started way back in the 30s. There is an underground street in Charing Cross Road, but it doesn't have houses on it and things like that. That's what they don't have. These things would have been pulled down years ago, and they just build it up. It's as simple as that. Otherwise, the road would be collapsing every 5 minutes. Pete the Pool Man says, I was in a toy shop in Windsor at the weekend, and the theft apparently is so bad, they've uprated the security guard. The security guard had so much kit he looked like he was about to storm the embassy at Kingsgate, showing my age, for stealing toys. Yes, people thieve everything now. But the trouble is, the people who are thieving in Oxford Street, they've got nothing to lose because they just get told off and they wander off and they go, sorry about that, and they go and steal again. There was one bloke who stealed booze, 2 bottles of whiskey, 175 quid a bottle. He was nicking to keep sort of going. The sweet shops are being closed left, right and centre. I can only warn you again, don't go near anything because they'll rip you off. These sweet shops, which have got basically re-wrapped Wonka bars, so there might be chocolate in there, but they put a different wrapper on it, and they charge you anything between £9 and £10 a bar. Don't go near them. We've closed 2 just by the Hippodrome. They've got big signs on the door. The buildings have been taken over. They're not paying all their proper dues, so we don't support them. Amazing how they've just sprung up, isn't it? So don't go anywhere near them. OK. Naomi says, lovely to hear you back. Kirsty in Hastings. I know Hastings well. Lovely to hear you back. How are you? I'm very good, actually. I think it may be Durham Street Auditorium. The producer will check. Durham Street Auditorium. Let's have a look. This is in John Adams Street. Well, this is in the same place. Actually, you might be right. You might... There you go. That's it. In the RSA house. And that's the original road underneath with gutters either side of it. What do you mean I was right? Of course I was right. Cheeky devil, honestly. I told you it was there, and you walk in over the top of it. They've preserved it. That's the Durham Street Auditorium. It's a conference venue. It's part of the RSA. And this is where my ex-producer had his wedding reception. That's how I knew about this bit. What do they say? It's Roman or Victorian? Have they said what it is? It's really quite wonderful, and but it goes underneath the tiered seating. So there you go. It's the last remaining stretch of 18th century cobbled Victorian roadway, which was part of a tunnel. It's right again, you see. I mean, honestly, it's embarrassing. I mean, I feel really guilty having to hold my hands up. And you can, have a drink on arrival, popcorn, pick and mix, and you can rent this place out. Look, perhaps I could do a show there. But it doesn't look like it is a bit small for me, actually. Minimum that we would do would be 450. That's minimum. Yeah, it'll be the O2 next year. Steve Allen plays the O2. Thank you very much indeed. But no, I'm glad we found it. Thank you so much indeed. Well done, Wendy. Wendy gets the prize for today. The prize is... You were fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. Here we go. Just Jane O'Gorman, Emergency Fibber Edition. Liar, liar. Pals are on fire. They've all come up with every excruciating headline that you could possibly ever think of. And there's a former Aston Villa player. Do you know, lots of stories about footballers recently. There was a footballer arrested the other day in his bed. They haven't named him, but the internet was full of names. I can't understand why these people are allowed to come up with names. They've said, this is where this person lives, this is how old this person is, so people work it out. Well, of course, it wouldn't make the slightest difference to me. I've got no idea about football anyway. I've only ever heard of Bobby Charlton, George Best and David Beckham, and that's about it. Doesn't really help. But this one here has been hit with a court order to cough up nearly $45,000 in unpaid child support. I wouldn't mind, but these people earn a fortune. Also, I noticed, is it Wayne Rooney who's jacked in his job? Yeah, he's jacked in his job, I believe. Well, he was football manager, wasn't he? And he sort of jacked it in. So, that's why. I don't know what he's going to do now. I've got no idea. Manager of Derby County. Derby County? Who are they? Which I love. There you go. He's to leave the Trouble Club with immediate effect. I always thought he was a bit of a prat, actually. Sorry to say that, but I mean, to be honest with you, the man's an idiot. Have a Google of Little Compton Street, up the road from where you are. The traffic island at the junction of Charing Cross Road and Old Compton Street has a grill. And if you look down, you can still see an old street sign, says Rob. Yeah. Well, there you go. It's not really sort of looking into the darkness. Well, that would be in there because they marked everything. It was obliterated. It was the Metropolitan Board of Works who did that one, isn't it? And so they were trying to sort of drive a road through. And you can't wander through it. It's just they've got the name down there, and that's it. So is it really a buried street? Not really. No. I mean, there were wires and pipes and stuff like that. So what exactly is it? It's where they used to put all the pipe work and all the cabling and everything else like that. So, I mean, there's still so much history, but it's basically under your feet. But if you want to see London, look up. Look up. Because you'll see all the original buildings at the top. It's only the downstairs bits that they actually change. But Wendy gets the award this morning because she came up with Durham Street Auditorium, which is very nice indeed. Very nice. We're very happy with that. And can you believe that Britain's most dangerous criminals applying to get married behind bars? Apparently, figures show 75 applied to wed in the past 6 years. Some were in security category A jails. Levi Belfield became engaged and applied to wed behind bars. Who are these stupid people? Ministry of Justice said prisoners are entitled to apply to be married in prison. Final decision made by the prison governors. Yeah, but what sort of people are they who want to get... There was one woman, she was writing to a convicted murderer in America, and she wanted to marry him. She didn't know him. She was another one of these doolally screwball types from this country. And then they start writing. I remember a friend of mine, after he saw the film of The Krays, he wrote to Reggie Kray and hoping to start some sort of correspondence. And Reggie Kray wrote back to him and said, listen, thank you very much indeed for your letter, blah, 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 but I cannot continue the correspondence. And so they ended it there and then. Interesting. 84850, slept in today, says Rachel. I'm glad you're back. I was so pleased to see it was your face that greeted me on the app this morning. I shall stride out now, listening to you happily with my dog, Charlie. Carol in Newark says, hope everything went okay. It certainly did. Natalie in Dubai says, sounding great. I'm on the other hand dying of a hangover, having taken clients out last night. Honestly, really, I ask you. And Ashley says, do you watch Secrets of the London Underground? Yes, I've seen all of these programmes. I know everything about London. I know everything. That's why I knew that there'd be no secret road under Oxford Street. As I say, something started in the 30s. You can find anything on the internet. It's to appeal to the people who've got one or two screws loose. Bit of a shame. What else we got? What else have we got today? Love Island bosses caused a stir. No, they didn't. It's the same old tat. Somebody like, oh, get my boobs out. Should I get my boobs out? I don't know. And the boys, I mean, seriously. Are you sure they're all heterosexual? You have to watch it very carefully because there's some very odd-looking people in there. Eamon Holmes is still droning on about the fact that he wasn't... he didn't resign from ITV. They resigned from me. I never received an explanation. But that's the way it goes. So he left... And he's not bitter in any way, shape or form. Oh, is he ever? In between that, his feet, his back and all his other ailments, honestly. I had to give him an award in case he might not live long enough. Come on, pull yourself together. Village Victory, Emmerdale. Very pleased about Emmerdale. I always liked Emmerdale. Very good indeed. And also a picture of Dawn Neeson. For some reason, Rylan. He didn't get anything, I don't think, at all. So Soap is Emmerdale. Drama, Line of Duty. Sport, Wimbledon, most boring piece of television. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if it's just on one of them, but it's on BBC One, BBC Two. It's on everything. You know why? Freebie for all the old BBC employees. Want a ticket to Wimbledon? I'll get you a ticket for Wimbledon. Don't worry, we're not paying for it. Food, Gordon, Gino and Fred go Greek. That's the rude, foul-mouthed Gordon. Campo, Gino and Fred. What do you do, love? Entertainment, Gogglebox. That's entertaining, is it? My God, honestly. No. No. Oh, goodness gracious me. TV personalities, Anton Deck. Game show is The Chase. Good. News presenter, Eamon Holmes. Unfortunately, audience. Really, not. Soap actor, Rosie Marcel from Holby City. Don't tell me that's still on. Can't believe it. Multi-channel news, Good Morning Britain. Good. New drama, It's a Sin. Podcast, Shagged, Married and Annoyed. This is the dreadful Chris and Rosie Ramsey. I mean, do you buy these awards or something? Because it's about as funny as nothing. Factual, Paul O'Grady's For the Love of Dogs. And special award goes to Clive Myrie. For what? What was that for, Clive? Being able to read autocue? Can't believe it. I mean, was he in the Ukraine? Oh, well, there you go. Lovely. So now they give you an award for that. But the trouble is, listen, an award doesn't mean anything. It's audience figures. That's what counts, audience figures. Apart from my Global Award, which is completely different, and I got the audience figures. But, that's why. That's why. Macy Gray says her telly comments on gender were grossly misunderstood. Do it goes on forever and a day, this argument, doesn't it, really? And aliens, according to the Daily Star today, are trying to contact us. But we'll never know because the messages become gobbledygook by the time they reach Earth. Yeah. Who wrote this rubbish? Stein Alexander. Is there something the matter with you, dear, or what? I mean, why would you believe that messages are garbled in space? You have to ask yourself these questions, haven't you, really? Britons applying for passports this summer are being warned to avoid wearing trendy flick eyeliner. Because you've got to get the photographs right. If they don't look right, they reject it. So only go to authorised places. OK. Apparently the website is urging applicants to avoid wearing winged eyeliner, having facial piercings. Facial piercings? God in heaven. Wearing sun cream, glasses or fake tan or smiling. Which confuse... So Victoria Beckham has no trouble getting a passport. No trouble getting a passport. Cheating men who suffered the cruelest cut of all... You know what that can be, can't you? I know, I don't want to go into it. It's too embarrassing, yeah. Women who've cut their little dangly bits off. Very embarrassing, very embarrassing. Morning! I've just had a quick word with Tom Swarbrick. I said, try not to get too excited about the programme today. I've given him some tips on presenting political analysis. Imagine. Steve Allen does politics. We have done politics before, actually. Rich the Trucker, thank you very much indeed. And good morning from Germany. Says Mario, which is good. Jim and Christine said, listening to you in sunny Skiathos. I'd send a joke, but I don't want to get barred. We don't do jokes. We don't do jokes very often. Richard, is it? Yes, he's in Skiathos. I've never been to Skiathos. Does that sound... Oh, it's pretty, isn't it? Very, very pretty. My friend Rich says, I can't believe, he says, you've done an hour on your procedure. And here we go. Guess who sent this one? He says, morning, Captain. Colonoscopy for me today. Any super hints? I've been purging for the last 24 hours. Feel light and ready to be probed. Oh, God. Honestly. I hope it... Are you serious? You're going for colonoscopy today? I hope you do... hope you do well. It's seriously, it's not difficult at all. You will do it. Yes, you know who this is. I think you might find he's a radio presenter. Anyway, so good luck for the colonoscopy today. Richard in North Cheam says good luck. Stu in Norfolk says on fire as usual. Am I? It's the old joke about. I watched it the other day. Actually, strange enough, it came up on the telly. It was Joan of Arc, and in the end of it, and it was, I don't know why, because she was the Maid of New Orleans. I thought she was the Witch Queen of New Orleans, but anyway. And of course, they burnt her at the stake at the end, so she was happy because she was hearing voices. I'm like that every day. Seriously, Hinge and Brackett used to hear voices. They used to make jokes about, minicab. In fact, actually, that was the problem they had with a very famous Hollywood actress who was in a film, and she was very old, and she did a film called Sextet, I think it was, and I can't remember her name, but anyway, it'll come to me. And it was very interesting. It was very interesting because Mae West, and they'd fitted... She couldn't learn her lines, so they fitted her with an earpiece. And unfortunately for them, she started reciting lines. They had no idea what she was on about. She was in her she was well advanced in years. And it was a case of they started, sort of doing this, and she kept repeating these lines. And and it turned out she was picking up a local minicab that was so she was being fed into the ears, as you can well imagine. Professor Jonathan Shallett, I love it when he takes me to task. I love it, seriously. It's like being beaten on the bottom with a Woman's Weekly. He says, Eamonn Holmes is one of the premium broadcasters on the air. GB News is beating Sky News and UK TV. Eamonn has a new series called Farm to Feast. I know. I saw that the other day, actually. And yesterday at the Trick Awards, I sat next to Chris and Rosie Ramsey, totally delightful and true to their roots, still living in South Shields, says Jonathan. Bless his heart. I knew you'd go to the Trick Awards. How this man keeps his figure, I've got no idea. Marlon Brando was a 2-time Academy Award winner and 8-time nominee, spoke 5 languages, but he never learnt his lines. He spoke English, French, Spanish, Italian and Japanese, but he wouldn't memorise his lines, forcing other actors to wear body-affixed cue cards or placing them otherwise in his line of sight. Well, when, there's been famous people who've actually played the London Palladium and they've had to take everything out of the front rows to put people's cue cards in there. It's as simple as that. It was very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. And for some reason, people just don't learn lines anymore. And I don't know why, actually. I mean, I can't imagine why you'd ever want to go on stage. I can imagine the fear of sort of, people getting panic-stricken because they couldn't learn their lines. And so they would have cue cards written and stuff like that. I mean, I've never been like that at all. I've never had any lines to learn, which is a bit of a pain. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And interestingly enough, we've had a record number of text messages this morning. And we absolutely love text messages, so thank you very much indeed. But best pub around, the Five Horseshoes, right by Russell's Water. The pond truly drives the car into, all still there as it was back in the day. Wow. Which is lovely, actually. But my friend who writes to me and always calls me Captain, and I don't know why, but he's got colonoscopy. Go for the sedation. If I'm advising anybody, if you're having colonoscopy or, what was the other word I can't pronounce? Endoscopy. Go for the sedation. The simple reason, it doesn't knock you out, but you won't feel anything. Really, it's worth going for. What a brilliant idea. What a brilliant idea. This friend of mine has been purging for the last 24 hours. He said, I feel light and ready to be probed. You won't notice anything. I promise you. I've had both. Camera down the throat and the other one. And the throat one I never even felt. Never even felt at all. And the build-up to having it, well, I don't know, it just happened. It's like a plastic guard that goes over your mouth. The day before, well, you're not eating anything. That's the problem. Oh, the tablets. No, I took 10 Senna tablets, and then 2 packets of this clear you out through, you know. Let's make you like Mount Vesuvius. So it worked very well. Worked very well. But this friend of mine who's going in for his colonoscopy today, honestly, bless his heart. I think he's just copying what I'm doing. He's very, very fit. Very, very fit. So I think it'll be fine. Absolutely fine. And you don't feel anything. And they're very, very good. Very, very good. As I say, I had mine at Kingston Hospital, and I thought they were absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So there you go. I was going to say a recommendation. Recommendation to go for colonoscopy. But, I mean, listen, in the light of Bowel Babe, I think best to get checked out. If you get to a certain age, go get checked out. It's something that it doesn't, seriously, it's fine, but go for the sedation. You just have to make sure somebody comes and collects you. It's as simple as that. I was going to do a legal battle over Build-A-Bear. Have you ever been to Build-A-Bear shops? You go there, you pick out the bear you want, then they fill it with feathers or something like that, and you can pick out the outfit. But anyway, at the centre of this 3-year court fight between Build-A-Bear Workshop and HMRC is a law stating that accessories for stuffed toys attract 4% customs duty. So they've got a problem over the toys' shoes. But anyway, Build-A-Bear have been left with a tax bill of £660,000. I've never done Build-A-Bear, but I have passed the shops. There was one in Kingston. I don't know if it's still there. And you go in there and they go, hello. They've got all these feathers, and then you pick out the bear you want, and they sort of fill him up. So food up. January, ketchup, £2, now it's £2.79, up 40%. Lamb chops, up 9%. Flour, up 13%. Baked beans, up 33%. 4 oranges. I don't buy oranges. I buy Satsumas. I like easy peel. If it doesn't have, or Nardicots, if it doesn't have easy peel, I don't bother with it. I can't be bothered to start faffing around trying to peel an orange. No, they're not. No, very rare easy peel. You have to pay extra for easy peel. I love easy peel. Yeah, exclusive. Cheddar cheese up 4%, which is not too bad. Sliced loaf. I don't have bread that often, only on the odd occasion. Chicken up 11%. Sugar up 5%. Iceberg lettuce up 7%. But I mean, who in God's name eats iceberg lettuce? Most boring food under the sun. Salmon up 16%. Potatoes up 5%. But things which are down, onions, pears, apples, grapes, wholemeal loaf and grapefruit. So your basket in January cost £36.17. Now, all those items I've just mentioned, £40.55. So it's up 12%. Just as well I don't eat most of it. Yeah, I must get myself some pears. But I can't have grapefruit. I'd love to eat grapefruit. But, I cannot do it. What was the other one? Oh, the gang behind 1 in 4 migrant crossings smashed in the raid. One of the barns, one of these super-duper houses that they've got, because they make about 68,000 quid per trip. Well, let's just arrest the people who drive the boats. Make it simple. We were told this was going to be happening. And a lord kicked out of Harrods over paint-spattered jacket and jeans. Luke Goss, I seem to remember, was refused entry by a Harrods doorman who reputedly failed to recognise him. But this lord is the eldest brother of the Duke of Beaufort and first cousins, including the Marquis of Bath. And you'd thought he would have got, a sort of, yes, sir, no, sir, and all the rest of it, but they didn't. They actually sort of kicked him out. He was wearing a paint-spattered jacket. I thought that was called fashion, but there you go. I mean, what do I know? He was waiting to pay for a £500 speaker, approached by 2 store heavies. He then found himself under escort and descended 5 stories at some speed and then being ejected from the building. Apparently he was inappropriately dressed. Well, take your business elsewhere. Stuff 'em. Who cares? Goodness sake. Happy birthday, Tony Jacklin. Tony Jacklin, how old today? Come on, how old Tony Jacklin? You don't know who he is? Oh, he's a golfer from Scunthorpe. Somebody's got to be. 78 today. And, in fact, in 1971, Bjorn and Agneta were celebrating tying the knot. The couple, half of ABBA, divorced in 1980. So there you go. And in July 2000, Cherie Blair flew home from holiday to deal with the family crisis over her son's ill-fated exam celebrations. Oh, so glad I never did exams. So glad. I would just be absolutely awful at exams. I've never done them, no. I've never done an exam. Because I left school at 15, so I didn't have to do any exams. And I wouldn't have been much cop at them anyway. What's the point of sending me to do so? And also, you know, in my business, they're not bothered. Nobody's ever asked me here, please God, what my qualifications are, apart from being entertaining, he says, clinging on to grim death. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Boris Free. I have to say that at the beginning of the programme because, you know, even with the best will in the world, we're just going over the same ground, same things, same speculation, same this. And so I've decided not me at all. I've decided that you need a rest for a few hours because you're going to get it again at breakfast when they try and probably unravel, you know, look at me, I'm talking about it, and I wasn't supposed to be talking about it, only for the simple reason it was a short speech. They were all outside there, and you're going to get somebody else. Who it's going to be, I have no idea. They might be worse than Boris. There's a very good chance they probably might be. And do we head for a general election, or do we not? And is Boris going to cling on for the next few months? I think he's going to cling on for a few months, because he's already organised a wedding at Chequers, so that'll be coming up very shortly. He's also reorganised the cabinet. These are indicators. So, you know, you'll hear certain people who get very excited about the fact that he's gone. But it could be a case of out of the frying pan. But anyway, we'll leave that to one side because I think you deserve a little bit of a break. I think you deserve a little bit of a break from it. Because I could tell you other exciting things. Well, not really, actually. Godfather star James Caan has died at the age of 82, known for playing Sonny Corleone. A motorist jailed for sitting 150 driving tests. There are 150 people driving out there who have never passed a test in their life. This bent crook, I'll tell you who she is later, sat 150. So there's 150 people out there driving who shouldn't be driving because they've never had a test. And I bet she's the tip of the iceberg, I bet you. Who's next on the list of Radio 2 axings? They think Ken Bruce. I might as well say that. Chuck our sixpenneth into the ring. Jan Moyer thinks this one could be it because they've kicked Steve Wright out. And I shouldn't imagine he's at all happy. I think he's out of his studio as well. So they can prepare it for the next person who's never worked by themselves, which should be an interesting one. Carol Malone doing a big piece in the paper today because you're going to be bored witless with, you know, the one who's just going or said he's going. She says he's a rock star and any replacement will be a pale imitation. You can't knock him for the personality. Bumbling, had COVID, did it, you know, and sort of, but you will hear an amazing amount of venom from people. He's going. He said he's going. It's like sort of kicking somebody when they're down and going, you're going. And you go, yeah, I've just announced I'm going. What more can you say? EasyJet bosses have jetted out for a jolly in the sunshine. Oh, it's not going to be a jolly here. Roads melting. I've done that before. Have you ever driven down a road that started melting? The asphalt on the top goes, it's very sticky. You can feel your tyre. Oh, it's horrible. Mind you, I did go into Shepherd's Bush about 5 years ago, and they were doing the road. I was on the wrong side of it, and they'd only just laid the tarmac. I nearly got stuck in the middle of it. I couldn't believe it. I got off there as fast as possible. But yesterday, there was a big kerfuffle on the M3 on the opposite side of the road to me, and I had to go down there to go and deliver this thing. I don't know what it was. All I know that there was police cars and they were diverting people off. Well, when you've got 4 lanes of a motorway diverted off to 2 on a little side slip road, it was a disaster. And there we go. Somebody had died. I thought they did, and I tell you for why. Because as I drove past, we all drove past very slowly, there was a stretcher on the ground with obviously somebody on it, and they were covered over by a sheet. And it was then that I realised this was very dangerous. And so she died. She was in her 70s. It was a single vehicle collision between Basingstoke and Farnham. The road remained closed throughout the morning. So I came back via Newbury in Berkshire. So I set off from home at 7:30. I got back yesterday at 12:30. 12:30. Well, normally I'd be back home 7:30. I'd be down there 8. I would have been home by 9 o'clock. It went for it. But I remember thinking, I don't want to sit there because the signs, they couldn't get that right. I did the scenic route, and luckily I knew most of it, so I was okay. I did get back. It just took a bit longer than I was anticipating. It would have been easier to pop the bloody thing in the post. But, you know, if you want something to get down there quickly, you have to do it. Anyway, I hope you're good, but it is going to be hot over this weekend, which is great. I don't mind that because I've got air conditioning in the car. Comfort cooling You know, I feel sorry for people who have to have their windows open on the car, because that doesn't help, because you've got the windows open, and the moment you start slowing down on the motorway, and we slowed down quite a few times, actually, they've said today 28 degrees, so it's going to be, you know, just peaking 85, 90. Sunny with a gentle breeze, but that's what they say all the time. Monday, it's going to be 30. Tuesday, 31 degrees. Not going to like that, are you? It's going to be up to the 90s. And then we start dropping back down again Thursday, back down to 27th. So that's that's sort of the good. For those people who love it, my next door neighbours, absolutely, I don't go out in the sun. I really don't. I steer well clear of it. I burn. I go all blotchy. Mind you, I'm blotchy anyway, but it doesn't make any difference. I'm just a pale imitation of my former self. The papers are full today of the world's most boring couple, 11 years of ups and downs. This is Paddy McGuinness and his dreary wife, Christine, you know, who had to go to a ball the other day all by herself. Paddy was obviously very busy working, whereas she isn't. And so they say, do Christine and Paddy no like each other so much anymore? I mean, you know, I don't know. Couldn't really care less. It's got nothing to do with me. You know, as far as I'm concerned, they can split up, stay together. It doesn't make any difference. I don't know why we're so fascinated by people's boring marriage arrangements. They have children together. She's always been desperate to be something. She was in the Real Housewives of Cheshire, and frankly, she was one of the most boring things in there. She hardly contributed. You know why? Barely string two words together. Barely string two words together. I remember thinking, where is she? She made an appearance. Oh, yes, there she is in the corner again. Bit embarrassing, isn't it? So is the marriage on the rocks? I only put it on my sheet because I sort of thought to myself, it's in all the papers today. I mean, she just desperately wants to milk any bit of publicity. You know, she thinks that makes her famous. ITV plumb new depths in television so-called entertainment. As they do a programme about somebody getting into the porn industry. I mean, it really is about the most scuzzy thing you could ever... Even the TV critics are going, how much lower can we go? Then you look at the presenter of it and you go, yes. Ali Ross was talking about, if you want to gauge just how far down the U-bend ITV has travelled this century, consider the contrast. Between 1963 and 1998, the main commercial network boasted an investigative journalism show called World in Action that corrected great injustices like the Birmingham Six. Now they've dredged up Olivia Attwood getting filthy rich, a concept that will be familiar to you, but a name that possibly isn't. So I should explain... Olivia is the novelty pipe cleaner from Series 3 of Love Island, who through an ability to laugh at herself has forged a so-called fly-on-the-wall career at ITV2. And how this qualifies you for doing anything, she's totally useless. Totally useless. And this is an industry called OnlyFans. I mean, suits her down to the ground. So she's had to go there, and then people write in and go, show us your tits and all this, you know, all that kind of stuff. And you begin to wonder. I told you yesterday, Kerry Coke-Toner's daughter wants to do it as well. She said, my mother's made money out of it. Can't wait to see your tax bill, sweet pea. You know, just to find out. But Olivia Attwood, no thank you very much indeed. No thank you. Shane says, finally, it's a sunny day. And the floodwaters around Sydney are dropping. Isn't it funny? I just always imagined that Sydney was surrounded by water anyway, so it never sort of crossed my mind that they would have floodwaters, which is not very good. Roger says, I assume you won't be popping Prosecco corks with Dave O'Brien and Darren as they celebrate the end of Boris. But now there's nothing more to say, because he's announced that he was going, which is what we predicted. The producer predicted it the other day, and he said, I think he'll actually go today. Well, he announced he was going to go, but he hasn't said when he's going to go. So, you know, I don't know. Listen, I mean, there's loads of people who make livings out of it. I mean, in front of number 10 Downing Street, you can't move for the makeup artists and the hair and the coiffeurs and the people standing going, so here we are. And, you know, Boris is going to be leaving and he's going to be doing this. Who's going to be walking through the front door? Who gives a toss? Steve, you get my vote. Steve Allen for Prime Minister. God. Imagine, I mean, where would you start? Where would you start? Who'd want the job to start? You imagine the abuse you get. I mean, I've been hearing it on the phone lines from people, you know, and I'm thinking, you really haven't looked any further than the end of your nose. You need to look a little bit further than that. Boris was voted in. He's been in there how long now? How long's he been? 3 years. He's done 3 years as Prime Minister. You know, they went, oh, he's bumbling and he's this. But he's certainly made an impact. You have to produce a result from people. It's no good being beige. And God knows there's been enough beige prime ministers, when you look back at all of them. And then you look at what Boris did. People laughed at him. Sometimes they laughed with him. So I'm talking about him, and I shouldn't be. Anyway, moving on. So have a good weekend, says Anne, sleepless in pool. She says, so glad you're the all clear from the hospital. I thought it was brilliant. I recommended it yesterday. As I said, there was this woman who wrote to me, and she said you made a big deal about it. And no, it's the one thing I didn't do. So either you're deaf as a post, or you need to go back to get the thing adjusted a little bit, because no, I said it was the best thing I've ever had done. Thought it was fantastic. Noreen says, so glad it all went well with the procedures and all is good. Some years ago, Brian's GP wanted him to have an endoscopy, but he wouldn't have it done. I think he envisaged a box brownie camera going down his throat. I had to have one a while later and was able to reassure him it wasn't like that. In due course, he had it done, and that was when they found out that he was celiac. Because we've had celiacs quite a lot in our family. We've had quite a few of them. And, you have to make sure when you go into restaurants, most restaurants cater for celiacs now, because I think my brother's girls went out with celiacs, and I think one of my godchildren is celiac as well, if not two. So it's a condition, just in case you don't know, it's a condition where your immune system attacks your own tissues when you eat gluten. It stops you from taking in nutrients. And, so they're gluten-free. Mostly because I didn't know. We went to Joe Allen's, and one of the girls said, oh, I'm celiac. And they went, that's okay. That's no problem at all. So very pleased to hear that, which is good news. But, the box brownie camera. It's amazing, actually, Noreen, how many people, including Mr. Neil, who was so worried about having this camera down the throat because he thought he's going to choke on it. But you don't. I mean, I promise you don't. I thought it was the easiest procedure I've ever had, and I've had some procedures, believe you me. So for that poor old woman who wrote to me going, oh, you're bigging it up and making it sound something it's not. I'm absolutely not. We said it was better, even easier than we thought. But of course, I mean, I should imagine you'll be having it, will you? Probably a little bit frightened about it. But I couldn't even tell you how big the camera was. I've got no idea. All I know is they must be tiny nowadays, because I had one that went up my vein to put my stents in. That was a little thing holding the stent and the camera at the same time, so they can watch it as it goes up the vein. So it must be really tiny. I didn't even know the camera was in. You don't choke because you've got this oxygen going up your nose with a little sponge thing to keep it in place. And they sprayed the back of the throat, and I swallowed this liquid, which went down and basically anaesthetised me. I didn't even know it was in. They gave me this. All I remember him giving me this plastic thing to put over my mouth, and that apparently had the camera in it, and then they just fed it through, literally, easy peasy, lemon squeezy, which was very good, very good. So look at the time. Honestly, it's already. Oh, by the way, just in case you've joined us, we're here for 3 hours. Just thought I'd let you know, just in case you're thinking, but yesterday you only did 2 hours. Well, yeah, because we were waiting, for the announcement from Boris. We've had it now, and so we now have to wait months and months. I think he'll drag it out. I'm totally convinced. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC, and you are very welcome. There's the papers are full of you-know-what. And, there's a lovely picture here of a triple cheeseburger for 99p. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I wonder where you get those from. Triple cheeseburger. It's always this time of the morning they go, I don't know, does it say where it's from? No, it doesn't. Oh, it says here, vote for a new deal every day this week. Download the McDonald's app, and then you can get a triple cheeseburger for 99p. I like the idea of a triple cheeseburger. After 11, of course. It's always the way, isn't it? Steve says, Mini Max. It's 3 p.m. New Zealand time. It's the Steve Allen Show. Time to put the kettle on, or the jug, as they call it over here. Well, they used to call it the jug over here, but I think that was when you were imprisoned. You're going into the jug, I think. Ash says, very good morning. Ash is in Margate. Hope you're all good. I think so, yes. Just 150 that shouldn't be on the road. I gawp at the state of people's driving skills. How did these people get driving licenses? They get somebody else to take it for them. That's what she did. She took 150 people who are driving on the road. All their licenses are going to be cancelled. They're going to have to go back. But it's amazing how many bad drivers you see. I mean, I'm encountering people on the motorway pootling along, obviously picking wildflowers, and they annoy me greatly. You know, I mean, I sort of do the, the speed that you're allowed to on the motorway, 70 miles an hour. It's very comfy. I've got the aircon on, freezing to death, I'll tell you. It's so cold. I don't mind that, though. I'm okay with it being cold. Laura is a community nurse. Said, and actually there's a picture of nurses in the paper today, people who did it in a different time. They're all very elderly, but they were sort of the original nurses, which I quite like. I'm so glad you're back to a safe and well post-procedure. My rounds haven't been the same without you the last few days, and I'm glad you got the all clear. The government seems to fall to pieces when you're away. I know, it's odd, isn't it? It is odd. Isn't that odd? My heart will go on. And, Steve, do you reckon Boris will have a leaving do? Oh, I should imagine, yes. Oh, yes. Yeah, James O'Brien's looking after that one. It'll be very exciting. I've never heard so much excitement and glee in their voices on a few people. You know, getting excited about Boris is gone, Boris is gone. I'm thinking, you wait to see what comes next. You might suddenly realise that maybe not such a good move. And my brain is frazzled, says Eileen in Scarborough. Thank you for giving us a break from Boris. I'm sorry to see him go, though. Well, everybody, people have got different opinions. Some people loved him. Most people who seem to phone us up absolutely seem to hate him. To the point of venom. I've never heard such venom being spouted. Seriously, the same people who probably were saying the same about Thatcher and the same about David Cameron and everybody else. But the venom for Boris seems to... And then you sort of see them sitting on Prime Minister's Question Time. Not Prime Minister's, but Question Time. People you've never even heard of going, well, of course, he's ruined my family. We had barely enough food to live on. I'm thinking, oh, do us a favour. You're all on 90,000 a year. Don't give us this balderdash. Ridiculous. Roger says, I'd rather be sitting in rain-soaked Sydney with Shane than boil in 90 degrees sunshine. Next week, well, excuse me, it's going to start this weekend and then run into next week. I mean, today's going to be hot. Oh, dear, I don't like it when it's hot. I know some people love it. Chris and Steve out in Spain, they must be quite used to it. But if I lived anywhere like that, I would have to have air conditioning. I've got air conditioning and fans at home. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, my place doesn't get hot. It really doesn't. It's sort of midway between the two. And if I get too hot, which is very rare, I just go and sit in the car and turn on the aircon, which is lovely because it blows it out at such a rate. I could sit there with a jumper on. Seriously, very much like that. Very much like that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Let's see if we can go for a record. The amount of texts that we get every day now is running into hundreds. Even after we sort of filtered them out. Yesterday, we were still, I forget what it was actually at the end of yesterday, 100 and something texts. We try and, in three figures, we try and whiz through them as quick as possible for you, just to make sure that we're all sort of singing from the same hymn sheet, which is quite nice. Also, another bizarre outfit worn by Lewis Hamilton. Somebody told him he looks like a complete Nelly wearing this stuff. I mean, no, seriously. He's teamed the patriotic red, white and blue pair of baggy trousers with a padded jacket. Who gets you to wear this stuff, love? Is there some joke shop that's sort of opening up and they're going, Coco the Clown's coming back. Would you like to wear these outfits? I've never seen anybody who dresses so badly. Perhaps he thinks it's called trendy. I know he's doing the Austrian Grand Prix, but even by Austrian standards, dear, they're going to think you're a bit of a weirdo. Seriously, I mean, the outfits, when you see some of them, they must be having a laugh. What could we get them to wear? It was a bit like Colleen Rooney. You know, she used to go and shop in Cricket, which was a very upmarket shop, and probably still is. And she'd come out. She's got nowhere to wear this stuff to. Nowhere to wear it to. You can't wear it going down the local kebab shop. It looks ridiculous. And Lewis Hamilton's in exactly the same. Loads of money, but no sense of fashion whatsoever. He could absolutely nail it on the head if he wanted to, but he chooses to wear these naff outfits. I mean, I can't think of it. I mean, you can't buy... You've either got style or you haven't got style, and unfortunately, he hasn't, which is a bit of a shame. Oh, look, a picture of the Red Bull Formula One boss Christian Horner, married to Jerry Halliwell, as you know, and they say he's caught driving his Aston Martin whilst talking on the phone. I mean, to be honest with you, perhaps it's a bar of chocolate he's holding. I mean, I don't know. Because I would have thought that even in this car here, he must have hands-free. I've got hands-free. In fact, I haven't had a car in the last 15, 20 years that's not had hands-free. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too convinced how to use the blooming thing, because it was easier in my last car. But in this one, it's all on the steering wheel. You just push a button, and I can see it comes up on the dash who it is calling you, and that's about as far as it goes. So I have to wait until I can then sort of learn how to call them back. But I mean, he can't seriously be that stupid, you know, to be actually on his telephone. He's holding it. So, but I saw a guy the other day. He pulled up next to me in his car, nice car, and he's on his telephone. And I remember thinking, if you're caught by any of the cameras on the motorways, you're done instantly. You're done instantly. You do not. You know, it's 6 points automatically if you're caught on your telephone. So when you go under the bridges, they've got cameras which are on top. So they get you front and back. And if you're on the telephone, they know you're on the telephone. Honestly, goodness sake. Also, a woman who rescued a supermarket trolley. There's always one, isn't there? She rescued it. It was being held hostage. And it took the store 7 weeks to collect it. Betty Burke found it in an alley near her home and rang Aldi to say it was in her garden. She even cleaned it. She couldn't take it back because she couldn't leave her husband because he's disabled. Betty says it's not damaged. It would take one of their staff 20 minutes to walk over. Aldi blamed a delay in response from its trolley retrieval firm. They actually have a trolley retrieval firm, so it took 7 weeks for them to get it. I'd have actually just thrown it out, Betty. I mean, it was a bit bad when you had to cook breakfast for it and everything else. I mean, it's your own problem, isn't it? Yeah, you wash it every day. I love it. I love it. A history student who was laughed at for doing his dissertation on Eurovision has got a first. Taylor Carolyn chose the annual song contest as the subject of his final essay. He grew up watching the event. While his parents held parties to celebrate, he was rewarded with a top grade. He said, Eurovision is only known for crap music, but I definitely proved him wrong because I got a first. How useful. He works in a cafe, so that's about the extent of where he's going to go with his career, isn't he? And he said, after compiling 180 pages of colour-coded notes, he knocked out the 4,000-word dissertation in 5 days. It tackles the show's cultural, diplomatic and political tensions, as well as exploring how it had given a platform for LGBT and ethnic minority performances. What, you mean there might be gay singers there? Oh, Taylor, honestly, you've just ruined my day. Gay singers at Eurovision? Surely not. People who watch it, people who do dissertation, surely not gay. Surely not gay. It's the butchest thing I've ever heard of. But, you know, I mean, I really don't know where you're coming from. Taylor now working in a cafe as he ponders his next career move. What career move, Dove? You don't have a... So you've got a dissertation on the Eurovision Song Contest. Gay bar? I'm only thinking, I can't think of anything else. I mean, where else are you going to work? You've got a dissertation on the Eurovision Song Contest. Most people think it's naff, we're never going to win it again. They hate us. They absolutely hate us. So we came, second is no good. Second is no good. It's a competition to win. They're not going, oh, you could come second or something like that. I mean, God, can you imagine if I was the second most popular programme in this time slot? I wouldn't want that. Only want the top one. I'm Joe. Yes, we know you are, dear. I'm 21 years old, and I reckon I'm the youngest listener. I work nights and love listening to you on my way home from work. You're certainly not the youngest. We've had way younger. Way, way younger. 21, you're positively ancient. Good Lord above. Last day in Torremolinos, says Lewis, flying home later, sitting on the balcony, but it's still dark. I can see the sea. I'm very sad to be leaving. I know, when you sit on the balcony and you suddenly think, oh... Yeah, send us a picture of sitting on the balcony. Steve, forget the triple cheeseburger. Treat yourself to a bacon roll. No, cheeseburger. Triple cheeseburger. That's the one I want. My wife, Steve, always says money can't buy you class. No, you're absolutely right. It can't. It can buy you material objects. It's like they say money doesn't buy you happiness. Bloody well does. Are you mad? Of course it does. Money don't buy you happiness. My God, I could be very happy with £191 million. Just think how many people you could make happy with £191 million. I mean, I love... I mean, it's tonight, yeah. I mean, to be honest, I bought tickets, you know. I mean, I'm not bothered. If I don't win, I don't win. I probably won't. But it doesn't matter. But I just like the idea that, you know, people say, oh, it wouldn't buy you happiness. But then you're assuming you're a miserable little git to start with. So I would be, you know, I think it's the biggest ever jackpot, isn't it? Yeah. Can you imagine? Could be yours tomorrow, £191 million. The lottery game is also played in, here we go, Ireland, Austria, Belgium, France, Luxembourg, Portugal, Spain, Switzerland and the United Kingdom. You're up against all of those. Oh, shame in it. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I mean, you know, it comes after the National Lottery players failed to predict all 5 main and 2 lucky star numbers in Tuesday's £186 million draw. Can you imagine if you get that little thing that pops up in your inbox? You know, if you buy them online, yeah, you've won a prize and you go, oh, well, can't be bothered to check it. I sometimes pretend I play fantasy lottery. So in other words, I fantasize that I've won it until all of a sudden somebody goes, "Oh, the prize has just been claimed by somebody from Austria," and you go, "Oh God, honestly, I thought it was ours. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We still have a go at it because it's it's open to anybody. Anybody can win the blooming thing. What's the secret to winning the lottery? You had the right numbers. And that's it. But I promise you, it wouldn't change me. I'd still be the most obnoxious little so-and-so you've ever heard on the radio. Wouldn't change me at all. It really wouldn't. You'd do the usual thing, wouldn't you? If you won that much money, depending whether you like your job. I mean, I love my job. So, in fact, Dominic Ellis, who's the newsreader for us this morning, just for a couple more times, he said, if you won, he said, you wouldn't come into work. He said, no, you would come into work. I said, of course I would. I've always said that. Why would I not come into work? Definitely. What's the most I've ever won? 4,000. That was years ago, though. It's virtually impossible to win. That's why it's 191 million, when you consider how many people are buying blooming tickets. But, no, you're right. Poor old Lewis Hamilton. No class. No class at all. Prince Harry. No class. Just a temperamental little person. Oh, look. There's Lewis's view. Oh, you can just about see the sea, can't you, in between the other blocks of flats. And the car park does look a bit... Well, it's early in the morning there. That's why it's misty. Thank you for that. Very nice indeed. I always worry about balconies, that jut out from buildings. I see them as I'm coming out of Waterloo Station in the morning. I think, just suppose you're all sitting on there and then it just tips. God, dear, that would frighten the life out of you, wouldn't it? Absolutely. Money doesn't buy you happiness, but I'd rather cry in a mansion than in a studio flat. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Why not? Goodness sake, honestly. I've already worked out. I know what I'm going to do with 191 million. I know immediately what I'm going to do. Yeah, I might tell you after news or I might not tell you. I shall see how I feel. You'll have to keep listening to LBC.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Friday. Whoopee! He says, trying to get overexcited about the weekend. They come around so fast. I mean, this week I've only done 2 days because I've spent the other bit sort of preparing for the hospital. Which, to be honest with you, I mean, you do need to prepare for it. You can't just sort of go into it cold, as they say. There's certain procedures you've got to follow. But I'd recommend it to everybody. Listen, if Noreen's done it and Brian's done it, everybody can do it. My friend Christopher did it yesterday. It's the sort of fasting bit, which actually, I mean, I couldn't wait for a cup of tea and I wanted a piece of cherry cake or something like that, but I just got some biscuits at Kingston, but that was fine, which was very nice. So wonderful to have you back. I'm a recent convert to LBC, and it's all thanks to my neighbour Anne for telling me to give it a listen. Well, there you go. And Roger says the 191 million lottery win may not change you, but I bet it would change your brother and his family. Yes, I would think so, yes. I've already decided if I win the 190, because everybody plays fantasy lottery. You can keep it going for days until somebody goes, oh, I've just claimed the 191 million, and that's when I hate everybody. But, yeah, you would sort of do that. I've already decided I'm going to walk into Knight Frank, because they seem to have, top quality houses. Hampton's probably roughly the same. And so I'm looking at a house in Regent's Park. My budget, up to 40 million. Up to 40. Because, that would be... And I can imagine the hatred you get from people, the jealous people, the ones who, I spent my last £2.50 on a ticket. Well, you're going to starve then, aren't you? That's your own problem. Actually wasting it on a lottery ticket, that'd be terrible. And some, people say, isn't that too much? And you go, listen, not at my age, it's not too much. Why would it be too much? What do you expect me to do? Live in a bedsit or something? Good Lord, no. Definitely. And I'd give money to my brother. I'd expect him probably and his wife to stop work. I'd make them instantly multimillionaires, and then what else? So the godchildren and a few other bequests. Yeah, the butler. I'll get you, butler. And then you'd sort of, by the time you bought, I don't need to buy a car. I've got the car, and I'd like to call in a company. I know the company I'm going to call in to fill the house with furniture. Just going to go. This is the house. It's all empty. fill it with furniture, and that will be done. So if I spend 600,000 on that, that'll be enough. But you're still going to be ending up with over 145 million pounds sitting in the bank. You know, I wouldn't be bothered about investing it either. That's the one thing, you know, when they get, because then you see if your investments go a bit awry, why would you need to? I don't need to invest any money at all, not with that much. What they do after I'm dead, I couldn't care less. They can do what they like with it, but I definitely wouldn't do it. Yeah, everybody look after it for me. And, you know, I'd probably go around the company here and give them all 20 quid, you know, £20 note. They'd all be very happy with that. Steve, glad you're on form. Best way to win the lotto is don't do it. That's right. Keep the money in the pocket. It's a fiddle, says James. My bank manager said to me once, she said, I tell you what, she said, every month, why don't you give me half of what you would spend on the lottery? She said, and then keep the rest. And she said, and I'll just invest it. You know, that's the way it goes. Listen, you can only afford to gamble if you can afford to lose. You have to be able to afford to lose. That's the secret to gambling. So when we went to the casino the other day, Corey and I, did I mention we went to the casino? We did. After lunch at Little Italy with Luigi, we decided to go to the Hippodrome. So we go to the Hippodrome, walk around the different tables. You know, there was one woman, she looked as though she was poor as a church mouse. Every time she opened her wallet, she produced bundles of £50 notes. I mean, obviously for some people it's a bit of an addiction, whereas we made, in about 15 minutes, £45 profit. And Corey said, right, that's it, we go. So we went to the pub and we had a couple of beverages. The pub, I went to the pub. I know, it's not my sort of thing at all. Very rich people often look scruffy. I know, I think I look scruffy. Not really. Steve, I remember having an endoscopy and stupidly had no spray or anaesthetic. The surgeon thought I was mad, says Colin. Well, I have to be honest. I mean, yes. But it would be possible to do. Entirely possible to do. They automatically, I thought, gave you the spray as a matter of course and the oxygen so that you don't feel you're choking. You know, it was the choking thing that sort of worried me. I thought, oh, God, if I gag. But as I say, I didn't even know that the blooming camera was in there, so it must be very, very small. Katie Price said she's quitting social media for personal reasons, more garbage from the woman who drink drives. And she says, I'm going to be coming off all social media for a period of time. I need to take time off for personal reasons. Yeah. Perhaps you've been told to by the courts, dear. Why don't you come off it and stop giving us this garbage that you come up with? She says, thank you to all my loyal fans for always supporting me. I know. And the courts as well. 6 times drink driver. A disgrace. An absolute disgrace. Baby P's mum, Tracy Connolly, has left jail for the first time in 7 years in a move that's angered just about everybody. The 40-year-old was moved to a secret bail hostel. She hasn't. She's going to start a new life under some of the toughest licence conditions on record. I'm so sorry to say this. I couldn't give a flying forks whatever happens to her. I really couldn't. What she did to Baby P, and you're allowed out of prison, you piece of filth. Seriously, I can't even begin to... I mean, she caused the death of 17-month-old Peter in Tottenham. I mean, she had been released in 2013, but was locked up again for breaching the terms of her parole. She's a piece of disgusting pond life. I'm sorry. What you did to that child, don't even get me going on it. It just drives me mad. It really does. We've done the EasyJet bosses, haven't we? And the dreariness of Christine and what's it? You know, so down they go. Paddy and Christine. She's called a model wife. She doesn't do modelling. What are they talking about? The only modelling she does is she thinks she's a model. She thinks if you have your teeth done and shove your boobs out in front of you, that makes you a model. It does for certain people, dear. But this year, she says, I met the most broken version of me, but also the strong... These people are so dreary. Honestly, they're supposed to be adults. They can't deal with anything at all. There's one thing I want to make clear. I didn't put us in this situation. Who cares? Who cares, dear? You're assuming that people are remotely interested in your dreary existence. It's a bit like sort of, you know, John McEnroe, you know, commentating on... I've got an extra neighbour who's absolutely gaga for tennis, for Wimbledon. I don't know if it's still on, I don't know. Every time I turn on, there's two... They were showing us... What were they showing us the other day? Hampton Court, with, again, gardeners I've never even heard of. But all these different people here... And so, shame really. Day 29 of Love Island. And as I say, they've all got nothing to talk about. They've got absolutely nothing to talk about. They are the dimmest bunch of people, but poor old Ronan Keating's son kicked him out after less than a week. You know why? Boring. Boring and dull and very uninteresting. Who in God's name ever thought that he'd be any good at it? I've got no idea. He doesn't even look like he's sort of been to a gymnasium or something like that. He looks very dreary. But like putting one of Gary Lineker's sons on, George or somebody like that. You know, George is on Love Island. Of course. But great TV lies and delusions of the week. Saturday Kitchen Live, Ollie Smith. Ed Gamble, you're the busiest man in showbiz. I think not. Joe Lycett's big pride party. Mwan, we're going to have a lot of fun tonight. Unfortunately not. He tried to upstage Joan Collins. But, she wasn't having... She was on this pride thing with Joe Lycett, who's a professional gay guy who they put on the television when they want to do anything to do with pride. There's quite a number of people. In fact, you can't move, out there for sort of people clamouring to get onto these different programmes because they want to sort of talk about what it's like to come out and to be gay. But, in the case of Joe Lycett, he could have knocked me down with a feather. I'd no idea. No idea. Bisexual, is he? Good God in heaven. What does that mean? Does that mean... That's what I thought it was. But I've never seen any pictures of him with his girlfriend. Does he have a girlfriend or a boyfriend and everything? I've only ever seen him on the Sewing Bee programme. I've never seen anything at all. Tara says, glad you're back. Our little girl who shouldn't be awake at this time also sends lots of love. And a lot of people talk about the endoscopy. I've now learned how to say the word, which is fantastic. I'm very pleased about it. Colonoscopy. Yeah, I'm very familiar with all of these now. And if you get the opportunity to have it done, have it done. Because it could change your life. And also, better to know. Better to know. If you think there's something going on, in the downstairs department, you must get it sorted out. Because the sooner it's caught, the sooner they could do something about it. And don't be embarrassed by it. They do it every day of the week. It's all the time. Steve, shame all the BJ coverage yesterday overlooked the fact yesterday was 17 years since 7/7 London bombings. Were you on air when they happened? I can't remember. I suppose I must have been, actually. It was 17 years ago. I'm near 43 years, so I would think it was highly likely. Yes, I probably was. There's certain things I remember. I was definitely on air for 9/11, because I remember that very well indeed. And, I've been on air for most of them, so anything that's happened in the last 43 years, I would have been around for. The plague, Black Death, usual sort of things. The longest heat wave starts today. Roads could melt, and the climate change plonkers. Apparently, the UK's wine production is set to flourish due to climate change, the experts say. Actually, we haven't had people supergluing themselves to a road anymore, have we? Wonder why. Mainly because they're all dead, I should imagine. They were so ancient. Although the people the other day, which was hilarious, they were doing a go slow on the motorway. Another bunch of planks. Probably the same people who complain about, I can't believe that they've just allowed people to superglue themselves to the road. And then they all went in convoy. What a bunch of nobodies. I thought that was about the saddest thing I've ever seen. Stacey Solomon, not the full ticket, dresses up as a giant pickle, preparing to jet off for her hen do. She's going to wed Joe Swash, who doesn't appear to be working at the moment, so I don't know what he does for a living. And she later posted a picture in a bride's dress by the pool. She often refers to her 4 kids as her pickles. She's not the full ticket, is she, really? Poor old soul. But it was a posed picture, and so they... Because I think her place is called Pickle Cottage, isn't it? I wonder who paid for that one. Can't have been Joe Swash. He hasn't got any money. Let's face it, I don't think he's worked in ages and ages. And the co-founder of a devil-worshipping cult, wasn't even aware these sort of places still existed, has left because he's found Jesus. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? I was so worried. Where did he find him? I always knew he was in our bathroom. Absolutely. Because I remember distinctly when I was a child, going up to the bathroom door and it was locked, and my father coming up and knocking on the door and doing, "Good God, are you still in there?" So I'm assuming that's where God was. Morning, Pete the Pool Man says, Steve, I work at a house in St George's Hill that's for sale for 16 million. A feature that a man of your finesse would appreciate is an empty room where you press a button, the floor drops and the swimming pool is revealed. Also, there's an underground car park that you choose a car, one of 5, and it's automatically moved up and brought out for you. I see it all, he said. It's all cobblers, really, but it keeps the rich happy. Yes, I saw a house which was very nice. actually, and it was down in Barnes, and they had a ballroom, but then you could push a button and the floor moved apart, and it was the swimming pool. And I remember thinking, oh, that's quite nice. I mean, there's one here in St George's Hill, which is very nice. Trouble is, it's only six bed, 5 bathrooms, and it's only 12,950,000. There's another one here, an ambassadorial residence, which is POA, price on application. In other words, you can't afford it because you're too poor. Camp End Road. Who in God's name could live in Camp End Road? They've got a few there, actually. 12 million, and another one, a superb opportunity to acquire this sensational property. There's nobody around you. You've got no neighbours. Your neighbours will not be wanting to talk to you because they won't speak English. It is. I mean, they think that people want these sort of... It's like if you go to America, you get the same sort of places. And you look at it and you go, 12 million, it looks like it's been thrown together by Lego. It does look like a prison. But, you know, people who are coming in from overseas would buy that. They might never, ever live in it, but they'll buy it. See, look at the interior. Couches by your front door. How common. How common. Couches by the front door is like waiting to see the doctor. And they've got sort of a dining room which can seat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 12, 30, 14 people round the dining room table. I mean, most of this stuff probably would remain with the house, provided you got the money to pay for it. And they've got a swimming pool. I like the swimming pool. It's a little bit Dubai for me. You know, I like somewhere a little bit more gracious as opposed to sort of, you know, I mean, let's face it, if that chandelier drops from the ceiling into the pool, you're going to die instantly. It's as simple as that. But these are the places that Pete the pool man goes to. Look at that one. Look at that. I mean, that's quite nice, isn't it? Oh dear, they've still left scaffolding outside it. How ghastly. But yeah, they're all roughly about 11, 12, 13 million. Whereas if you go to Regent's Park, you know, you can find houses and flats quite inexpensive, but I would want something really nice. Really nice. Wentworth is a bit more expensive. Well, I don't know. See, the reason that Wentworth's famous is because of the golf course. But I mean, you know, you don't want to be sitting there sipping your Earl Grey tea, you know, and a ball comes through the window. You don't want things like that, do you? But no, I mean, you could, all the papers be... See, that's quite nice, isn't it? But, 22 million. 27.5. You see, that's it. I could afford that. But you're living by yourself. You're living by yourself. You're out there. You can't go and knock on the neighbours and go, hello, we're having a Barbie. Do you want to pop round? Of course not. Of course they won't want to. You know, because they won't be there. But it's quite, and it's nice to dream. That's why I think Regent's Park would be nice, because you've got loads of people in there, and it's closed at night. Residents can get in, but they've got their own police force, and they're very vigilant. In you know, you start driving around and they don't know who you are, they're going to stop you. It's as simple as that. So we all know how to get into the park of an evening time. But I wonder. Well, I say we. I wonder how many people actually in Regent's Park have got swimming pools. I'd like one in the basement. So you have the kitchen, which covers the whole ground floor, and then you go down a level and you've got a swimming pool as well. I quite fancy that idea. You know, I don't like the idea of an outdoor swimming pool. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Where's that? That's Hanover Terrace. Oh, that's very nice. And you've got a garden as well. Is that somebody else's garden you're looking at? I know exactly where that is, actually. Look at that. It's a lovely entrance hall, isn't it? Very nice. Go down. 29 million. Go down a bit. Go down a bit. And we've got some other pictures. Oh, it's nice. Oh, and you can sit outside. Oh, that would suit me. Kitchen's a bit pokey, but we'll have to put up with it. That's the cinema room. That's a staircase. Oh dear, look at tacky carpet, isn't it? I know, but appeals to certain people. Bathroom's quite nice. And bedroom. Yeah, it looks okay. Another bathroom. That carpet's everywhere, isn't it? They'll just have to go straight away. Straight away. But it's decorated to sell. And they go, of course, you don't have to have the carpet, but if you do, it's another £30,000. Just in case I won. Just in case. But you could have so much fun with this game. You really can. Just go on to Knight Frank's website and just literally put in an area where you think you'd like to live. And it will put up... Why don't you try Whitehall? Try Whitehall in London on Knight Frank's website. Because there's some new apartments going up there which are very expensive. Very, very expensive. But it isn't so much... If you buy an apartment, remember... a flat, service charges could be astronomical. I knew one that was next door to the Ritz. The service charge was $115,000 a year. Seriously. And you have to pay it. You can't not pay it. Yes, they can put it up, yes. What you have to do is make sure that you're in control of it. We actually control ours. And make sure that people don't have to pay. In fact, I've just paid my service charge, which we have to pay. I think it's either twice or 3 times a year. I can't remember, but it's only 1,500 quid. You know, which covers you for the electric. It's mainly insurance. The landlord fixes the insurance company. Well, not fixes them, but he sort of decides who he wants to go with, so you don't really have any choice and things like that. But it doesn't matter. It's always doable, but just always check. But if you're buying brand new, they'll always come up with the same answer. I'm not sure at the moment. You know, wait till all the flats are sold. By that time, it's too late. They've got you. Oh, you must buy them now because there could be a shortage. There isn't, believe you me. There isn't, I promise you. So, Pot Noodle has brought back its doner kebab flavour after a campaign by die-hard supporters. They must be real peasants, these people. So, can you bring back, is it possible to bring the doner kebab flavour for us? The tasty treat was first launched in 2009, axed 3 years later. Now it's returned to the shelves again. Pot Noodle fans were asked to pick a new flavour for the brand to try out. 100,000 people voted to bring back the doner kebab classic. Dean Hunter, who loves the noodle snack, said, "Best pot noodle ever." Angus Giddings of Pot Noodle says, "We quickly set out to make it a reality. You voted, we delivered." God, how crap. I mean, I ask you, pot noodle flavour, and that's doner kebab. I mean, why don't you just go and buy a doner kebab? I can't believe some of these people. They're so mad, aren't they? They really are. And what have we got here? Green King Pubs will give a pint to anybody sharing a surname with a Lioness player during any of their Euros group matches. Ronan Keating breathing a sigh of relief. His son Jack got the boot. You know why? Boring. Dull. Very boring. Really, really very. He's the former Boyzone star, whose hits include When You Say Nothing at All, was worried what his lad might get up to. Well, Jack could barely string 2 words together, and if I didn't get up to anything. He's 23. And last night, TV viewers saw him dumped from the series as he failed to couple up with anybody. How boring. I'm sorry, what's your name, love? My father's Ronan Keating. Is he? Marginally more interesting than you. But see you. So they got rid of Jack from Dublin says it went a bit too fast. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure whether he's actually been out with girls before or knew what to talk to them about. And surprisingly, no Eamon, but Ruth is going back to This Morning with Rylan Clark as her sidekick. There's the marriage made in nowhere. Instead of Eamon Holmes. Eamon left the dating show last year, said, "I did not resign from ITV. ITV resigned from me." So they sort of finished, but Ruth is going on. She's going to front This Morning over the summer with Rylan. No, she's not. There's loads of people doing it. There's about 10 different people, so she's not hosting it over the summer and also having to do it with Rylan. I mean, seriously, honestly, scrape the barrel a little bit. Charlie Mullins, as you know, has a column in the Daily Star talking about everything. And in fact, he's talking about Katie Price. Must be listening to this programme on a regular basis. Thank you. He says, "I can't be the only person who thinks that Katie Price is making a mockery of British justice with what seems like a complete disregard for the law of the land. And yet it's hard to blame her for thinking that laws are for other people and that going to court is like being dragged into the head teacher's office for a good talking to. She has a driving record that includes multiple offences and 6 bans, including her recent drink drive convictions from flipping the car, whilst already disqualified from getting behind the wheel. I mean, it's just amazing. Anybody else would have been locked up by now, but they apparently have decided to keep her out. She sticks 2 fingers up to it and she has a good old laugh, and she's on holiday at the moment. You know, I don't think anybody has appeared before the Beak as frequently as Katie Dreary Price, the failed businesswoman. All these, "Oh, I'm coming off social media. Thank you to all my fans who've supported me." You're a disgrace. You're a bankrupt on numerous occasions. You're a drink driver. And there was drugs last time round. And to be honest with you, you're a failed businesswoman. You can't write because you can barely string 2 words together. And it's always everybody else's fault. Yeah, unfortunately not. So I quite like Charlie Mullins' column when he does stuff like that, which is very good indeed. Oh, look, Christine McGuinness. Oh, there you go. Brit, loving the second show back, currently sitting here with doggies, tooting on the chair. Thought I'd give you a Pepper Puppy update. He's 5.5 months now, bless him, and listens every morning. Look, oh, so cute, aren't they? They've got such cute faces, haven't they? They're really... It's a dog. What do you mean, what is it? What do you think? It's a rattlesnake? Did you see the bloke on EasyJet the other day? He said to me, I thought I'd better mention this, I'm travelling with a snake. And he opened up this box and there was this huge, bright yellow snake. I mean, as thick as your arm, if not thicker. And they went, I'm sorry, you can't. He said, but it's really friendly. And he touched it and he was sort of stroking its head. Goodness sake, honestly. And I remember sort of thinking, you can't travel with animals on planes, isn't it? And so Leo had to say to him, no, you can't bring that on the plane. He said, but he's very friendly. He said, no, you're not taking it on the plane. It's as simple as that. So they didn't. So anyway, here's poor old Christine McGuinness. What does she model? Underwear. Class act, isn't it? Paddy's 48 and she's 34. And she shared, all her different quotes. She called her holiday minus Paddy life changer, but said she missed the pair's 3 kids. Oh, apparently she's going to front her own BBC documentary. Oh, God. Oh, dear, I'll lose the will to live sometime. There's this huge halibut here. It's a fish, by the way, in case you didn't know. And this one is 6 foot. It's as tall as the fishmonger, Jimmy Mack, who's 5'10", and it's been filleted into 450 portions. And it's absolutely, you can't imagine this thing ever swim. If it came towards you out of the dark, frighten the life out of you. Look, that's how big it is. Huge, isn't it? Have I even eaten halibut? I don't know. I might have done. I don't know. But it's the biggest halibut I've ever seen. Quite a feat. Because we have a fish shop, Stewart's, got Sandy's in Twickenham. But I don't think I've ever seen anything, Stuart, as big as this. Or maybe I have. I don't know. Bit of a challenge there for you, I think. Bit of a challenge. But do you know, in Marks and Spencer's up in North somewhere, they've had to start tagging their meat because people are thieving it because they've got no money. It's not a case they've got no money. They're lying. They have got money. They just decide they go thieving. That's what people do. Not just up north. It's just about everywhere. Ian says, Regent's Park used to be my patch. I did the zoo, open-air theatre and the Boathouse Cafe. Woo! Very nice indeed. Did you get the Freedom Pass sorted? No. You'd think actually being a pensioner, but they're a bit thick in the Freedom Pass department, and that would be an understatement. It really is very, very sad, very sad. And hundreds of fossilised frogs died in a swamp by bonking to death 45 million years ago. Well, there you go. Just be warned, don't go near swamps. Might find yourself bonked to death with a load of frogs.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to the start of, I think it's about 4 days of heat. But, to be honest with you, I feel a bit sorry for people who have to work in a position whereby you can't get away from it. So it's today, tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Oh, God. So it's more, isn't it, really? Oh, it's adding up, isn't it? Oh, Lord above, look at that. Monday the 18th, 10 days of it, 29 degrees, Tuesday 28 degrees. Best not to go outside, actually, isn't it? Best to sort of stay in, just sit in the car, which is very nice. We've declared ourselves a Boris-free zone this morning because you knew what happened yesterday, because we all heard it on LBC. We heard his speech. We've heard all the answer. Well, we think we've got the answers. The only answer we don't have is who's going to replace him and when's he going to go. And I don't think it's going to be any time soon. I think he said he's going to hang on. And then we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But it's kind of in the lap of the gods at the moment, because behind the scenes they're probably having lots of chats. The Paddy and Christine, the thing. I mean, I think she thinks she's some huge Hollywood star or something. She's just an underpant modeler, which is a little bit embarrassing. It's like saying you work for Victoria's Secret or something like that. Steve, I don't know how you managed to get up. This heat knocks me out anyway, says Chris. He says, but but I am awake listening to the show. He said, you know, whenever I travel anywhere, I always listen to your show, either live or on catch-up. Is Ian bringing ice cream? Is he? I wonder what flavour we get today. Is it yet surprise? Oh, a surprise. We'll have to warn Ben. Ben will have to come up. ETA 5:55, he says. 5:55. Oh, dear, honestly, I'm not sure I can hold out till that long. Can I cope, Ian? Can I cope? Goodness sake, honestly, what flavour are we going to get today? I don't quite fancy vanilla or strawberry. Strawberry would be quite nice, wouldn't it? We think so. We're not pushing. We're not pushing it. We're very happy to get whatever. We don't really mind. We're just grateful somebody turns up with something for us. And then Ben will have to run up the stairs. Otherwise, I don't want it melting. I can make it like, if it's a little tub, I can eat those. It's easy. If it was a lolly, I couldn't do it. Love, love, love. So, Paddy McGuinness and wife Christine's marriage is on the rocks. So they say. They're saying it's not, and everybody else, they recently went on separate holidays. Well, I should imagine it's work. She doesn't have anything to do, so she basically does nothing. And then she said, regarding the press, there's only one thing I want to make clear. I didn't put us in this situation. Whatever that means. You know, all these people speak in absolute riddles. You know, so I've got no idea. And she says, talk about trust before you talk of love. And I don't know what that means, because they've now got a picture as well of Nicole Appleton. Was she one of the Appleton sisters, wasn't she? She was in All Saints. Was she one of the drippy ones? I seem to remember that somebody went to I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here in the jungle, and it was one of the Appleton sisters, or perhaps they were both out there, and I can't remember who it was, but apparently a tree brush post. She was like that. She was completely doolally. Completely doolally. But, so it's very odd, this one here. And that's right, she saw images. And she's written about it. Christine's written about this in her book, A Beautiful Nightmare. She saw images of her husband holding hands with Nicole Appleton in 2018. And she said, my phone started blowing up. I had loads of messages from people saying, I hope you sorted out, leave him alone. Well, who are these people who got your number, love? Well, people are just phoning you around. Is your number in a phone box or something? Why would people phone you up and go, you know, sort it out, and you don't know who they are? God in heaven, what a disgraceful existence, isn't it, really? 8 in 10 Brits believe chocolate must be kept in the fridge. I agree. Absolutely. Don't want it going soft on you, do you? The idea is you have chocolate and you keep it in the fridge. Apparently, more than half of those keep it chilled to do so, stop it from melting. Well, yeah, I would assume that. As opposed to what? Who wrote this? The consumer editor. More than 10% said it tasted better, and a similar number said they preferred the texture when cold. Northampton was found to be the chilled chocolate capital of Britain, followed by Wolverhampton and then Gloucester. Another ghastly story from the Mirror, I'm afraid, today. They've got all this stuff here. It's all barbecue stuff at the moment. And then they were saying, oh, people are stealing things, including Lurpak butter, because apparently one supermarket was £6. Well, don't buy it. God in heaven, they must think you're really stupid. Steve, I was astonished to hear that paddle steamers still ran from the Tower of London out to Southend until the mid-1970s. No idea. No idea. It would be a pretend paddle steamer. It would be like the paddle steamer that they've got going up to Hampton Court. A paddle steamer, that's where they look as though they're on the Mississippi. MISSI, and it just turns and, da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun. Have you never seen the Mississippi steamers? The paddle steamers. They're very famous, but they've got big wheels at the side. Big wheels keep on turning. Proud Mary, keep on. Yeah, and they had big paddle steamers. They're very popular, but most of them are just sort of for an effect. And they've got all sorts of ones pictured here. I think they're quite nice, actually, but they are sort of a bit of a misnomer. It's like if you like hearing the sound of water, which actually every time I do makes me want to go to toilet. Steve, that's a great game. Currently scrolling through Knight Frank. How the Other Half Live, but some of the furniture would have to take a look at Tregunta Road, London, says Emily in the Cotswolds. Oh, I just love they have places. Do you know that when they decorate new houses, when they sort of have a show house, do you know the furniture is deliberately smaller to make it look as though you've got more room? And when you go in a show house next time, which, we all used to like doing on a Sunday, you'd go out for a drive, you go, oh, look, new property, let's go and have a look. The one thing you will never see in a show house, television. Takes up too much room. So what they do is they deliberately, smaller settees. Oh, there we go. That's Tregunta Road, 30 million. What's it got, though? What's it got? It's a semi, yeah. It's quite nice, though, isn't it? Oh, look, off-street parking, that's worth it. And kept nice. I like a little bit of box hedging. So what do we got? Let's have a look. Oh, you got a pool. You've got a pool in it, not a big pool, and a garden which requires obviously a lot of watering. It is a bit pokey for 30 million, but I mean, to be honest with you, the people who would buy that wouldn't be sitting in the garden anytime soon. They really wouldn't. Sitting room, dreadfully decorated, but, have to put up with it, I suppose. I don't mind the settee. And there's another little area where they've just sort of put, hello! You've got one chair, one side of the room. That'll be called a study. And there's another bit of the study. And here's a pokey little bedroom. But, I like the bathroom. I don't mind the bathroom. I like one of those big showers, where you can get about 2 or 3 people in it. Well, 2. Obviously better, I suppose. Yeah, the bath's quite nice. I like that. All in marble. And there's another area you can sit outside, which is lovely. And the kitchen's a bit so-so as far as I'm concerned. But if you notice, every room you can see the garden. It's a bit pokey, this house, for 30 million. But it is Tregunta Road, which is considered a premier road, which is very nice. But you look, next time you go into a show house, smaller furniture. In fact, in one of them, the bed in the bedroom meant you couldn't close the bedroom door. The bedroom door, or in other words, if the bed was in and the door was shut, you couldn't get into the bedroom because the bed was too big for it, because the room was too pokey. Yeah, extra bedroom, they'll say. And also the garage, you can't get your car in, because a garage doesn't mean that you can park your car. There was one woman, it was done on That's Life years ago, and she had to drive her car in and climb out through the hatchback at the back to get out of the car because there was no room to open them. So most people have them converted into rooms and things like that, so you've got an extra room for the kiddies to play in or something like that. But you won't find a television in there. You won't find anything like that. Anything that's too bulky, out the door. Haagen-Dazs lime mojito sorbet. Oh, this is from Helinka. I much prefer a sorbet to ice cream. I haven't tried that one, actually. No, that looks lovely, doesn't it? Lime mojito sorbet. I had a mango sorbet the other day. That was quite nice. It's just frozen ice, isn't it? But, yeah, not very good for a diabetic. They don't like anything like that, diabetics. I could have had that when I came out of, the consultant, which was lovely. I always keep my chocolate, says Alec, in the fridge. It needs to be hard and crunchy. It should be a fine line between the chocolate or my teeth breaking when I bite into it. Yeah, I mean, I don't like soft chocolate. In fact, I'm not really a chocolate fan at all. I'm not really... It doesn't bother me. I couldn't care less. But if I was going to keep chocolate, it would be in the fridge, together with the insulin and bottles of water. It's a great combination, isn't it? There you go, Ben Wallace, MP. That's the likely candidate. And Tom Tugendhat as well. 2 people. Although I think it's going to go to Wallace. This is the replacement for the one we're not talking about today. I thought I'd give you a slight rest from it. I've never been wrong, actually. I'm always very good with these things, actually. But I just think Ben Wallace seems like, reasonably safe pair of hands. Strictly star Shirley Ballas has hinted the show could, this is from Strictly, debut its first gender-neutral pairing in the upcoming series. I'm a bit confused by that. What's gender-neutral? Do I know what that non-binary couple is an option? So it's 2 same-sex couples. Oh, right. Apparently, it's revealed the BBC lists more than 150 different genders to its staff. 150. It's unbelievable. Speaking at the Trick Awards, she said everything is possible. Sarah James is always looking outside the box, and if it fits, I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of things you won't be expecting. So they put on Nicola Adams and Katya Jones, and they dropped John Waite and Johannes Radib. And last month it was revealed the BBC has trained staff in using people's pronouns correctly. It's so confusing. Seriously, I shan't be watching Strictly. Not for that reason, but also because I just find it the most boring programme on the television. I don't get it at all. It really is. It's dull, dull, dull. Ghastly. Also, Ian Hyland's TV diary writes about Telly Weekly. As you know, he talks about getting filthy rich. This is the dreary Olivia Attwood. I mean, that's how far down the toilet we've gone with television programmes. Biggest pile of garbage I've ever seen in my entire life. So luckily I turned it off, which was good. Also, a boy of 15 killed and a girl fighting for her life. What did they do? They fell into a limestone quarry. They fell 100 feet. The 14-year-old girl airlifted to hospital. I don't know how they came to fall at this quarry, which is in Pontypool in South Wales on Wednesday. They said the boy was from the Pontypool area. The girl is from nearby. The quarry, which was once used to produce lime for nearby steelworks, was abandoned more than 15 years ago and is a popular place for children to play. I don't know whether... because you sometimes get people in the... and you will get it this next week, people who start jumping into rivers to cool off. You see it all the time. People swimming, and you've got no idea what's underneath the surface. No idea. There could be shopping trolleys. Imagine people leaping from bridges into a river, and there's a shopping trolley directly underneath you. Not going to be surviving that one, are you? So be warned. It is going to be hot. Well, no, I see them jumping into rivers. And tombstoning, they do it from a height. That's the height. Jumping from a bridge into a river is highly dangerous because people throw shopping trolleys into there, and there could be wrought iron, there could be all sorts of things. You hit that, you're not coming back. But tombstoning is just generally permanently thick people who decide to sort of climb up to the top of a huge cliff and just jump off. I mean, and then wonder when they need to call an ambulance. You know, very worrying. Morning, I was trying to work out about this quarry where these kids played and this boy of 15 killed. They fell 100 feet. So I'm assuming it's not into water. I'm assuming it was just a quarry, because some of them fill up with water and kids go swimming, but they get dragged under by weed and all sorts of bits and pieces. Legendary Godfather actor and notorious Hollywood hellraiser James Caan has died at the age of 82. He became well known for his love of parties. He was a fixture at the Playboy Mansion, and the family announced the death last night but didn't give a cause of death. Old age, one is guessing at. I think he became so addicted to cocaine, I think he actually sort of dominated the gossip columns and stuff like that. It seems to be an occupational hazard, doesn't it, for a lot of people? And he also was friends with Heidi Fleiss. Heidi Fleiss mean anything? She was the famous, notorious madam in America who published a book about all the Hollywood people who'd been and met her girls. She would send them round to your hotel and things like that. But headlines were including Kane in drug clinic, Kane accused of beating model, Kane quizzed over death plunge, Kane stands bail in mafia case, and Caan struggles for cash. His troubles became so great he quit acting and then returned to the hit film Misery with Kathy Bates. He had various health issues ranging from depression to problems in his chest. But, I mean, he made it to 82, which is not bad. Misery was amazing, wasn't it? Was that the film about the DJ? Was it not? He was being stalked, wasn't he, by this woman? That was Play Misty. Yeah, it was a DJ, wasn't it? Oh, it was an author, was it? Oh, why was it Play Misty for me? How can you play Misty? Oh, Misery was an author. Oh, right. Okay. Kathy Bates. Wonderful. Francis Ford Coppola described him as an old friend, a collaborator, one of the funniest people I've ever known. He was married 4 times, divorcing in 2017. But, you know, when you look back at people... I mean, I thought 82 was quite good. Quite a good innings. I don't like scary films. I think it's unnecessary. I think it's very unnecessary when you get sort of somebody who stalks people. I mean, they're quite clearly got some sickness, haven't they, that they're not aware of. But that must be very frightening. I don't like that at all. Modern parents don't know the words to lullabies. Is that the one? Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. I was always told Night Nurse in the Trifle, you know, was very popular at children's parties. They sleep forever. It's fantastic. Do you know, I haven't had a trifle for ages. It was one of my favourites. I bought one in Waitrose a while ago, and it was a rhubarb trifle. It was very nice. I've talked about I know, I do like one, but I can't buy a big one. I have to buy little ones, and I feel guilty. So if I buy 2, I have to basically throw one away because they come in 3s. Doesn't really help, does it? What was the other one? Oh, T-Rex's Tiny Arms. Oh, good Lord. They've got a Winter Warner Festival here, and you've got all sorts of people. Shawaddy Waddy, Herman's Hermits. There's a George Michael lookalike. And there's also Dusty Springfield lookalike and a Stevie Wonder lookalike. People love it. Noreen absolutely loves these sort of revivalist, you know, concerts where you go there. I mean, we all know, she knows Peter Noone from Herman's Hermits. They were doing a lovely programme on the telly the other day about the 60s. And I remember thinking, how wonderful. All the music was so good. It had, you know, hey, Carrie Ann, what's your game now? Can anybody play? Meet these stars at the London Film and Comic Con, which is coming up very shortly, 8th to the 10th of July. So, starts today. It's at London's Olympia. The Saturday entry is all sold out, but you can go today and Sunday. And you can see lots and lots of famous people, and for money, they will sign your thing. So you've got people like Christopher Lloyd, Robert Englund, Alex Kingston, Andy Serkis, and there's all sorts of people there, and you can get your picture taken with them and they will sign things, but you pay for it. That's why they're there, because it's a paying gig. There's also, they've got hundreds of stalls with TV and film memorabilia to browse, which is lovely. Christopher Lloyd I interviewed. I thought he was great. Absolutely wonderful. Back to the Future, yeah. Yeah, he was very, very, very good. Very, very good. Jurassic World as well. They've got lots of people who starred in lots of movies. And the Star Wars fan zone. So you'll find everybody there. You can get your picture taken with stormtroopers. I think that's cool. I told you the best time was when I looked out the window and we had 200 stormtroopers over at the back of the square, all standing there. I thought they looked great. I really do, because you can buy the actual stormtrooper costumes in Twickenham. There's a man who makes them there, licensed. He's licensed. Hadn't you taken your pills? What do you mean you've taken my pills? What do you think, I've gone mad? I like stormtroopers. I thought they looked very good. They do them in Disney as well, don't they? They just get walked down the street. Move away. Move away. I love things like that. Paddle steamers. Phil says, Steve, nice to have you back. Regarding paddle steamers, we still have one ocean-going paddle steamer left. She's called Waverley and lives on the Clyde. You can go on a pleasure cruise down the Clyde and around the islands on her. I was fortunate to travel on her when she came to the Mersey one year and went down the Welsh coast and round the Isle of Anglesey, and it was absolutely magical, says tanker driver Phil. My God, they pack 'em on, don't they? They pack 'em on, boy. I'd have to have a seat. I couldn't stand for the whole journey. I'm not... Yes, can you move aside, please? Disabled person. I need to sit down. How lovely. I think that's nice, things like that. So ferry across the Mersey. I think I'm in the wrong era. Play Misty was Clint Eastwood. Misty was a song. He was a DJ, says Tony. Yeah, I've got that bit now. And Roger says, years ago I went deep-sea diving in the Bahamas and I saw a sunken Boeing 747 on the seabed, once owned by Pablo Escobar, well-known drug billionaire. He was, I forget when he died, actually. Did he die in prison? Did somebody take him out? I can't remember. Pablo Escobar. I know that they had a picture of a room, and on the floor were bundles and bundles of money, like hundreds and thousands of bundles of money. So he was a Colombian narco-terrorist. He was part of the Medellin, and he died 1993 on the 2nd of December, and buried in the cemetery, Colombio, which is very nice. But they found money hidden in a wall. In fact, not just any old money. A nephew of Pablo Escobar said he found a plastic bag with money worth £14 million hidden in the wall of one of his uncle's houses. Wow. And it's buried all over the place, all this money. All this money, the money hidden in the wall. And a Colombian farmer found 60 million or 600 million. $600 million buried by Pablo Escobar. Because that's how much money they make. Look at it. When you look at that picture down and it's all stacked up there, isn't that amazing? It's a painting, is it? Oh, I thought it was money. Looks very nice, whatever it is. But I think he was a bit rich. So, of course, he had to be taken out. Had to get rid of him. So it's all this sort of money. I love the way that people, package it all up. I've been watching this Border Control, Mexico, and it's amazing how many people try and smuggle drugs over. You know why? Because they're drug addicts. And there was one woman, and she came over, and she'd been over before. They weren't sure about her. Anyway, they got gut feelings. And they couldn't find the drugs in the car, and then realised they were built into the tyres. They literally cut the tyre open, and there it was, cocaine, all the way round it in packets, worth, I think, about $5 million. US dollars, because that's how much it's worth. And she sort of said, oh, I knew nothing about it. They went, yes, you did. Yes, you did. So off to prison. How much do the Britons spend on cocaine each year? Anybody have an idea on that one? Want to guess? What do you think? £100 million? £200 million? More. £500 million? £1,000 million? £2 billion a year the Brits spend on cocaine. That's why there's so much, murder and mayhem to do with cocaine. That's, because there's the drug turf wars. Mexico, not unusual to see headless bodies hanging from bridges and inside tunnels and stuff like that, because the different cartels operate, start doing somebody in. And in fact, the way that they go to get their drugs in these vehicles is absolutely amazing. They're built into the petrol tanks. They're built into the tyres of the cars. I mean, it is absolutely phenomenal, because presumably, as we've seen demonstrated on the programme this morning by Pablo Escobar, there's so much money. So much money to be made in it. But the trouble is, if you're looking over your shoulder every time, you're not going to have much time to spend the money, are you? That's the problem. It is quite amazing. Beauty and the Beast is at the London Palladium. Is it real? I didn't even know that, actually. Until September the 17th. That'd be very good, wouldn't it? I can't remember if I liked Beauty and the Beast. Beauty and the Beast, ages old as time. Oh, well, I don't know. No, it isn't the cartoon. This is the live stage show, which looks very nice, actually. Very nice indeed. And then I suppose they're going to be getting ready for their Christmas pantomime. Did you ever see Beauty and the Beast? God, he was ugly. Blimey, he was ugly. Yeah, that one there. And that's the... then there's the real sort of live stage version, which I think is always more preferable. Angela Lansbury was in it. She voiced the teapot. I should like that. There was that thing, wasn't it? I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here's my handle, here's my sugar bowl. I always thought that was quite nice. I love all that kind of stuff. It's great. Thor's coming out. It's only got 3-star ratings, but that's only one paper. There's loads of other people who are rating it. I'm not sure if Thor I'm interested in. I'm not sure. It's Chris Hemsworth who's going to be reading children's stories very shortly. Is it not for me? Is it too violent, do you think? Oh, it's comic book. Oh, I don't do a comic book. I never even did. What was that other one which was set in New Zealand? It was one of these weirdo things. It was, Lord of the Rings. Who went to see that? Did anybody go and see that? I never saw it. I didn't go to the cinema to see Harry Potter. I bought the box set. It was a lot easier and a lot cheaper. And I could eat at my leisure. If I wanted to eat popcorn, I'll eat popcorn. It's my business. But I never understood them. And yet I remember people queuing to get the books when they came out and then sitting down and avidly reading them. I've never been that mad. Definitely not.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Heather, the Norwich nurse, says, good morning, Steve. In the current climate of change and turmoil, it's so reassuring that you are constant, are there as always. I'm overjoyed at Always Well with your investigations, and you sailed through them with your inimitable positivity. I bet you had a little giggle at the Dignity shorts. I did. Luckily, I'd been warned about them, Heather. I had been warned, so I had a rough idea. But I thought the whole procedure was brilliant. Seriously, I didn't. There was a little bit of pushing at one point, but that was it. And that didn't make any difference. Seriously, I thought they were brilliant. I thought it was going to go for ages and ages, but he didn't. When I said to him about how long down the throat, and he'd said maybe 5-7 minutes, something like that. And it was that quick. All they've got to do is put the camera down. They can see everything. But I didn't think that they were going to tell us. Well, I'd say us. I didn't think they were going to tell me, what the results were. I thought they would send it on to your doctor, and then the doctor would sort of phone you up and say, listen, this is what they found, or this is what they haven't found. And in my case, it was what they haven't found. So all good news, and lovely to hear from you. Pablo used to bury money in the ground, Steve. And so much money, to this day, not all of it has been found. Oh, I should imagine he's got it all over the place, bricked up in houses. It'll be literally everywhere. There was so much money because there were so many people who were responsible to him. He would supply the cocaine. They would go out and sell it. They could then cut it down. After they bought it from him, he obviously got the money and the millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. And then they would cut it down with rat poison, just about anything you can think of, to make it go even further. And so everybody was on their cut, as it were. That as I've said before, you know, no matter how much money you manage to make on things like that, you can't take it with you, I'm afraid. So once you're dead and buried, that's it. No one is indispensable, says BJ, and no doubt you'll be hearing lots of little clips and everything else. And the deputy political editor of the Express says things seem so dark now, but our future is golden. But it's the person who could take over. We think Ben Wallace. That seems to be, well, I think Ben Wallace. I mean, the other ones who are in there, Steve Baker's 50-1, so no chance. Grant Shapps, 50-1, no chance. Jeremy Hunt, 12-1. Michael Gove, 20-1. Sajid Javid, 8-1. Nadeem Zawi, 10-1. Rishi Sunak, 6-1. Ben Wallace, 5-2. Penny Mordaunt, 9-2, and Suella Braverman, 40-1. No chance there at all. So I think Ben Wallace is looking most likely. But, you know, just remember, I mean, put it this way, if we get it wrong, it doesn't matter, we'll just ignore it. But I very rarely get things wrong. Ask James O'Brien. Don't argue with Steve Allen, he's never wrong. Much better, much better. So it was Carol Malone who says he may be the architect of his own destruction, but she says he had a life force we couldn't ignore and Britain's going to be the worst without him. She thinks he's like sort of like a rock star, which is lovely. More rail workers voted to strike over pay and conditions. More than 2,000 Govia Thameslink railway staff backed action, 80% in favour on a 57.5% turnout. GTR runs Southern Thameslink, Great Northern and Gatwick Express service. Angie Doll of GTR said the company was disappointed that passengers may now face more disruption. So annoying. What did I pay for petrol the other day? I'm trying to think, actually, because I was all over the place because of this huge accident. Well, it wasn't a huge accident, but one person died. I don't know why they can't clear things up fairly quickly on motorways now. You know, bring in the flying helicopter and they can, you know, get rid of people. There were no cars piled up in the road or anything like that. It was just they'd stopped it and filtered people off. That was it. But it just went back miles and miles and miles. I mean, it was absolutely terrible. But if somebody's died, I suppose they have to investigate. But, you know, when you're stopping 4 lanes of a motorway, it doesn't take long for it to build up. Already people were sort of getting out of their cars and stuff like that. Steve, some of those early Harry Potter books in good condition make a fortune. Well, it's not necessarily in good condition. It's first edition copies. That's what makes the money. There was a book the other day. What was it? It was a very expensive book and it came up for auction. I don't think it was Harry Potter. It wasn't Harry Potter. It was somebody else's. And I remember thinking, wow, somebody paid a fortune for it. It was like 13,000 quid or something. Rare book comes up for sale. Can't think what it was, though. There is a Harry Potter one today. Oh, there you go. A complete set of signed first edition Harry Potter books are going up for auction, being sold by Christie's. Books like these are not only rare, but will often go to auction with a price tag well into the 6-digit range. Wow. Sold by Christie's, signed, first edition set. That's nice, isn't it? Wouldn't like to imagine how much they go for. Actually, I don't think it makes any difference, but just over the road from us here in London, we are in Londinium, there's a little alleyway and there's a shop there, the second one down on the left-hand side, and they sell first editions. And they're looking for books to buy that are in perfect condition. And first editions, and they go for hundreds and hundreds. Because I told you, I went in there to ask about a Paddington book for my brother's birthday. It was a first edition. I knew it was going to be expensive, but she didn't even look up when I went in. I said, oh, the Paddington book in the window. Cecil Court is the place. And I said, oh, how much is it? And it was something like 1,600 or something. I thought, well, at least you can look up and engage me. I hate it when people are so rude. I wouldn't mind, but she was just reading her own book. Ignorant little so-and-so. But anyway, Steve... I did walk out, yeah. I thought she was going to walk out. Steve, went to the cinema yesterday and they didn't accept a £50 note when paying for my pick and mix. Had to use two £20 notes and a £10 note. Pick and mix? I know it's expensive, but blimey, I wouldn't have thought it was that expensive. Steve says, Lisa in East Yorkshire. Chris Evans popped up on TV yesterday evening on College Green. Taking in all the day's political events. He said he'd had a colonoscopy earlier in the day and he was waiting around until it was comfortable to ride his bike again. As soon as he said it, I realised it was that Chris that you were talking about. You both been a great advert for such procedures. Oh, listen, absolutely. The more we talk about it, he only had the colonoscopy. I had the endoscopy as well. Had them both. And but if you talk about it, people listen to people on the radio. And if somebody says to you, because I had loads of friends saying, oh, I had this done and I've had something very similar to that, you'll be fine. It will be fine. And you think, of course it's going to be fine. They do this every day. What do they think we're going to do? Lie there screaming, going, no, I can't breathe, and choking. But nothing like that at all. Nothing like that at all. So thank you, Lisa. And it was Chris Evans, you're right. Steve, is your show shorter again today? I don't know. I'm about 5'10" and a little tiny bit, so I don't think we're doing shorter. No, I think I'll stay till 7. I think I'll stay till 7. You know, just in case, you know, something happens. You know, you never know. I might have to announce, you know, sort of Boris Johnson has left. You know, he went under the cover of darkness, but I think it's unlikely. Sharon in Stanmore says, last Christmas, the family and I went to Mexico, and his house, this must be Pablo Escobar's, is now a hotel in Tulum. We went there Christmas Day and had lunch on the beach. They showed us around and we went to the tower where his henchmen had to keep a lookout in case there was an attack on him. Fab house with lots of artwork. Yes, and money. I mean, some of it could still be stuck in the walls unless they've sort of tried that. I don't know. Interesting, isn't it? So the rail workers going to go out on strike. Is that the house? Wow. Oh, it's quite nice, isn't it, if you like that kind of thing? I like blimey, it's big, isn't it? Or is that outside? I like the idea of having rugs outside in the garden. I think that's so wonderful. Harry slates Queen's top aide in storm over police protection. Yes, the boring Harry Windsor. I know this just drags on and on, really. And he's fighting for UK police protection. I don't know why, love. Who do you think you are? You're nobody. You're the bloke who just used to dress up and get drunk and embarrass yourself. And so now you're living in America. Oh, good for you. Stay over there. We don't want you over here. Nobody's interested. You're about as dreary as certain other members of that royal family, which is not so good, is it? Students have been branded snowflakes after demanding the right to wear a PE kit all day to avoid having to change in front of peers. Peers who? Apparently, Deeping School is reversing the COVID concession, but pupils petitioning for it to stay claim it will lead to anxiety. They also say it's an issue for LGBT and trans students. 200 have signed, including some parents, though one said, I fear for the snowflake youth of today. The 1,500 pupils school in Lincolnshire has a changing cubicle for those questioning their sexual identity. Become all a bit sort of little too much, even at schools now. They're sort of worried about it. Well, it's a problem for them, obviously. I think some people do it. Do you remember we had all those boys years ago? They said, oh, you couldn't wear this, so they all turned up in skirts or something at their school. There's something the matter with school children nowadays. They seem to dress up in the most bizarre array of clothes. Mars have unwrapped a tribute to the iconic suite. 30 billion. Apparently, 30 billion. And to mark the suite's 90th anniversary, it was first made in 1932 in Slough, eventually turning out 3 million bars a day after being created by the US businessman Forrest Mars Sr. The chocolate-covered caramel and nougat bar gained the slogan, a Mars a day helps you work, rest and play. I'm not particularly fussed about chocolate. It's a bit stodgy. I'm not particularly fussed about chocolate anyway, but they've got a drink now and an ice cream. There's actually a Mars drink. You can imagine how many calories that's got in it. And the ice cream. Apparently, we eat almost 10,000 chocolate bars in a lifetime. 10,000. That's what you're eating, Joe. I just thought I'd tell you that now, dear. Just in case you were worried about it. You can buy the little... I can't imagine what all my other ones are like in the car at the moment. The boots, they're going to be melting all over the place, aren't they? Which is a bit of a shame. But never mind. Once I bring it in here, things harden up quite quickly at LBC. They really do, honestly. Sometimes you leave it just sitting on a cupboard, and within 20 minutes, it's rock hard. Rock hard. Daily Mail this morning I'll come round to in a moment. Because, all of them have got Boris on there. Basically they've said he's thrown in the towel, and now you've got the succession contest, which will begin. But we don't know when it's going to happen. There's been various thoughts on he's going to drag this one out, and hopefully, if he drags it out long enough, he'll then go, I don't think I am going to step down. Because people might have short memories. They might sort of go, oh, right, were you going to step down? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. It's interesting how much that coup has cost us. Us. How much do you reckon? This is a bill for payoffs to ex-ministers, including, wait for this one, 16,876 quid for the Education Secretary, who was only in the post for 36 hours. The rest of it cost you £423,000. Yeah, the Education Secretary got the job Monday, quit Wednesday. £16,000. Unbelievable, isn't it? Seriously. Dreadful, isn't it? Dreadful, dreadful, dreadful. Why are jeans the same size, but such different sizes? We've all been out there. I tend not to try clothes on a shop. I can't be bothered. The changing rooms are pokey, and I don't... So I just tend to buy something. I know what size I'm buying. I buy it. I take it home. If it doesn't fit, I just stick it in the top of the wardrobe. M&S jeans, yeah. They're cheap. Cheap, about 21 quid for a pair of jeans, which, they're worth it. I know you could spend a fortune. I've heard of people spending, like hundreds of pounds on a pair of jeans. Victoria Beckham jeans are ludicrously expensive. And to be honest with you, who in God's name wants to look like her? Nobody. Levi's are about £80 a pair. I bought some Wranglers before now, in the misguided belief that I'd be able to ride a horse and lasso a calf to the floor. Here is the motorist who's been jailed for sitting 150 driving tests for other people. Inderjeet Kaur sat theory and practical exams across Britain, including in Swansea, Carmarthen, Birmingham and London, from 2018 to 2020. She's a crook. She's a bent crook. There are people who are driving out there who shouldn't be driving. They should not be driving. It's as simple as that. It's awful. And another one here from my brother. What are we doing now? I'm very confusing. And so I'll finish working on it today, and once he agrees, it looks fine, I'll get him to send off your VAT return. So how much are we paying? Because I've had this thing in from the VAT people. I thought I'm up to date with VAT. They think not. But anyway, one of them is clearly wrong, and we shall sort it out. But my brother, luckily, he said I'm not working tomorrow. It's always good, isn't it? They think I owe them for my... But I'm always very good with my VAT. I always pay it up to date. But anyway, Inderjeet Kaur, otherwise known as the Crook, this is the woman. She's 29. She was caught when staff at a test centre became concerned she was impersonating candidates. They alerted the DVSA, which is the Driver and Vehicle Standards Agency, and officers discovered she was sitting tests for candidates who couldn't speak and read English in return for cash. She's that bent. Kaur of Llanelli pleaded guilty to fraud and was jailed for 8 months. Drivers who secured licences fraudulently through her are now expected to have them revoked. Thank God for that. I can't believe that they don't ID people before the test. When I was in hospital to have the colonoscopy, endoscopy, they asked me no fewer than 4 or 5 times my name and my date of birth to make sure they got the right person. Although why you'd go in for it, just for somebody else, I don't know. But she put lives at risk by sitting the test of unqualified drivers. What a thick person. I'm glad you've gone to prison, love. You're a blooming danger, you are. So, in other words, she allowed unskilled and dangerous motorists to have seemingly legitimate licences. So they're going to take them all off the road. God knows how many there were. Well, about 150, they reckon. So that'll keep them off the road. And Caroline Hicks, head of regulatory services And transformation at the DVSA said the priority is to protect everyone from unsafe drivers and vehicles. How many times have you driven down the road and you've looked at somebody huddled over the wheel and you're thinking, have you got a licence? And the answer is probably not. It's probably this bent crook, Inderjeet Kaur, who sat theory and practical exams. I wonder what her parents thought she was doing. 150 for cash. Well, at least in prison you can reflect it, can't you, darling? And when you come outside, we'll all be booing you, because you are the cause of accidents on the roads. Because people who haven't passed any tests or anything else, because she's done it for them. I mean, you'd think they'd bring in something else, a fingerprint test or something like that, would you not? Honestly, small wonder we've got people like that who are allowed to sort of roam free. For 2 years she got on with it. For 2 years she couldn't find enough people, which was good. Pauline Quirke, Birds of a Feather actress, founded the Pauline Quirke Academy of Performing Arts. She's now got more than 13,000 children, aged between 4 and 18. When she was on Desert Island Discs, do you know what her luxury item was? Because apparently, I've never heard Desert Island Discs. I just know the music used to go, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do, and it used to be Roy Plumley. That's all I remember. And then apparently somebody else does it now. I've got no idea. And is it Lauren Laverne? God in heaven. Things have changed. But they ask you what luxury item you want to take on a desert island. I mean, to be honest with you, an aeroplane ticket would be very useful, I think. But anyway, and she wanted a bottle of shampoo. It's a luxury item, a bottle of shampoo. I mean, seriously, polluting the seas. I'll just wash my hair in the seawater and then la 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 la. I wouldn't mind. What would mine be? I don't know, actually. Apparently she washes her hair twice a day. Twice a day. I think that's a little bit excessive, isn't it? And also, she's not exactly got much hair. Just rinsing it in the sea would be enough. How often do I wash mine? Once a day. Except at the weekend, when I don't wash it. Yeah, I don't wash it at the weekend. I just douse it in cold water to invigorate myself. You know, and then I style it with a roller. And, yeah, a little bit of conditioner. Well, they used to do that thing, didn't they? Take 2 bottles into the shower. No, now you can wash and go. Well, I did. I washed and it all went down the plug hole. It was unbelievable. Very short. And then I remember somebody saying to me, it shows how long ago it was in Fleet Street, and somebody came down the stairs. I was going down to the newsroom. They said, Steve, do you know you're losing your hair? So anyway, I beat them up and, found a thing to say to somebody. Because men were very sensitive about losing their hair. Women, even more so, losing your hair. And I said, oh, it's all right, I don't mind. And it started going, well, I don't know, probably about 30, 40 years ago. And then I learned, just keep it cut short. Because it's so much easier. I mean, I haven't combed it for years. You'd never believe that, would you? I know you look at me now and you see a coiffured radio presenter, but I promise you, I haven't combed it or brushed it or anything. And I used to do the whole thing. I used to have... Oh, no. I'm sure it's changed. So I'm a bit like Davy Boy Beckham. Davy Boy Beckham was seated at Wimbledon the other day. He dyes his hair. Because I've got pictures of him only a few months ago with white hair. Because he's an old boy now. And now he started dyeing it brown. If indeed it is his hair. We don't know, do we? But that was a good picture of me. Very nice picture. Thank you. But there you go. Stock image. What year is 96? God. Loads of pictures of Steve Allen, which is great. On this day, Jaden Smith, the US actor and rapper, son of film stars Will Smith, boo, and Jada Pinkett Smith, says of his penchant for wearing skirts, I'm taking the brunt of it so that later on my kids and the next generation of kids will all think that certain things are normal. Jaden Smith is 24. I don't know anything about Jaden Smith. Prince Philip in 1966 has been picked to play polo for England. Which is that's about all that old Harry does now, isn't it, really? He doesn't really do anything else. There's nothing for him to do. Nobody really cares what he thinks or says because they just they just do exactly the opposite. He's a hypocrite. You know, he keeps saying, don't take all these planes' carbon footprint. What does he take? Private planes. Hypocrite. Sorry. That's as simple as that. Also, Ferdinand von Zeppelin was born in 1838, died in 1917, and he invented... the Zeppelin, thank you. And it was a rigid airship. I don't know what that is, but its debut flight in 1900 ended after 18 minutes when it landed in a lake. By 1906, one of his airships managed a 24-hour flight and a passenger service was launched in 1910. They were most famously used against Britain in World War I. The first recorded casualties came when 4 people were killed in Norfolk in 1915. And we all remember... You know, I mean, there used to be one that used to fly over London. Wasn't as big as this one. With used to frighten the life out of me. I mean, seriously, I wouldn't want to go in one because you're in the cabin underneath. And I'm sure that there was a James Bond film or something like that, which involved a Zeppelin or something. Perhaps it wasn't, I don't know. Did they make it? No, they were very quiet. Very, very quiet. It was sort of tethered, and they put stairs up, and you climbed into the cabin. And I think they probably held, I forget, you know, about 20, 30 people. Airship Paris was very popular. And I suppose for anybody in London, you know, when they came over in World War I, that would have been very, very frightening because they were silent. They were very, very quiet, very quiet. 1931, I'm looking at pictures of the Graf Zeppelin. And then what was the one that burst into flames? That was the one that came down, wasn't it? The Hindenburg. They called it the Hindenburg disaster, and you look at the pictures, it hits this thing, and because of all the gases, this thing just went whoosh. Have you seen it on YouTube? On YouTube, the Hindenburg going up in flames is, you know, they had to get out as quick as possible. And I'm not sure how many people survived, if indeed any. Because when the Hindenburg went off, my God, 36 died. That was all on board. And if you look on YouTube, you're going to see it, and because it was just gas, and it hit, I think, one of the posts or something like that, and you look at the size of it, and they used to have to lower ropes so that the people on the ground could pull it down again, and otherwise it just bobbed up like a balloon. And if you look at the footage from 1937, you could see ropes coming down. And that's what people were hanging. I mean, it took loads of people to bring it down. Unfortunately, they brought this thing down and it promptly burst into flames. And I can't remember how it burst into flames, but when it went, by God, did it go fast. It literally went from the front of the Zeppelin to the back of it. And you could see that it literally just became a shell because it was the gas that was burning. I mean, there was obviously a chance of nobody surviving this thing. Must have been absolutely terrible for those people who were on the ground, and everybody on board died. Not so good. Not so good. Warren says, thought for the day. Now Boris has gone, do you think James O'Brien will start talking again about Brexit? I never like to second guess anything with James O'Brien. You'll have to find out at 10 o'clock this morning. Steve, one here says, I have a foreboding we're going to see Boris flexing his biceps and I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to. Or Love Island or any of the other programmes or Strictly Come Dancing. Just literally his biography, which will make him a lot of money. Nobody will buy it. Nobody will buy it because people don't buy these biographies traditionally. It's called vanity publishing. But he will make it for after dinner speaking. Somebody will book him for half an hour to an hour, and he will make anything 50 to 100,000. Go to America, he can clean up. He'll absolutely clean up. They love entertaining British ex-prime ministers. I mean, May gets tens of thousands of pounds. They go on a speaking circuit. There are agencies who will put them out on a speaking circuit, and they can make an awful lot of fortune. Make an awful lot of fortune. I can't even speak properly this morning, can I? It's so embarrassing. You never think I had an education. Well, I didn't. I'll have a cup of tea instead, because the news is coming up at 6 o'clock. Also, holiday fears as the price of flights trebles amid cancellations. So you could be priced out of your summer holidays. I'll give you the details after the news at 6 on LBC This Morning.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Ben delivered the ice cream. We got the ice cream. I can't get the lid off. Seriously can't get the lid off. It's strawberries and cream, by the way, this morning. Oh, I've done strawberries and cream ice cream. This is from Ian. This is because Ian delivers to all the theatres and places, and it's fabulous. And then, oh, it's nice, the strawberries and cream, isn't it? Oh, that's very nice. And then he brings it into us, but not only does he bring it into us, but then Ben got one as well today from our security team, bless his heart. And so he has to bring it up to... It's lovely, isn't it? That's delicious. Thank you, Ian. Should put some music on and just sort of... I think what we should do is actually bring in sand, put it in the studio, a parasol, and a coconut filmed with rum and wonderful things, rum and coke or something, and just have some music, da 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 da, which could be quite nice. Pina colada, so I like pina colada, which is lovely. These are very nice, actually. These are my favourite. I love these ones. They're really, really nice. These are Haagen-Dazs strawberries and cream, and so this is what, if ever you go to the theatre in London, this is what you get. You get Haagen-Dazs, but you have to pay. Delicious. There's something very interesting about eating an ice cream at a time that you're not supposed to be eating an ice cream. It's like eating... I remember once a friend of mine, we had to go up north to visit some factories, and he wanted it because he didn't eat sort of breakfast, but he ate a box of After Eight. And I remember thinking, After Eight chocolates for breakfast. And this is the same. This is about as decadent as it gets. To eat an ice cream at 6 minutes. Nobody eats. It's like sort of, I don't know, I can't think. It's like eating a kebab at sort of lunchtime or something like that. You wouldn't eat a kebab at lunchtime. You only eat one when you've had a drink. You don't want them any other time. But to eat an ice cream is very nice. I wonder how many ice creams Ian's got on board today. Must be a refrigerated lorry, mustn't it? Whatever it is, it's particularly delicious and particularly welcome. So we're very grateful. Thank you very much indeed for that. Somebody said to me today, I was talking to our newsreader, Dominic Ellis, and he said, "You get ice cream sent in?" I said, "Yes." And I remember thinking, it seems a bit decadent, doesn't it? It really sort of seems that, things don't really get any... And then I thought, but we are in London. We are in the capital. We are literally down the road from where Boris made his speech yesterday. We are literally down the road from Buckingham Palace. We are literally down the road from Trafalgar Square. We're in Leicester Square. It doesn't get any better. It really isn't any better. We have train stations. People come in. We're open Monday through Friday. Pop in, see us. We've got Theatreland on the doorstep, and Ian, who's got a lorry load of ice creams, of which he, bless his heart, he delivers them here. I don't know how he gets it. Does he bring the lorry in, do you think, or something like that? Whatever it is, it's very much appreciated, and it's very nice. Jan Moyer writes a double-page column about all sorts of things. And she says here, it's quite a week for men retiring badly. She says, first, Boris had to be prized out of Downing Street like a whelk being coaxed from its shell by a very large pin, possibly electrified. Then Eamon Holmes revealed he's still hurting after being booted off daytime television after 15 years of co-presenting. Although Ruth's going back to doing a bit of This Morning with Rylan. It's not quite the same, is it? Not quite the same. And I didn't resign from ITV. ITV, he says, resigned from me. Meanwhile, Steve Wright has been pushed out after 23 years of daytime broadcasting. Why? Says Jan Moyer. His millions of fans still absolutely love him, and he's a consummate broadcaster, a joy to listen to. Why change for the sake of change? Well, they always used to say, didn't they, in the business, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But she says sometimes the warm and familiar is exactly what's wanted, especially by radio audiences. People want to feel that they know that... I have to wave my own little flag here on this one. If the Beeb, she says, tries the same trick with Ken Bruce, there will be riots in the streets. Ken, 71, has been at the helm of his Radio 2 show for 37 years. Amateur. And he's adored by his fans, but he's also male, pale, stale, old, established, and everything the wokeists hate. How long before they come for Ken too? I'm told, I might have got it completely wrong, that they've shoved poor old Steve Wright out of his studio already to make way for the next incumbent. So he's been sort of shoved to one side. Why, if something is doing particularly well, do people feel that they have to make an impression on things? People come in And believe you me, I speak, with lots of experience of seeing lots of different companies who have come in and sort of taken us over and sort of rearranged little bits and pieces. And the company that own us at the moment, Global, are fantastic. And I don't say that because they choose to employ me. I can honestly tell you that they are absolutely amazing. They've looked after me and lots of other people fantastically. And I then have to return the favour by getting them an audience. That's all I have to do. That's my only brief, is to come in the morning, to get up at stupid o'clock, come in, get an audience for them, and everybody goes home happy. And occasionally I have a little bit of illness, and occasionally, but you do worry every time, somebody else sort of looks after the company. And over the years, I don't know, probably about 6 or 7 different companies, and you do think, what if they like me? That's what, because it doesn't come down to the audience. It comes down to whether or not the management like you, if you fit into what they were doing. And I remember one year we used to have an LBC Christmas card, and on the Christmas card it was standard. It was they were given to all the programmes. You could send them out to your contributors, and it was a picture of all the presenters who worked for the station. And I've still got, I think, a couple of these cards at home somewhere in a box or something, fading slowly. And we were all sitting outside, and they were calling people into the boardroom because we'd been taken over by another company. And if you came out and you were holding a brown envelope, that meant you'd been given redundancy. And as people were coming out, they were going, shaking their heads, and we were putting a cross on the Christmas card. So, and by the most of it, it looked like tic-tac-toe, because we were filling in all the crosses, because it doesn't come down to, sadly, the audience every single time, because otherwise we'd all be employed forever and a day. But I remember once somebody wrote to one of our management years and years and years ago, about 35 years ago, saying what they didn't like about all the presenters. And they'd listed, so-and-so's this, so-and-so's that. And I remember our managing director wrote back and said, I've taken on board everything you've said. We fired everybody. I thought that was quite a brazen thing to do. But, it's one of those things. All the presenter, when radio station had calendar, everybody wanted to be December. I wanted to be December. I was one campaigning for the nude LBC calendar. Half of them didn't want to play ball for some peculiar... Can't imagine why. I wanted to be December with a sprig of holly. Well, a bush. And that didn't go down too well either. But I was trying to think of ways of making money for Make Some Noise, because every year we try and do something. And we've got something, hopefully, for you this year. I'm still waiting for the final edit, as they say. But every year, we raise millions of pounds for lots of little charities that never get that opportunity. And some of them survive literally by clinging on and pleading for money. And so that's what we do with Make Some Noise. And we've been very successful. We've had some lovely items. We've had Steve Allen tea trays and Steve Allen everything, really, actually. And we'll wait and see what we're going to have for this year. And then you hopefully buy the item, and we get the money for Make Some Noise. And that way we can help lots of little charities. And it will be coming up at some point if we survive the heat wave. And when I say the heat wave, I don't mean the burning of Boris outside number 10. It's a bit like Joan of Arc, isn't it, really? Although we wait and see exactly, what happens next. But I'm still going for Ben to be taking over. I looked at all the other ones, but Boris, as far as I know, is sticking around. He made the announcement, so it's a bit like a damp squib, isn't it? Everybody's going, he's going. I really want him to go, and I'm hearing, people spouting all sorts of things, saying he's got to go, we hate him, he's this, he's that. I don't think he's going anytime soon. I think he's got game plan. I'm pretty certain he will drag this out, and then he'll go, I don't think I'm going to go. So they would have to literally drag him out screaming, which might actually be on the cards. I'm working on a project at the Zeppelin building in Farringdon, says David, named as it was destroyed by a Zeppelin bombing. So much was. And Steve, that airship that flew over London in the 70s and the 80s had the Goodyear tyre logo on it. Right. I seem to remember something. I think you're right, actually. Apparently the Hindenburg exploded because it was filled, says Carol, with hydrogen, which is extremely flammable, instead of helium. The US had the corner of the market on helium and refused to export it to Germany. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And Catherine says, I have an image of you in the studio on a chaise lounge, eating your ice cream with the producers either side fanning you with huge palm leaves. I see you're still drinking, Catherine. You're still drinking. We'd have to turn all the cameras off here. I'm surrounded by you can't move in this building without cameras. Seriously, you go through a door, there's a camera. You know, and because we've all got these passes, which I'm told because Ian Dale's got a bit of a do coming up, a little bit of a party, and it's a lunchtime do, and we all have to take our passes to prove entry. So we know who we are and all the rest of it, which is very exciting, actually, very exciting. Steve, what's your blood sugar, says Carol, with that ice cream, although my mouth is watering thinking of it. It's delicious. That's all I can tell you. It's delicious. It's strawberries and cream Haagen-Dazs, and it comes courtesy of Ian, who very generously gifts it to us, which is very nice indeed. Honestly, in between that and my brother doing my VAT, things are looking fairly promising for this weekend. Well, I hope so. I haven't tested my blood sugars at the moment. I've decided to leave it for a little while. Not very long, just sort of a little tiny while. Try to eat it as quickly as possible. It's not physically possible. The NHS in all the papers today, in between all the other stories, to cut 8,000 jobs. Where they're going to find 8,000 from, I've got no idea. It's part of a war on waste and wokery. They think it'll save £1 billion. This follows a spike in recruitment during the pandemic. They think 8,000 of the 20,000 jobs at the central bodies are cut, with voluntary redundancies offered by this autumn. Well, when I went the other day to Kingston Hospital, they didn't seem like they were overburdened with staff at all. They had enough people to do the bits and pieces, and you've got to have nurses. This one here, Amanda Pritchard, head of the health service, said up to 40% of posts will be culled as the organisations merge later this year. This is NHS England, Health Education England, and NHS Digital. I've got no idea how many people work, actually. The number of people working across the Department of Health and NHS England rose from nearly 8,000 to 15,000. So they have to ensure every pound is well spent. Because we were reading a story, I'm sure we did a story on this programme a few weeks ago, and it was to do with they weren't changing the bed linen. They were deciding whether or not it would sort of go for a little bit longer. And I can't really see why you would want to climb into bed linen, which somebody else had just vacated. So in other words, they were told to change bed sheets only if it's essential amid hospital laundry shortages. Well, when I went in to do the colonoscopy and endoscopy, it was paper on the beds. So it wasn't actually sort of material. So in other words, after you'd sort of lain on it, then they would just screw it up and throw it away. And presumably you can put it into incinerators, which could sort of help with, I don't know. I'm talking rubbish here, actually. I've got no idea. But I definitely thought it was all paper. And in fact, even in the doctor's surgery where I go to, they've got a big roll of paper on the wall and they stretch it out and put it on the bed when you're having your bloods taken and stuff like that. So obviously paper is the way forward. I must get some. Kevin the Milkman says, it looks to me, Steve, the BBC bosses want to dump all the over 40s listeners. LBC have got it exactly right. Nick and James and you, Nick and James, have been in the same time slots for nearly 20 years, and the listening figures prove that it works. He says, I'm only a milkman, yet I can see that. Well, it's true. If something's working, you don't want to change it. You don't want to change it. And also, people love LBC. It's as simple as that. In fact, that's why there's so many defections from the BBC. All we need is Hugh Edwards, and we've got a set. You have to build an audience up. An audience is built up over years. I can listen to somebody on the radio and decide if I think they're right or if I think they're not right. And my audience has followed me. I mean, some people have been listening to me for 40 years. I didn't even think it was possible to be on a station for 40 years. They can't turn the radio off. They're so addicted to it. Even if they don't like it, they're addicted to it, which is even funnier. We laugh at that one. We always have a bit of fun with that one. Infant food pouches. I don't know what these are, actually, but I see kids going to school, and some of them, if they're young, they've got these plastic pouches, and they seem to suck out whatever's in it. And apparently they're aimed at children under 12 months. Certain brands, including middle-class favourites, Annabelle, Carmel and Ella's Kitchen, have many items in their ranges more sugary than Coca-Cola. Ella's Kitchen, strawberries and apples. It's for 4-month-old children. It's a puree. and they take the top off and they suck it, but it's got more sugar than Coca-Cola. So they analysed 109 pouches. Some contained up to 2/3 of an adult's recommended 30-gram daily allowance of sugar. The worst, apple, blueberry and banana, stage 1 in the Carmel range, had 17.3 grams of sugar per 100 millilitres. That compared with 10.6 grams for original Coca-Cola. Can't be right, can it? I thought the whole idea... I mean, that's why kids like it. It's addictive. It's addictive. And you do see them. I see parents do it to keep kids quiet. I'm totally convinced. Totally convinced they actually do that because kids get... I mean, there was a kid the other day when I called into the motorway on the way down to my brother, and I bought myself a toasted sandwich, I think just to sort of break up. And the woman said to me, "You know it's vegan." I said, "Is it?" I immediately put it back on the shelf again. I don't know why. She said, "I just thought I'd tell you," she said, as some people aren't aware, that you have to see they're marked vegan on it. "Have you seen how much sugar in Coke?" says the producer. "Oh, there's 10 cubes of sugar. One cube is 4 grams of sugar. There's 10 cubes of sugar in 1 can of Coke. 10. That's why. That's why. And that's what gives you the buzz, isn't it? People go, "Oh, you know, things go better with Coke." Because at one time it used to contain cocaine. That's what Coke was. It was cocaine. And that's why people liked it. And if you look at the amount of sugar in various things, I mean, obviously in water, none. But you go through all the drink. Red Bull is fairly sort of high in sugar content. And orange juice, well, I mean, that's huge. And then there's something called Nestea. Is it? Oh, it's iced tea, is it? Well, that's got tons. I mean, seriously, tons of sugar. I've never even thought about it. Never even thought about it. Mind you, I did do something the other day. I'm going to feel quite guilty telling you this, but I had to, when I pulled into the garage to put some petrol in the car, I thought, because if I'm going to be sitting in a traffic jam on the M3, which I didn't fancy doing, the one thing I needed was a loo. And if you sit there, I mean, I remember I had it last time. I was sitting there for about 2 hours in a traffic jam because of these accidents which occur. And so I bought myself a small bottle of drink, which I poured away. I emptied it away to use as an emergency bottle. And so I bought it. Luckily, I didn't need it because I managed to come off the motorway before we hit this huge tailback of, God knows, 15, 20 miles, something like that. And ended up going back through Newbury. So it took just forever and a day to get backwards and forwards. But worth it, I think, in the long run. But you have to think about these things. That if you're going on a journey, and bearing in mind I'd had all the problems with sort of prostate and all the rest of it, and we had it sorted out. But now when you need to, things seem to go through much, much quicker at the moment, much quicker. And so if you need to go and you're sitting in a traffic jam, you're going to need a bottle in the car. And so I've decided I'm going to carry this thing all the time, as I've used it before, actually, as an emergency. Steve, I was made redundant from a GP surgery in October because of COVID and the surgery being short of money. Luckily, I'm now employed by a lovely surgery in Banbury, says Sean, advanced clinical practitioner, paramedic, prescriber. Thank you, Sean. And Casey from the Isle of Wight says, I've been listening to you since I was a girl. I'm now confused. Since you were a girl? You are a girl? I don't know. Anyway, my mum was an avid listener. Now I'm in my 50s and still listening. That's what we like to hear. That's what we like to hear. Steve, what size was the Haagen-Dazs ice cream pot, says Scott? Oh, little ones. They're 95 millilitres, 81 grams. I think that's what it says anyway, but they're particularly nice. Particularly nice. A little mini tub. He said, were they the same as or bigger size you get in the supermarkets? I don't think you get these in the supermarkets. I think these are designed purely for theatres. Well, that's what I think. I mean, Ian might have to tell us that. But he says, I can consume them all too easily. Pralines and Baileys is my favourite, says Scott. There we go. Please don't write in. This is not Radio Shropshire. Well, they do the mini cups ice cream. So look, you can get 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, which is vanilla dairy ice cream with macadamia nut brittle, sounds nice, vanilla dairy ice cream with caramel swirl and caramelized pecan nuts, and vanilla dairy ice cream with cookies. You get 4 of them for £3. I reckon, I could be wrong, but in a theatre, I reckon that's £3 by itself. Don't you reckon so? Must be. And they do a nice caramel collection. Again, £3. caramel brittle, brownie pieces, caramel swirl, and something called caramel and speculoos. I don't know what the sound of that. I don't like this. Sounds a bit odd, doesn't it, really? But £3 for 4 of them. Oh, they're Biscoff. Oh, that's speculoos, is it? Or you can buy those in Costco. Buy those in Costco, which are very nice indeed. But it is particularly delicious, especially at this time of the morning, because it's a bit of a treat for us. We don't get stuff like this unless Ian very kindly volunteers to sort of bring it in a couple of times a week, which is very, very much appreciated. We like things like that. Alison Boshoff, talking about Dame Prue Leith's sensational story, has been made into a movie. I interviewed the Dame when she was in her 80s, actually. I thought she was remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. But there again, you see, I'm a big fan of Mary Berry and loads of other people, actually. I've sort of become a big fan of people who cook, mainly because I don't cook. I mean, it's not that I can't cook. Well, I can. No, I can't. I can't cook at all. I can reheat. I can ping. I'm very good at doing things like that. But I can't do anything else, even though people have tried. Jamie Oliver and, you know, various other people have sort of said, oh, you can do it like this, and it just goes in one ear and comes out the other side. What's the most exciting thing I cook? Nothing. I really don't cook. I did yesterday because I hadn't had any for a while, and I decided to do, I bought some fillet steak. So I bought some fillet steak and I had it with mushrooms. But I bought those exotic mushrooms, you know, not the normal mushrooms. These are sort of a box of, well, sort of shiitake and other things like that. And I just sort of basically popped them in a frying pan and just let it cook together, and I had that. I can't cook. I didn't want to cook. I didn't want to cook. I do panic sometimes, thinking perhaps I should learn to cook. And I thought, what's the point? What's the point? They make all of these things for people like me. I'm the idiot. You know, sometimes I have Italian, but then somebody said to me, I haven't got as far as Wiltshire Farm Foods yet. Where somebody knocks on your door and puts it in your freezer. Whoopee! Can't wait. Yeah, it's a roast. Yes, I remember talking to Ronnie Corbett about that. Ronnie Corbett used to advert, Wiltshire Farm Foods, yes.
Having a strong email password can help protect you from cybercrime. But there's an extra step you could take this festive season to make your email even harder to hack. Just set up two-step verification on your main email account to get double the protection. Go on, take your email security to another level the next time you log on. That should do it. Search Cyber Aware from the National Cyber Security Centre.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Been done before, hasn't it? It's been used before. 27 minutes to 7. Just in case you were clock watching and thinking, thank goodness it's the weekend. Thank goodness. Apparently, Leia says fruit pouches contain fructose, which is natural sugar. Coke contains added sugar, which is worse for your body. Oh, yes, I know all about fructose. And that's why if you're a diabetic, it's not particularly brilliant with strawberries and stuff. There's a whole list of things, of fruit, which I can't have. And I'm trying to eat better vegetables. I mean, I'm quite good at eating vegetables. I never used to eat them. But I've finished the ice cream now, thank you, yes. But you see, I wouldn't normally have something like that. That would be a bit of a treat for me. A little ice cream also gives me indigestion at the same time. Steve, the flying ants have returned to Twickenham. We had flying ants a couple of years ago. They were everywhere. Seriously, I mean, 20 of them could carry me off. But they're quite big. And all of a sudden, they sort of land. They're all over the place. So it's Flying Ant Day, so be careful. Be careful, because, no, it's not today. But why does Flying Ant Day occur? It's a day when the males and the new queens leave the nest to mate. And with so many ant colonies doing so on the same day when the conditions just right, it's the way that many ant species, including the black garden ant Lasius, leave their previous nest to begin new colonies. They seem to be all over the place. It doesn't matter where you are, ants appear. You know, even 60 feet up in the air, ants. Where do they come from? They come in the earth. You buy bags of earth from a garden centre, and you sort of end up with... I'm looking at these ants thinking, what is going on? I think they've eaten one of my plants. I think they've eaten it from the roots. I've seen them before. They used to come round the corner, climb up the wall and go into hanging baskets. And they eat roots. So you can watch a basket, and I had a lovely rose brought to me by a previous producer, Chris Humphries, beautiful rose, and they've decimated it this year. Seriously, I mean, it drives you absolutely crackers. And then what were they telling me about a short while ago? Oh, we had an invasion in this country a few years back of ladybirds, millions and millions of ladybirds, and it was all to do with a drought. And the drought meant that the plant, because ladybirds milk aphids. And also ladybirds, did you know, the summer of 76, was it? They bite. Did you know that ladybirds bite? Oh, yeah. And they hide in houses, old houses, in the door frames. And they hide there and they stay there because it's warm. They get the warmth from from inside the house coming outside. But this was a complete epidemic of these things. Because if ever you've got roses and things like that, you've got to spray them to get rid of the aphids, but the ladybirds eat the aphids. It's like Peter Seabrook's gardening lesson, isn't it, really? Not my sort of thing. Pete the Pool Man. Oh, there you go. It was 76. Swarms of ladybirds infesting towns and cities. Many people being bitten by them. You know, I used to think, oh, they're so pretty, aren't they, ladybirds? I mean, seriously, if you look at pictures of them, there were millions of ladybirds. Millions. And I used to think, oh, aren't they nice? You have one on your finger and you go, oh, it's not a blooming thing. Take your finger off now. Very careful. Pete the Pool Man says success on the radio is content and the ability to make the listener feel they're in the same room as the presenter. So here I am with LBC, and I love it. I've never thought about that before. Is that how it works? See, I don't know. It seems a little bit odd, doesn't it, really, when you sort of try and work out what it is that make people listen to particular programmes and what it is that make people not watch certain presenters on the television, because television's very unforgiving. Very unforgiving. You know, if somebody's being genuine, you can see it. It's like double-headed presentation. You know, that it's a very hard thing to do. Radio's harder than television because to get a double-headed programme is quite a difficult thing to do. Quite a difficult thing to do, you know, any more than sort of two people. You start getting slightly confused by things going on. But television, you can see if people get on together. I can spot it a mile off. You know, you can't force this compatibility. You can't... it's a chemistry, isn't it? They've either got it or they haven't got it. And somebody, they go, oh, yeah, we really get on well together. And I'm thinking, no, you don't. I can tell you don't. I mean, the one thing that drives me absolutely insane, it's become almost like an obsession, is watching Dermot O'Dreary on This Morning holding his script. And whilst Alison is conducting the interview, he's sitting there reading a script, not engaging with them at all. And you think, I'm sorry, are you so shoddy that you haven't even learned what's going on, or do you have to read a question? Because he sits there holding the script in his hand. You know, the next question will be from Dermot. So she's doing an interview with somebody, and he just sort of turns away and starts reading this script thing. And I'm thinking, definitely, I don't think their chemistry's improved. I really don't. I really don't. You can't manufacture it. You can't manufacture. You've either got it or you haven't got it. Steve, we keep an empty bottle in our car for our son. Saved us a few times on the motorway. Just have to remember it's not apple juice, says Victoria. Yeah, look, he's reading a script. Look, there you go. He's sort of chatting away, blah, blah, blah. But he's got the script next to him. Shoddy presentation. Can't they do the programme without reading a script? Look at it. Look, and he's looking down at it. It's so annoying. Look, he's reading it. It just really is infuriating. She's got hers propped up on a pillow. Anastasia doesn't have a script on a pillow. I mean, don't they have a floor manager who says to them, OK, just wrap up this interview now, go to camera 3. They hold up 3 fingers. That's how they do it. But obviously Dermot can't be bothered to learn anything like that. That's why. Now you know what I mean. You can imagine, can't you, how annoying it gets. Steve, out here in Nottingham, good Lord above, we're going nationwide this morning. Nottingham, I experienced no issues from shortage of staff at the NHS. A few weeks ago, I had a kink in my bowel, causing an obstruction. Whilst in agony, I was expecting a long wait for ambulances to come. And in A&E, luckily the ambulance arrived in 10 minutes and the paramedics arranged a bed on a ward, bypassing A&E. On the hospital ward, no shortage of staff, and they did an amazing job taking care of all of us. I thought they're brilliant. I think they're brilliant at the NHS. I've got no complaints at all. Carol in Rochefort. Rochefort, is it Rochefort? Rochefort. Rochefort, OK. Says some red ants chewed through our armoured cable in the garden, feeding the garden lights. Twice! Had to have it replaced. Red ants? I don't think I've ever seen red ants. Are they the ones who bite? Do they bite? Are they like the ones in the jungle? You know, where you get ants on the move and you get... in this case, yeah, but I know, are they similar to the ones in the jungles where you get them on the move, there'll be millions of them, and they will literally see something on the way, like another insect, and they will attack it, turn it upside down and drag it back to the nest to be consumed. Ghastly, isn't it? Steve, we live in an old house in Cumbria, high up in the Pennines, says Joan. 1,600 feet. Never seen a single ant in 20 years. Come down here, Joan. Come down here and share our ants. I'll happily bring them to you. But the red one, they're very clever. Did you ever see the film Ants? A-N-T-Z? That was quite a good little cartoon film. I quite like that. There's been a few of those sort of things, which makes them appealing, I suppose, to children. Not me, because we've got loads of them. But when you watch them capturing other insects that are overpowered, and then you watch the worker ants, and then you watch the soldier ants, I mean, they are quite phenomenal. They can... If they're actually disturbed, they can move an entire nest. They go on a march through forests and everything else, and they can carry like 50 times their own weight. I mean, they literally attack all sorts of other insects, and they overpower them, turn them over on their backs, and carry them off like a trophy. Seriously. It is absolutely... And you get sort of all sorts of animals that are thinking, oh, I'll just go out for a little walk today, do a bit of sunbathing. No chance if there's any ants. No chance at all. Petrol companies are pushing small businesses to the brink by refusing to lower fuel prices. The average price of petrol was $1.91.27 on Wednesday. Diesel $1.98. You want to come round our way? I don't know where they're getting these prices from. I paid $2.06 the other day for a litre. And they're failing to pass on this duty, which I think we are due. But why should they bother? They know that you can't go anywhere without petrol. But I tell you what they're seeing more of, drive-offs. You know, people who go into the filling station. I've seen it a couple of times, and people fill up with petrol, and then they put the thing, they just drive straight off. And what can the person do? Because, you know, you just drive straight out of a forecourt. I saw somebody driving over a flower bed. I wonder if the new Prime Minister will do something. Well, you're going to be waiting months, aren't you, for that? It's going to take forever and a day. Not going to happen. Steve, keep an empty laundry... I'm going to sneeze. I'm so sorry. Typical, isn't it? Now, what did... Oh, did you see the other day? I had to laugh. There was a thing. Victoria Beckham talks about her serious complaint. And I thought, oh, God, what's happened? Hold the front pages immediately. Victoria Beckham is suffering quite badly with hay fever. Oh, my God, I felt so sorry for her. We should literally open up a hospital just for Victoria Beckham, because apparently all the family suffer from hay fever. Yeah, big deal, love. We've all been there. That's how desperate it's got in the Beckham household. Apparently, it's pronounced Rochford. And yes, they bite. They look like reddish glass colour. Amazing, isn't it? I don't think we have those, actually. Richard said, you should turn off This Morning and listen to James instead. Oh, I catch everything. I listen to everything. I have it on mute. It's just, I'm looking, I'm watching, and I'm thinking, you know, this holding the script is just ridiculous. You know, obviously they don't know. Perhaps they don't rehearse. Mind you, sometimes it does look like that. Steve, jungle ants are like the ants on Tom and Jerry, says David. It was Simon who talked about the empty laundry detergent bottle. Yes, thank you. It smells nice as well. Apparently, lots of people have bad hay fever at the moment. We know. It's nothing new. Nothing new at all, but apparently Victoria Beckham really suffering. It's awful. I don't know how she's coped there. Mind you, I've noticed that good old Brooklyn is still on his honeymoon. Yeah, it's gone on forever because he doesn't have a job, actually. And I still have to keep reminding myself he's just very infantile. He's 23. The girlfriend, or the wife, is sort of a lot sort of older. But he's 23, but he doesn't know, he can't make a sandwich. So there you go. You were talking about double heading, says Chris Lowry. Do you remember when Donald Trump and Sue Carpenter presented breakfast on LBC many years back? Not a match made in heaven. Donald Trump and Sue Carpenter. I don't remember that. What, the Donald Trump and the Sue Carpenter on LBC? I don't remember that at all, actually. Mind you, I did hear another one on LBC some years ago. Simon Bates and Jade Goody. They were doing it to raise money for charity, but you can imagine, can't you? Bates and Jade Goody. It was like hell on the airwaves. It was terrible. Morning, nice to be company. Just a slight correction. It wasn't Donald Trump. It was Donald Trelford, who was the editor of The Observer, and Sue Carpenter. Mind you, I'd have listened to that programme, Donald Trump and Sue Carpenter. Wouldn't you have listened to that? I always think that's great, actually. Great. There's a sad story in the papers today. When I say sad story, it's only sad because this man is a Second World War hero, and he's 100, and his name is Jan. He recently celebrated his 100th birthday with a telegram from the Queen, and he was robbed. People turned up at his house pretending to be from a water company, and the veteran and his elderly wife were distracted by one of the heartless thieves. The others went in search of valuables. They fled after 10 minutes, and they realised that they'd taken medals, jewellery and thousands of pounds in cash. They were badly shaken. This was in Ealing. He came from Poland, volunteered for war service. I mean, you know, the people who do things like this are scum. Absolute scum of the earth. He recently celebrated, as I say, his 100th. He got the telegram from the Queen. He barely survived 1942, when the Wellington bomber he was in crashed and burst into flames. And after leaving the RAF, he worked as a delivery driver before retiring. And so these people, 3 of them, turned up from the water company. I always think a chain on the door, actually, to be honest with you. And a pit of vipers that they have to cross over. You know, don't let anybody in, you know, unless you've seen identification. And even then, listen, that's why kids get served in pubs. They print off on the internet. And they also prey on vulnerable people. So they took his medals, jewellery and thousands of pounds in cash. What a disgrace they are. What peasants. Hope they find them. I really do. Jill says, Steve, years ago when I was very young... We were all very young years ago. I saw a Sunday afternoon film on TV where they tied a guy down and spread a trail of honey to him so the soldier ants would come and eat him. I don't think they'd ever eat people. I don't think they're that big. But I think they used to do that. Or failing that, they used to tie people out in the desert, didn't they, and just leave them to roast in the sun. You didn't need to worry about ants or anything like that. Reason for the swarms of ladybirds in 76, preceded by a swarm of greenfly. I used to be covered with them on my paper round, says Tony. Oh, dear. Perfect food for the ladybirds. Yeah, I mean, ladybirds, I used to watch them eating aphids. Well, they used to milk them. I think that's what they called it, milking them, yeah. And apparently, Steve, I watched a programme, so Sean, in Dudley... Sorry, I always have to do that. I always do that. I can't help it. It's one of my quirks. I watched a programme about ants. If there's a stream on a small river, they build a bridge or a kind of raft with their bodies and the rest use it. Yes, they do. They're absolutely, unbelievably ingenious. Absolutely. Valerie says you can get a bottle from your chemist for keeping in the car if you need it. It's a wide neck and a screw top. Well, I just bought a thing of orange liquid and poured it away. It was as simple as that, actually. I poured it into their bin. They must have thought I was mad, actually. But I thought, I'm not going to risk it. I don't want to sit in a traffic jam for any more than an hour, because the more you think about, I need to go to the toilet, the more you need to go to the toilet, which is difficult. Steve, I remember, says Dennis, when Cornish ice cream was introduced. It was creamy and lovely with distinctive taste, probably in the 70s. Oh, yes, you can still get it. You know why? It's yellow. Yellow ice cream. They used to say that. I remember when we went to Devon and Cornwall, my parents used to say to us, we'd be having yellow ice cream. And it was yellow ice cream because it was made with cream and all the things I suppose normal ice cream wasn't made with. And it was lovely. Mark says, wasn't it Donald Trelford, not Trump? Yes, thank you very much indeed. I love it. I love it. Also, Professor Jonathan Van Tam was knighted by Prince William yesterday, but humbly credited colleague going for his gong, the former Deputy Chief Medical Officer, because I wondered who he was, actually. I didn't know who he was. Got his briefings and got his honour at Buckingham Palace with, you see, you really want the Queen doing it, don't you? I mean, you get Prince William. So I don't think she does it anymore. I really don't think so. Also, the England star and Liverpool captain Jordan Henderson got an MBE, and Dr. Jenny Harries awarded Dame Hood for her role in the health crisis, because Jordan encouraged fellow footballers to donate to the NHS. And why not, for goodness sake? They make a fortune, these footballers. I mean, they make a fortune. You know, nothing to earn £50,000 a week. Seriously, it's as good as it gets, I think. So what else have we got? So Mars unveiling this tribute to the Mars Bar because it's 90 years old. And there's some lovely ladies here, former nurses. They meet annually. Pat Small, Gwenda Gofton, Edna Nicole and Rose Davidson, and they're pictured inside the Express today because they forged a bond that's lasted 17 years. They were nurses. 4 Newcastle nurses at their annual reunion as they recall the strict training. And they look as bright and savvy today. There's a book, apparently, called Bedpans and Bobby Socks. Bedpans and Bobby Socks, which sounds lovely, doesn't it? And all the papers full of, I mean, every day, this bargain, that bargain, this has gone up in price, that's gone down in price. You know, you can save £1 on these things. I honestly haven't actually got round to doing anything like this. I haven't I can't be bothered to traipse from store to store to store. I just look at the price of it. If it's affordable, I buy it. If I don't think it's affordable or I think it's too expensive. It's like all these people going on about this blooming Lurpak butter, saying, oh, of course, they sell it in one supermarket for £6. And I thought, well, don't buy it. Go and buy it somewhere else where it's £3.70 or something. I don't know where they're getting these prices from. I find it absolutely unbelievable. Steve, many years ago when in Colorado, there's a place I'd like to go to, says Martin, I disturbed a nest of red ants and when they swarmed up my legs. Well, the trouble is if they think you're going to do harm to them in the nest, they're going to attack you. It's as simple as that. It's like bees and wasps and stuff like that. And I saw an amazing thing, actually, once, and it was somewhere in Africa. And there was a bloke he was one of the tribesmen out there, and he wanted honey. But what he had to do was find the honey. And the way that he did it, he saw a bee, and he captured the bee in his hand, and he attached onto it a little piece of wire which went round its body with a little tiny white flag at the end of it, let it go, and the bee flew back to the nest. And he just followed the little white flag. Because bees don't fly that fast. I mean, they were fast enough, but he literally kept up with this little white flag on the bee, which took him to the nest. He then climbed up there. He was obviously immune to being stung because he was able to put his hand into the nest to bring out the honey. And him and his friend was sitting there eating it. And it was all because the bee had this little white flag attached on a piece of wire. I'd never seen anything like it. And it was it Winnie the Pooh? It wasn't Winnie the Pooh. That was my favourite joke on a card, wasn't it? This huge sequoia tree and 2 enormous bears, like 10 foot tall, standing either side of a little tiny bear, and the caption underneath just said, "Winnie the Who." What's your name, mate? Winnie the Pooh. Thank you. He had a great voice, didn't he? Great voice. Leave means leave Boris, say the Mirror today, clinging on for one last party. I think he's got it booked for Chequers, which means he's not leaving anytime soon, which is what we said before. We were totally convinced that this is some sort of ruse. I think he will keep it going for a while. People will throw their hats into the ring, and then it will get nearer the time, and he'll go, I think I'll stay. And that's what I think. I could be completely wrong. The groups who want the petrol prices to be cut 8p, well, that'll be the miracle of all miracles, won't it? I mean, seriously. You know, when is that going to be happening? The producer was hoping maybe new Prime Minister, they'll bring in... I don't think that's going to happen. I just don't think it is. And then hospitals are flooding with roofs on the verge of collapse, according to NHS bosses. Well, I don't know where these places are, because I've been in NHS hospitals loads of times. I've never seen anything like this before at all. But a Department of Health spokesman said we will deliver 40 new hospitals by 2003. Which is quite good. I mean, there are lots of old outbuildings. I mean, even the West Middlesex Hospital down the road from me, they've got old outbuildings, which, you know, gradually they sort of move on and move on. I think they're all, you know, as good as they can be. As good as they can. If you've got old buildings, though, there's nothing you can do about it. You've got to wait for the money and try and find the money. Dominic Raab on Tracy Connolly's cruelty. This is Baby P's mother, let out of jail. He said her cruelty was pure evil. I mean, to be honest with you, she walks about singing and dancing now. If only Baby P could do the same, but she took his life, which is a shame. Genuine shock of the week, the revelation in the Mick Jagger episode of the excellent My Life as a Rolling Stone, that apparently the red lips and tongue logo were not based on Jagger himself. Just came out of the designer's mouth. Who just sort of... I thought it was the other way round, but I mean, what do I know? Goodness sake, honestly. I do know a few Rolling Stones songs. And Chris Hemsworth. This is the one from Thor, isn't it? Chris Hemsworth is... That's right, yeah. He's going to tell the story of a bear who dislikes storms. He's going to be reading a bedtime story.